Hi guys, we are back. What if story. So today we are gonna see what if Naruto was find Tsunade with Sannin wave movie. Standing in the middle of this battlefield off the southern coast of Fire Country is a lone man. The man in question stands at 58, with a fit and lithe frame, whose very stance screams dangerous. He has spiky sun-kissed blonde hair. His eyes, which are usually a dark blue, are now purple with 3 concentric rings around the black pupil, and 3 tome-like markings on each of the first 2 rings. The Rinnegan. He also has 3 whisker-like marks on each of his cheeks. He is wearing a worn and tattered dark orange tracksuit, with black along the shoulders, zipper, and bottom of his jacket, and black lines down his pant legs. On his feet are black shinobi sandals. Under his jacket he wears mesh armor, and around his forehead is a headband with a leaf symbol. This young man is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Chunin of the village hidden in the leaves, Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox Kyubi no Yoko, hero of the leaf, son of the 4th Hokage, Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Red Death, Akanoshi Kushina Uzumaki, and most recently the only survivor of the 4th Shinobi War. As he looks around at the bodies of his comrades scattered around, he can't help but to shake his head at the pointless loss of lives. It was all going so well too. Sure, the revelation that the man who had called himself Madara Uchiha was really his father's wayward student Obito Uchiha was shocking. Yes, the army of dead shinobi in Kunoichi was freaky and difficult to deal with, but they managed to seal most of them away, and even stop the caster of the impure world reincarnation, Edo Tensei. No surprise it was Kabuto. Nowhere things had started to go downhill is when the real Madara Uchiha managed to keep himself from being sent back to his death by the ending of the reincarnation technique. After that, all hell broke loose. The man who had once been considered to be on the level of a god, just like his rival the first Hokage, Shodai Hokage, had proceeded to lay waste to the 5 Kage, Gokage, leaving them all on the edge of death. Then he had joined Obito in his fight against Naruto himself and the only other Jinchuriki yet to have his tailed beast extracted from him, Killer Bee, who held the 8-tailed ox octopus, Hachibi Ushi Oni. Very soon, however, they were overwhelmed and both tailed beasts were extracted from them to complete the 10 tails Jubi. However, while the 2 Uchiha had been busy with the last 2 Jinchuriki, the 3rd and final Uchiha had shown up with his Team Hawk as well as Orochimaru. The wayward snake Sannin had healed the cage, and just after finishing 4 new undead appeared, shocking everyone. The 4 in question were the first 4 Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze, together the 5 living Kage. The 4 reincarnated Hokages, Team Hawk, as well as Orochimaru went off to help Naruto and B. Long story short, the fighting was fast and furious. Naruto, who was at the edge of death, was healed by his teammate Sakura. And then his father placed his half of the 9 tails, whose name is Kurama, into him. After that, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura joined together as Team 7 again to fight the 2 Uchiha. And the battle went well. Naruto managed to convince Obito to turn against Madara, but the ancient Uchiha controlled the other man to use his Rinnegan to bring himself back to life. After he came back to life, Madara sealed the 10 tails into himself, making him its Jinchuriki, causing the battle to become harder. Naruto and Sasuke both were visited by the father of all shinobi and the first man to possess the Rinnegan, the sage of 6 paths Rakuto Sennin Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The old sage informed them that they were the current reincarnations of his 2 sons, the creators of the Uchiha and Senju clans, Indra and Asura. He then proceeded to give each of them a gift. To Naruto he gave his potent chakra along with the mark of the sun on his right hand. To Sasuke he gave 1 true Rinnegan, also called the Rinne Sharingan, with his visual prowess and the mark of the moon on his left hand. Also Naruto had an added gift, that being a bit of the chakra of every one of the tailed beasts. After leaving the sage, the 2 young men had fought Madara on even footing, even gaining the upper hand on him to the point that he became so weakened that the 10 tails began to take him over and morph his body, only to morph into a woman in possession of very delicate facial features. She had extremely long, sweeping white hair that touched the ground. Most noticeable were 2 brown horns which stuck out from her head. She possessed the Byakugan, and also had a 3rd eye on the center of her forehead, that's eyelids parted vertically. Her eyebrows were cut very short, a symbol of nobility, and she wore a dark shade of lipstick on her lips and a dark shade of nail polish on her long fingernails. She wore the transitional high-collared hime kimono, which was adorned with intricate lines that are gold and purple and tomo running down the center and edges of the gown. She was also pale-skinned. The woman turned out to be the mother of the sage Kagaya Otsutsuki, also the mother of all chakra. The battle got much harder after that, to the point that Obito sacrificed his life for Naruto and left Kakashi with both of his Sharingan eyes for a little while. In the end, Naruto and Sasuke were able to use their marks to seal her away after Sakura hit her from above. And it looked like it was all over, as the spirit of the sage and the spirits of all the dead Kage teleported them back from Kagaya's dimension. However, it didn't last long, as Sasuke turned on them again, attempting to recapture the tailed beasts. And to keep that from happening, Sakura, Kakashi, and Naruto tried to stop him, which ended up with Sasuke killing the first two, and beginning a fight with Naruto. The two young men, who had become like gods themselves, fought tooth and nail. However, Naruto pulled his punches as he still thought his old friend could be redeemed. That illusion was shattered when Sasuke killed the 5 Kage, especially the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju and the 5th Kage Gaara Sabaku. Two of the blonde's precious people. After that, the gloves came off and the sage began to fight at full power, even entering into his Ashura avatar and fighting toe-to-toe with Sasuke's Susanoo avatar. In the end, Naruto managed to come out the victor, finally killing the last Uchiha with his original technique, Rasenshuriken. However, as he lay there dying, Sasuke smiled and congratulated his brother in all but blood, and then shocked him by telling him to take his eyes and use them to lead the world into a peaceful future, hence Naruto now having the Rinnegan. After shaking off the horrible memories of the past few days, the blonde turns towards the still present spirits of the sage and Kages, as well as the reincarnated Hokage, as his father steps up to him. Naruto, I am so sorry that you've had to go through all of this. I can't help but to put most of the blame on myself. If only I'd have been faster that night, then there would have been no need to seal Kurama inside you. You never would have had to go through the hardships you have if not for me, son. The younger blonde just shakes his head sadly. It's not your fault too, San. You did what you had to. No, I place the blame for all of this on the generations before yours. If they could have only stopped trying to prove who was more superior for so long and learned to get along, then it never would have given rise to monsters like Madara Uchiha. Minato can only nod sadly to his son's words, as can all the other Kage. However, Hagoromo gets a brilliant idea. What if you could change that? What if you could go back in time to a point before the Akatsuki, before even the Second Shinobi War? Would you take that chance to change events? Everyone looks at him in shock. However, Naruto only has to think on it for a second before he answers, yes. If it would mean I could save certain people from having to ever deal with the pain and suffering brought on by the Second and Third Wars, then I'd do it. The old sage smiles at this. Good. Then I will give you the chance. There is a technique that I know which can be used to send you back in time. However, the power required for it is enormous, and it is why I myself never used it to go back and stop my mother from eating the chakra fruit. The ghost of the 3rd Kage, being ever the brilliant man, decides to ask, if that's true, then how are you to perform the technique now? If you haven't forgotten, you're as dead as we are. The old man simple chuckles. Ah, an inquisitive mind. You remind me of my son Asura, always asking questions. The answer is that with the 4 Hokage, as well as my sons and daughters the tailed beasts, we will have enough chakra required for this technique. However, all of you will have to help with the hand signs, as there are thousands. Everyone nods in understanding of this, even all 9 of the tailed beasts, who are more than happy to do their father a favor. Hagoromo turns to Naruto then. Say your goodbyes, because once you have, there are some things you and I need to go over about the technique. The blonde nods his head and turns to the 4 Hokages, first speaking to Hashirama. Lord, first I just want to say that it's been an honor to meet you. I always heard stories about how strong you were but thought they weren't real, but after watching you in action I have to say you're probably the most awesome Hokage ever. This causes the brown-haired man to rub the back of his head with a huge smile on his tanned face. Well, thanks Naruto-san. I want to say good luck to you in the past. I am sure that wherever you're going it'll already be dead, so it'll be sure to watch how you change the world. The blonde shakes his hand then turns to the second, Lord Second. You're every bit the serious and pragmatic man that Iruka-sensei always made you out to be in his lessons. But you're also pretty strong and cool in your own right. Before the other day I had no idea that you were the one to actually invent my dad's famous technique and use it first. In my book that's pretty dang cool, you're a true role model for what a shinobi should be. The white-haired Senju brother just crosses his arms, but has a small smirk on his face. Thank you Uzumaki-san, ordinarily I would reprimand you for wearing orange, but you've showed me that a ninja is more than stealth and doing what is necessary. You have showed me that being a ninja means remaining true to yourself. So never lose that spirit. I'll be watching you from the other side with my brother. He pats him on the shoulder and walks to stand next to his brother. The next person in the line nearly makes the blonde teen cry. However, he gives the man a huge smile. Gigi, from you I learned the will of fire. But more importantly I learned what it's like to have a grandfather. You were always there for me when I needed you, and I know that you did your best to give me a normal life, and for that I'll always be grateful. I hope that whenever I am going back to that we can have just as close a relationship, maybe even a father, son or big brother, little brother one. I was so sad when you died old man, but I realized that you'd want me to move forward and carry on your will of fire, and so I've tried to. I hope you're proud of me. Sarutobi actually embraces the young man in a hug as he speaks. Naruto-kun, you have made this old man very proud. I've watched you from the pure world and have seen the man you've grown into and couldn't be any prouder if you were my actual grandson. You more than anyone embody the will of fire and have become a splendid shinobi. I am sure that whatever time period you land in that you will achieve your dream and become Hokage. Always stay strong Naruto. When he steps back he pats his shoulder and then moves over to his two teachers and predecessors, leaving Naruto with his father to have a private moment. Minato looks down slightly at his son as he's 2 inches taller than him, and roams over his face, seeing his beloved Kushina in the teen's facial shape, and the rest himself, he smiles. Naruto, my son, today is your birthday, how old are you now? The younger blonde looks up at him with a sad smile. I am 17 today dad. The fourth Hokage just smiles wider. 17 huh? Pretty much a grown man. What a man you've grown into. I am proud of you Naruto. And I am sure if your mother were here she'd feel the same way, though she'd probably be trying to chase all the girls from you. Ha ha ha. Naruto can't help but to chuckle at that and asked, you really think Ka-chan would be proud of me? Minato nods his head. I am sure she would, and she'd be ecstatic that her Sochi was one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. Never forget this one important thing no matter where you go. Naruto, your mother and I love you. This causes him to tear up and rush into his father's arms, giving him a huge hug. As the man pats his back, after a few minutes they separate and Naruto turns to the Sage of Six Paths. Alright Sennin Gigi, tell me all about this jutsu. The old sage chuckles at his enthusiasm but answers nonetheless. Alright then, first thing you need to know is that we're aiming to send you back to a few years after the first war. Secondly, you won't be going back as you are now, meaning not as a 17-year-old. The technique will do one of two things. A. De-age you to a younger form, or B. Send your spirit and chakra into the body of a freshly born baby. The young sage's jaw drops at this. What? I can't go back as a baby. I'd have to completely start from scratch with all my techniques and everything. I'd take de-aging over that. Speaking of which, how much would I de-age? Hagoromo shakes his head. As far as de-aging goes, you would go back to the form of yourself at about 4 years old. Also you'll get to keep your gifts, meaning you will still retain the bloodlines given to you by the tailed beasts, as well as the Rinnegan and the Six Paths Sage mode. However, you want the Rinne Sharingan or the Six Paths mode right away. Those you will have to train to gain back, as will you have to train yourself in the lava, magnet, and boil releases, not to mention the elements that make them up. The blonde crosses his arms at that. I guess that makes sense. Alright, I am fine with training my skills back up. Heck, I can even take the time to properly learn Fuinjutsu, and then maybe I can find the second's Hiraishin and learn and improve it myself. Anything else I should know? The old monk nods his head. Yes, as a result of the Rinnegan you now have a major affinity to all 5 elements, and will gain the additional sub-elements of ice and wood, but again you will have to work for them. Also your appearance will change slightly, mostly just your hair. You will gain the red hair of all Uzumaki. Oh, and your summoning contract to the toads will be void, so you'll have to find another animal to summon, perhaps even of a canine type. Naruto's face brightens slightly at the mention of gaining the wood release and his first real friend Haku's ice release, and even smiles brightly at the fact that he's going to have his mother's pretty red hair finally. but frowns at losing the toads, completely missing the hint of what animal he should gain a contract with instead. After a few moments takes a breath. Okay, I understand. Well, let's get this show on the road. 6 paths Gigi. The old sage smiles and nods his head as he signals all the cage to begin. Their hand sings as he begins his. And the tailed beasts begin to focus their chakra, causing a huge flare of light. Once all the signs are done and the right amount of energy is gathered, the old man intones hidden samsara technique. Space-time transportation. After he says this, a rip in space and time opens up in front of Naruto, and the blonde takes one more look at his father and the other Hokages before he steals his nerves and jumps into the swirling mass of lights, and seconds later the young half of Kurama jumps in after him and the rip closes. The 4 Hokages' bodies begin to break apart as Minato turns to the old sage. Are you sure this will work? That Naruto will be able to change things? The original god of Shinobi, Shinobi no Kami, looks seriously at the man. I have the utmost faith in him. After all, he is the current reincarnation of my son Asura. However, he won't be able to change everything. The second and third wars will still occur. However, their outcomes will be altered due to his presence. He will also be able to bridge the gaps between the nations over time and keep groups like Akatsuki from having to form at all. In the end, all you can do is believe in your son, as I believed in mine. Minato nods his head at this as he finishes breaking apart, and his spirit as well as those of all the other cage present head back to the pure world. Hagoromo takes one last looks at the remaining 8-tailed beasts and smiles. You are all free, my children. Live your lives how you see fit from here on. Goodbye. With that, he fades away back to his own dimension, as the tailed beasts all head their separate ways. Inside the portal, pain. That is all he can feel as he hurls through time. He can feel all his bones cracking and shrinking in on themselves, and he knows he's de-aging. All he can see aside from the lights of the tunnel are images playing backwards of events from the elemental nations. Then he feels an influx of demonic chakra enter his system, and in his hazy state asks internally, Kurama, what's going on? What are you doing in there? From within his mindscape he gets a response from his tenant and partner. Sorry about that, Kit. That influx just now was my young half coming back and joining back with me. Good news is I am whole again, and that means you'll have more power to use from me later on. Bad news is that your chakra reserves are going to be double what they originally were when you were 4, which means way more chakra control training. All he can do is sigh. Just great. Oh well, at least I might finally get my chakra control up to a good enough level to perform genjutsu and even medical ninjutsu. Just after having that thought, he sees the portal open back up and knows that he's about to be deposited at his destination. Hidden Leaf Village Training Ground 71Y, A, F, W, year after First War. The skies around the village can be seen clouding over and becoming dark. Something which makes all the shinobi in the village go on edge, as they can tell this isn't a natural occurrence. In Training Ground 7 there's a large flash of light. The opening of a rift in space, and then a huge explosion which scares away all animals in the area. After the explosion the rift closes and disappears. And when the smoke clears it shows the small body of a 4-year-old Naruto in a crater. Only he's different. Whereas before he had blonde hair, his hair is now blood red. Still spiky but much shorter than it was. Think his hair 2 years after the 4th war, and his whisker marks are now gone. Also his clothes have changed. He's now in a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki spiral on the front, and tan-colored shorts, and on his feet are white shinobi sandals. After a few minutes a group shinobi arrive in the training grounds. Surrounding the crater, these shinobi are all wearing white animal masks. They are the elite unit of the village, the Anbu, and leading them is a young man of 21. He stands at 54, is a tan-skinned man with spiky dark brown hair, and a small goatee on his chin, and brown eyes. He wears an all-black jumpsuit with mesh segments over the lower portions of his limbs, and a green gauntlet that covers much of his right arm. He also wears an armored hood with a bandana-like forehead protector over this, tied with 2 long straps, and on the back of his jumpsuit is the kanji for 3rd Hokage. This man is the 3rd Hokage of the Leaf, the new god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He takes in the scene quickly, and seeing that there is no danger he motions for his men to stand down and he makes his way into the crater and to the child. He turns the boy over and looks him over, searching for any wounds. After a few moments he finds none but can sense that the child is suffering from chakra exhaustion. The Anbu with a cat mask steps forward, Lord Hokage, we should check the boy for traps. He could be a spy. The young man shakes his head. No, that's not necessary. I've already checked him for any traps and found none. He has chakra exhaustion and needs to go to the hospital. Besides, based on his hair color and the clan crest on his shirt, I'd say he's an Uzumaki, and if that's true then he won't be harmed. We'll have to wait till he wakes up to find out how he got here. You're all dismissed. With that they all disappear via body flicker, heading back to their posts. While Hiruzen himself body flickers to the hospital to have the boy treated. When he arrives he explains the situation to the nurses and doctors and they take the redhead to give him the standard treatment for chakra exhaustion. He also orders that the boy be placed in a private room, and to be notified as soon as he wakes. With that done he heads off to the Senju compound to have a chat with the current head and matriarch of the clan, Mito Uzumaki Senju. Senju compound. Minutes later. A few minutes later Sarutobi arrives to the Senju compound, which is one of the 3 largest compounds in the village, rivaled only by the Uchiha and Hyuga clan compounds. The compound itself is like a mini village, surrounded by wooden walls all laden with various seals to strengthen them. Inside there are many houses for the members of the clan. And as he walks through the streets of the compound he notices a few houses empty as a result of the residents having died in the First War, which only ended last year. Also as he walks he's greeted by many of the still living clan members, to which he just nods his head at them. Eventually he reaches his destination, the main house, which belongs to the head of the clan. It's a 2-story traditional Japanese-style house with shoji doors, and above the front door is a huge version of the Senju clan symbol, a Vajra. He knocks on the door and awaits an answer. A few moments later the door is answered, but not by who he expected. As he looks down and sees a small 4-year-old girl, the girl has long blonde hair which is done up into twin short pigtails. She is fair-skinned with big brown eyes, and her cheeks have a bit of rosiness to them that comes from youth. She is wearing a cream-colored sundress. This girl is Tsunade Senju, granddaughter to Mito and the late first Hokage Hashirama Senju, second in line to the Senju clan after her own father. Seeing the little girl, Hiruzen smiles down at her. "Hello Tsunade-chan. Is your grandmother home by any chance?" The little blonde, upon seeing who's at the door, gives a beaming smile. Ba-chan is in the sitting room. Come on, I'll show you where Tsuruoji." She grabs his hand and tries to drag him along. All he can do is chuckles at the little girl's enthusiasm and go along with her, remembering to kick off his sandals in the entryway first. As they walk to the sitting room, Tsunade is babbling away about her training and how the academy is going as she joined it just this year. Hiruzen for his part only makes small comments here and there. However, she abruptly asks, "Say Tsuruoji-san, why do you need to talk to Ba-chan?" This catches the Hokage off guard slightly. However, he catches himself and answers, "It's a personal matter, Tsunade-chan. I am sure Mito-sama will tell you about it much later on." This causes the girl to pout. However, it doesn't last long as they reach the sitting room and she opens the door and announces their arrival. "Ba-chan. Tsuruoji is here to see you." Inside the room sits a woman a little older than 50. However, looks no older than 30. She has long bright red hair and large pupil-less eyes. She wears an elaborate, high-collared kimono with the Uzushiogakure symbol on the back of the obi, which is tied around her waist. Her hair is arranged into buns with hairpins in them and 3 clips in the front. She also wears a dark shade of red lipstick and has a gem-like marking on her forehead. She also wears tags with kanji written on them in her hair decals. All in all, she's a beautiful woman and one of the strongest kunoichi to ever live. This is Mito Uzumaki Senju. Mito, upon seeing both her granddaughter and her husband and brother-in-law's student, smiles at them. "Su-chan, how many times have I told you not to just barge in?" This causes the girl to scowl slightly. "Sorry, Ba-chan." The woman nods her head and turns to the Hokage himself. "Tsuru-chan, how good to see you. Though I am surprised that you could take the time away from your duties to visit. Is this a social call or part of your official duties as Sandaime Hokage?" The 21-year-old sighs at her still calling him Saru-chan, but shakes his head and responds, "Actually, it's a little of both, Mito-sama. I need to have a private word with you about an incident that happened about an hour ago." The red-haired woman nods her head and turns to Tsunade. "Su-chan, you run along now, maybe go and play with some of the other children." The little blonde nods her head and runs off, as Sarutobi steps into the room and closes the door. And a moment later the room glows blue, then stops, as Mito has just activated a privacy seal. He takes a seat on a mat opposite her and begins. Now, as you know, 1 hour ago the skies over the village suddenly clouded over and darkened. She nods to this as he continues. Well, I knew it wasn't a natural occurrence and at first feared maybe Cloud Village was launching an attack with their storm release users. That turned out not to be the case. There was suddenly an explosion in the 7th training grounds, and so I and a group of Anbu went to check out the scene. What we found was not what we expected at all. Mito hums at this and asks, what did you find then? The younger man sighs as he answers, we found a crater, obviously created by the explosion. However, inside the crater wasn't an enemy nin, but a child. This shocks the redhead as her eyes widen slightly. A child? How old? The man nods. Yes, a child, about the same age as Tsunade-chan I would guess, so about 4 years old. However, that's not the oddest thing. The oddest thing is that despite being in the middle of a huge explosion, he had no injuries at all. The only thing that looked wrong with him was chakra exhaustion. So after checking him over for any traps of any kind and finding nothing, I ordered the Anbu back to their positions and took him to the hospital where he is being treated now. Mito sighs in relief at that news, but looks at him in confusion. While it is good that the child is okay, I don't see why you had to come here to inform me of his arrival. Hiruzen chuckles at that and rubs the back of his head nervously. Well, you see, what I left out was that the boy has blood red hair. And was wearing a shirt with the Uzumaki symbol on the front of it. Going off those things, I deduced that he's possibly a member of the Uzumaki clan, and therefore one of your kinsmen. She sighs at this and decides to reprimand him. You should have mentioned that to begin with, Saru-chan. But just because the boy was wearing my clan's symbol and has red hair does not mean he is an Uzumaki. Not everyone with red hair is of the Uzumaki clan Baka. The 21-year-old nods at her point. True, but there's an easy way to find out if he is in fact an Uzumaki. First is to wait till he awakes and ask him, and second is to see just how large his chakra pool is when it's fully restored. Mito nods her head at this and the two then begin to talk about other things. However, when the conversation moves to his love life, he decides that it's time to go and heads back to the front door. Just after he puts on his sandals, the door opens and in walks a man. This man is taller than himself, standing at 510, with straight dark brown hair and brown eyes, and tan skin like himself. This man is Itama Senju, the son of Mito and Hashirama, father of Tsunade, and heir to the Senju clan, named for one of his father's brothers who died during the clan wars. Itama, upon seeing him, smiles. Hiruzen. Good to see you. Are you leaving? Sarutobi smiles at his slightly older friend. Yes, afraid so. I've been visiting with your mother, but now I have to get back to my arch-enemy, paperwork. This causes Itama to chuckle and pat him on the shoulder. I don't envy you being Hokage, my friend. Well, see you around. Try to come back sometime and well spar. The younger man smiles at his friend and nods his head, as the man takes off his sandals and heads into the house, while he himself body flickers away back to the Hokage Tower. Leaf Hospital. 2 days later, Naruto groans as he begins to wake up. The first thing that hits his senses is the smell of disinfectant and bleach. And he knows right away where he's at. Great, I am in the hospital. The one place I hate the most. Wonder how long I've been out. A moment later he opens his eyes to see the white ceiling of the hospital, confirming his thoughts. As he lifts his right arm up to look at it and sees how small it is, meaning the old sage's jutsu worked. A few seconds later a nurse walks in to check his vitals and seeing him awake smiles. Ah, you're awake, little one. How are you feeling? He looks at the woman for a moment and answers, I feel okay, I guess. How long have I been out, Nurse-san? The woman giggles at this and responds, my name is Nanase, little one. You've been here 2 days recovering from chakra exhaustion. Now lay still while I check up on your condition. He nods his head as she does some hand signs and checks his vitals and sees how his chakra pools are doing. However, when she does, her eyes widen, as he has more chakra than most chunin. She quickly gets over her shock and stops running her diagnostics. Well, everything seems to be good, and might I say you have some impressive chakra levels for a 4-year-old. He blushes a little at this. Thank you, so can I get out of here now? She shakes her head at his question. I am afraid not. You'll have to stay here a while longer. We have to inform Hokage-sama that you've awakened, and I am sure he'll have some questions for you, so until then just rest up and we'll bring you some breakfast. With that she turns and walks out the door to inform the chunin guarding his room to summon the Hokage. After a few minutes she returns with a tray of hospital breakfast for him, which he begrudgingly eats even though it tastes like crap. While he's eating his breakfast, Sarutobi walks in, and when Naruto sees him his eyes widen slightly, as he recognizes the man, but didn't think he'd be coming back to when he was so young. He quickly covers up his surprise as the third Hokage comes over and sits at his bedside. "Well, young man, it's good to see you're awake. You were in quite a state when we found you. The nurse tells me your chakra pools are fully restored and that you can leave here today after a few shots." The redhead nods at this, even though he makes a face at the thought of shots. However, Sarutobi continues on. "Now I have a few questions for you. First off, can you tell me your name?" The boy thinks on it a second and then decides to go with his actual name and answers, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you, mister?" The man chuckles at this. "My name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, and I am the third Hokage. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Now can you tell me how you ended up here in the leaf?" The redhead starts to panic internally, trying to come up with a believable story. However, he suddenly gets a great backstory and gets a sad look on his face. He starts his story. "I am not sure how I got here, Lord Hokage. All my life I've lived with my parents in the land of waves, Nami no Kuni. But recently they died, attacked by bandits, and I was orphaned. They always said we came from a proud lineage but never elaborated, though they did say that if I was ever in trouble I could go to the Hidden Leaf Village, and I planned to in a few years. But when I was going through some of my 2chan stuff I found this seal and it activated, and then after that it's a blank. Next thing I know I am waking up here." Sarutobi listens intently, and thinks over the boy's story, and notices a few inconsistencies, but decides not to call him on them. "I see. Well, Naruto-kun, it seems you may have stumbled on an experimental seal meant for teleportation. You're lucky that it didn't kill you and all you ended with was chakra exhaustion. Now your parents were right when they said you come from a proud lineage. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan is well known for their incredible pools of chakra, their longevity, and their skills in fuinjutsu as well as kenjutsu." He sees Naruto's eyes light up at this as he continues on. "Also, the Uzumaki clan is the cousin clan to one of the founding clans of the Leaf, the Senju. As a matter of fact, the current head of the Senju clan is a woman named Mito Uzumaki Senju, and I am sure that she would love to take you in, being that you're clansmen. She also has a granddaughter your age that I am sure you'll get along with." Naruto smiles and nods at this in response. "Good, then after your shots I'll take you to meet with Mito-sama." The redhead gets confused at this and asks, "Why do you call her Mito-sama? Aren't you the leader of the village?" Hiruzen chuckles at this. "Ha ha ha, yes I am, but Mito-sama is the widow of the first Hokage, and holds a high position within the village. That is why everyone gives her the proper respect and calls her Mito-sama. All except her immediate family, that is." Naruto nods at this as he finishes his food, and Sarutobi stands up and motions for the doctor and nurse to come in and give him his shots and whatnot. While they're giving him his shots, they also take some blood to run tests on. When it's all done, everyone walks out of the room so he can change back into his clothes. When he's done with that, Sarutobi signs him out of the hospital and leads him to the Senju compound. Senju main house. After walking through the village together and talking a little more, they eventually reach the Senju compound. Naruto's first reaction to the sight of it is to have his jaw drop at just how large it is. However, that's nothing to his reaction to the main house. "This is where I am gonna be living? Question mark. It's a mansion." Sarutobi chuckles at this. "You're not wrong. However, what you should know is that the first Hokage himself built this house using his bloodline, the wood release Mokuden. In fact, he built this entire compound using his powers. Then Mito-sama went around and applied strengthening seals to each of the homes and the walls, which make the wooden constructs as strong as steel. I am sure that she will be teaching you how to do such things in the future." The redhead can only nod at this as the young man knocks on the door. Moments later it's answered, except this time by Mito herself. Seeing this, Sarutobi bows to her slightly. "Mito-sama, it's good to see you again. I've someone for you to meet." He then grips Naruto's shoulder and pushes him forward slightly. "Mito Uzumaki Senju, meet Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, meet Mito Uzumaki Senju." Mito looks at the 4-year-old with a critical eye and does notice that he has a lot of the typical Uzumaki features, especially the red hair. However, it's as she uses her meager chakra sensing ability that she confirms he's indeed an Uzumaki. Incredible. Only 4 and already he has the reserves of a high chunin. That tears it. There is no doubt in my mind that this child is of my clan. With that thought in mind, she smiles sweetly at him and bends down slightly to be at his level. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Welcome to your new home. I hope that you find it comfortable. Naruto bows his head and responds. Thank you, Mito-sama. It's nice to meet you too. I've never met any other member of my family before. The older redhead scowls at this slightly, but her face quickly softens and she uses her right hand to lift his face so he's looking right at her. None of that Sama stuff out of you, little one. We are family, so therefore you may call me Mito Obasan. Now come inside so that you can meet the rest of the family. Suru-chan, thank you for bringing him. If you wouldn't mind filling out the paperwork to have him entered into the academy for me, that would be appreciated. She proceeds to bring Naruto inside and shuts the door before the Hokage has a chance to answer. As he stands there blinking in shock. What the? Sigh, I guess I have no choice but to comply. I swear I should have just let Danzo have the Hokage seat and let him deal with all the paperwork. On second thought, it's better that I am Hokage and he's an Anbu captain. Head have us still at war. He then shakes his head and disappears in a leaf body flicker. Inside the house, Mito leads little Naruto towards the family room where her son, daughter-in-law and granddaughter are sitting. As they walk, she tells him all about the history between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, regaling him with the story of how her father secured the alliance between the cousin clans with her marriage to Hashirama and how they came to love each other in time. Eventually they reach the family room and enter as everyone looks curiously at the little redhead. Sitting with Itama and Tsunade is another woman. She has long blonde hair with two bangs that perfectly frame her face. She has fair skin and green eyes, with a buxom figure. This woman is Amaya Senju. The three look curiously at the matriarch as Itama asks, Ka-chan, who's the kid? Mito smiles and places a hand on the boy's shoulder. This Itama-chan is Naruto Uzumaki. He is 4 years old and an orphan, and as he is a member of my clan I have volunteered to take him in and raise him. Naruto-kun, this is my immediate family. The man is my only son and next head of the Senju clan. Itama, the blonde-haired woman, is his wife and my daughter-in-law Amaya. Finally, the little girl sitting on Itama's lap is my granddaughter Tsunade-chan. She's the same age as yourself. Naruto waves at everyone. Hello, nice to meet you all. Tsunade gets down off her father's lap and walks straight up to the redhead, inspects him closely, which kind of freaks him out, but only because there's a miniature version of his mother figure staring him in the face. After a few moments she backs off, smiles and puts out her hand. Nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Wanna be friends? The redhead blinks at this, but smiles nonetheless and takes her hand, shaking it, and responds, yeah sure Tsunade-san, I'd like that. With that she drags him over to the couch and the little group get to know each other better for the rest of the day, eating a small family dinner, and then retire for the night. Mito leads Naruto to an empty room on the second floor and opens the door for him. This will be your room from now on, Naruto-kun. I know that you just lost your parents recently, but I hope in time that you will come to view us as your family and this house as your home. Tomorrow morning after breakfast we will go out into the village to get you some more clothes, as well as supplies for the academy. Rest well, little one. Good night. Naruto for his part nods his head and responds, thank you, Mito Oba. I am really grateful for all this. Good night. She smiles at his as he heads inside the room and closes the door behind him. He proceeds to head over to the bed and lay down. Then he closes his eye, and when he reopens them he finds himself in the familiar space of his mindscape. When he looks down at the water he sees his 17-year-old self reflected back, except with his new red hair and minus the whiskers. Then he looks up at the towering form of Kurama. Well, we made partner. I've gotta say it was a shock seeing Sarutobi Gigi that young, but even more shocking to see Ba-chan as a little girl. The giant fox just snorts at that. Tell me about it, Kit. I'd estimate that we're back about 15 years before the Second Shinobi War. Starting tomorrow you're going to have to haul ass and start training to get back in shape and get a leg up on becoming strong enough to stop things from going pear-shaped. Also, don't draw on my chakra when you're around any leaf ninja. It will only end badly, seeing as in this time I am sealed inside of Mito. Naruto nods to that and yaws. Alright, well I am going to actually go to sleep. Talk to you another time, Kurama. With that he disappears from his mind, getting his rest for the days ahead. 5 a.m. next day. Our red-haired hero awakens with the sun. As he sits up in his bed he proceeds to rub the sleep from his eyes. Then he stretches his arms over his head as he releases a yawn. After that's done he hops out of bed, his feet hitting the cold wooden floor softly as he goes over to the window and looks outside to see the sun just barely in the sky. And smiles. Alright, time to get to work on getting my skills back up to scratch. Later on I have to go shopping with Mito Oba, so I think I'll just spam clones to work on shurikenjutsu and chakra control. I myself will do physical exercises. Have to see if Mito Oba will buy me some wrist and ankle weights to help make my body stronger and faster. With that in mind, he exits his room as quietly as he possibly can, careful to wake anyone, and heads downstairs. Once he is sure he hasn't woken anyone, he makes his way to the front door, puts on his sandals and heads out the door quietly, quickly making his way out of the Senju compound. As he's walking through the village, he's thinking of where he can go to train in private, where no one will see or hear him, when it suddenly comes to him, the Forest of Death. So with his training ground chosen, he heads to the 44th Training Grounds, aka the Forest of Death. After 20 minuets of walking, he reaches the Forest of Death, which is a training ground made up of hundreds of tall trees, and is surrounded on all sides by a tall fence with multiple gates. Naruto proceeds to put his hands in the ram sign and focus chakra to his legs, and when he feels he has enough, he takes a huge leap and completely clears the top of the fence and lands inside the forest. He proceeds to run deeper inside till he finds a clearing with a river running through it. Okay, this will do nicely. Time to do this. He puts his fingers in a cross-shaped sign and calls out multi-shadow clone jutsu, Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 50 clones appear, all looking identical to their creator, who clicks his tongue at the number but shakes it off and proceeds to give out orders. Alright, listen up. I want you guys to split up into 2 groups of 25. The first group will work on chakra control. Start with leaf balancing. I don't want to go through life this time with sucky chakra control. Group 2, you're working on shurikenjutsu. Since we have no shuriken or kunai to work with yet, use rocks and sharpened sticks. The clones all nod and salute at this and separate into 2 groups as ordered to go off and do what they're supposed to do. Naruto meanwhile decides to start his exercises, starting off with some stretching to loosen up the muscles. Then after that he starts off with 20 laps around the clearing. He finishes his last lap 25 minutes after he back and is only mildly out of breath, so he decides to take a 5-minute breather. He goes over to the stream and takes a handful of water from it and drinks it down. After his break he gets back to work, proceeding to do 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 50 squats, 50 jumping jacks, and lastly 50 chin-ups using a low-hanging tree branch. When he finishes his workout he looks up at the sky and estimates the time to be around 7 AM, so he decides now is a good time to head back to the Senju house and get a shower, have some breakfast and get ready for his day with Mito. Before he leaves he tells the clones to dispel in groups of 5 2 hours from now. Getting confirmation from the 2 groups of clones he proceeds to exit the Forest of Death and head back into the village proper. As he walks through on his way back to the Senju compound he notices that all the shops are now open or just opening, and he waves back to those who waved to him first. After another 15 minutes he gets back to the Senju compound, and as he walks through the streets every Senju clansman that sees him smiles and greets him kindly, to which he responds in kind. Senju main house. The redhead enters the house and takes off his shoes at the door and proceeds to head towards the stairs. However, he hears a throat clear from the family room and turns to find Mito standing there with her arms crossed over her chest. Where have you been, young man? Naruto chuckles nervously but answers, I went out to train. Mito-chan started training me to be a ninja before he died, and he said that no matter what happened I should stick to my daily training. So I got up at 5 AM and headed out to find a good training spot. Once I found a good spot I started with some stretches, then did some laps around the training ground. Then did 50 sit-ups, push-ups, jumping jacks, squats, and chin-ups. Then I worked on my shuriken and kunai throwing for a bit, and then finished off with chakra control. Mito's eyes widen at this news, though she is slightly surprised that he's doing such intensive physical training at 4 years old. Even Tsunade, who's been having physical training from herself, Amaya, and even Itama here and there since she was 3 only does 20 of every exercise, and has yet to work on chakra control. She quickly shakes it off and scowls. That's all good, Naruto-kun. However, you didn't have to leave the compound to train. We have a training ground behind the house. From this point on you will use those training grounds. I don't want to wake up to find you missing from the house and the compound ever again. I thought that you had run away. Naruto's eyes widen at this as he steps off the stairs and walks over and hugs the older redhead. Shocking her. I am sorry Mito Oba, I didn't mean to cause you any fear or hurt. I promise from now on I'll use the training grounds out back for my morning training, please forgive me. Mito just smiles kindly and wraps him in a hug. You are forgiven Naruto-kun. Now march upstairs and take a shower. You stink. I'll have some fresh clothes placed on your bed for you. And when you're dressed come on down to the dining for breakfast. The younger redhead smiles and nods his head, rushing upstairs to get freshened up. 20 minutes later finds Naruto entering the dining room wearing different clothes. The outfit he now has on consists of dark gray pants that go down to his shins, a short-sleeved red kimono shirt under which is mesh armor, tied at the waist with a dark orange sash. All in the eyes of the entire Senju family he looks a lot more like a ninja now. The first to greet him is the ever-energetic Tsunade. Good morning Naruto-san. He smiles at her and responds, good morning Tsunade-san. Then he turns to her parents. Good morning Itama-san, Amaya-san. The two reply to him in sync. Good morning Naruto-kun-san. As he takes his seat which is right next to Tsunade and across from Itama at the table, with Tsunade being across from her mother and Mito at the head. As they eat their breakfast of steamed rice, miso soup, grilled fish, rolled omelets tamagoyaki, tsukemono pickles, and dried seaweed nori, Itama decides to bring something up to Naruto. So Naruto-kun, Ka-chan says that you left at 5 this morning to train and didn't even leave so much as a note. Do you distrust us so much you wouldn't let us know where you are and what you're doing? The little redhead swallows his food as Mito glares slightly at her son. However before she can reprimand him Naruto responds, it's not that I distrust any of you Itama-san, it's just that I am used to getting up really early to train and I didn't want to wake anyone, plus it never crossed my mind to leave a note seeing as usually I'd be with my 2-chan to train. Seeing the conversation taking a sad turn, Tsunade decides to try to lighten the mood. Say Naruto-san, what kind of training do you do? Maybe we could train together from now on. The red-haired boy smiles gratefully to the blonde girl as he responds. It's nothing too major, I do 20 laps, then after a 5-minute break for some water and to catch my breath. I do 50 each of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, jumping jacks, and chin-ups. After that I work for an hour on shuriken and kunai throwing, and then finish up the last hour with chakra control training. I am still working on the leaf sticking exercise. Even Itama and Amaya's eyes slightly widen at this, as that's quite the workload for a 4-year-old, and can only wonder why his father would start him with something like that. Tsunade however pouts, you get to do chakra control training. That's not fair. 2-chan, Ka-chan, and Ba-chan said I have to wait until we start working on it in the academy. Naruto chuckles at this. Well, to be fair, my Ka-chan started me on chakra control training right after I unlocked my chakra. According to her, because of my lineage I have way more chakra than most kids my age. I think she said I have as much chakra as a chunin or something, so it's pretty important for me to work on controlling it. All the adults nod along to this, especially Itama, who decides to voice his thoughts. He's right, Su-chan. Being a full Uzumaki as he probably is means that his chakra levels are much higher than any other child, including yourself. The blonde girl turns to her father about to ask how he knows that. However, he's already anticipated the question. I know from experience, being half Uzumaki myself I have larger than average chakra reserves. Of course being half Senju makes them even slightly larger, but helps me with control. When I was your age I had the chakra levels of a fresh genin while everyone else in my age group had academy level chakra pools. The only non-Uzumaki or Senju that I've ever known that had a lot of chakra as a kid was the 3rd Hokage. Mito nods along to this, remembering how much chakra the 23-year-old had even as a child of 8. However, she shakes her head and clears her throat. Enough of this discussion. Tsunade-chan, since Naruto-kun is now a member of this household, if you wish it and he agrees, he can start helping you to learn chakra control training. The blonde beams at this and turns to the younger redhead, who only smiles slightly and nods his head, which causes her to get excited and hug him tightly, saying over and over again, thank you, thank you, thank you. All he can do is slightly blush from the contact, and pat her back. The adults all laugh at the two children. However, Tsunade eventually lets go of Naruto and goes back to eating, allowing the redhead to do the same. Once breakfast is done, Mito stands up and turns to the two children. Naruto-kun, Tsunade-chan, go get on your sandals. The three of us are going into the village to go shopping. Naruto-kun needs more clothes as even though Itama-chan's old clothes fit him okay, I don't want him to dress in his hand-me-downs. Also we need to get Naruto-kun the standard sets of training kunai, shuriken, senbon, and ninja wire. Tsunade immediately heads for the door to put on her sandals, however Naruto looks shyly at the older redhead. He rubs the back of his head and asks, "Say Mito-oba, can we maybe also pick up some wrist and ankle weights? I'd like to use them for training to help increase my strength and speed. I'd heard my Mito-chan talking once about how weights would help me to get stronger without keeping me from growing." Mito is surprised by his request but internally nods to his father's foresight. Of course we can, Naruto-kun. That's a very good idea, and in fact I think I'll pick up an extra set for Tsunade-chan. Tell me, Naruto-kun, did your parents begin to teach you any taijutsu style? The younger redhead shakes his head. No, though Tsu-chan did show me his own style. He called it Dragon Fist, Ruken. He said his style might not suit me, and that he had a little knowledge on other styles that he'd teach me next year. The woman nods along to this and comes up with an idea. Okay, well, Tsunade-chan is already being trained in the Senju style taijutsu by her father. Most of the kids at the academy are either learning the academy style or have begun learning their clan's style if they have one. I'll take you into the Senju archives later and we'll find you a taijutsu style to learn, okay? The boy nods his head to this and then the two head over to the door to put on their sandals, finding an impatiently waiting Tsunade, and after apologizing to her they head out the door. They spend most of the afternoon going from shop to shop. At the clothing store Naruto finds an outfit that he likes. Retaining the red kimono shirt and orange sash, but making the shirt blood red color to match his hair and adding the Uzumaki swirl to the back in white. He trades out the gray pants for dark red ones, as well as changing his white sandals for black, and he gets multiple sets of this outfit. At the shinobi supply store he gets 2 holsters, 2 sets each of practice kunai, shuriken, and senbon, as well as 3 spools of ninja wire. Mito also buys 2 sets of ankle and wrist weights, with the initial weight of the wrists being 5 pounds each and the ankles being 10 pounds each. After their shopping is done they head to a small restaurant for lunch, at which point Mito explains to Tsunade why she got the 2 sets of weights and hands 1 set to her granddaughter. After lunch they head back to the house, and when they arrive Amaya greets them with a slightly sad face, which concerns Tsunade and Mito, the second of which asks, "What's wrong, Amaya-chan?" The blonde woman sighs as she answers her mother-in-law. Itama is leaving on another mission. He promised me that he'd be home for a week after he got back from the last one, and it's only been 3 days. We got into an argument and he said that it was his duty as the son of the first Hokage to show the strength of the Senju clan. Mito shakes her head at this and pats the woman on the shoulder. He's so much like both his father and his uncle. However, instead of standing here sulking, you should take Tsunade-chan and the 3 of you should spend as much time together as possible till he leaves for the mission. I'll have a discussion with Saru-chan about not giving Itama any more missions for a month after he returns from this one. Amaya smiles gratefully to her for her words and takes Tsunade by the hand and leads her up to she and Itama's room to do just that. Mito then turns to Naruto. "Alright Naruto-kun, I'll take you to the basement now. That is where the Senju clan archives are at, although it's really just a big library filled with many scrolls on Tai, Nin, Gen, Ken, and even some Fuinjutsu." The 2 redheads go down to the basement, where Mito proceeds to take out a kunai and cuts her finger with it, taking the bleeding digit and swiping it across the door, which then proceeds to glow as seals spread over it. Then there's a click and the glow recedes. Mito smiles and opens the door, leading him inside. "What you just witnessed, Naruto-kun, is a piece of our clan's specialty, Fuinjutsu. Moreover, that was a blood seal. You will of course be learning how to create blood seals, but not for a long time. Anyway, the scrolls are arranged by type and the taijutsu scrolls are second shelf on the left." Naruto heads over to the taijutsu shelf and begins to browse through the styles there. After looking for a while he suddenly feels a pull towards a specific scroll. The scroll in question is blue in color with a picture of stars making up the Big Dipper, and the kanji on the front of it reads Hokuto Shinken, Big Dipper God Fist. As he reads the information on the style he begins to smile more and more, until eventually he's sold. He rolls it back up and heads over to Mito. "I found it. The perfect style for me to learn." He presents the scroll to her and when she sees which one it is she gasps, as the style he wants to learn is said to come from before the time of the Sage of the 6 Paths and originated in a foreign land. and was said to be the strongest martial art ever. She shakes it off and smiles at him. Well, you certainly shoot for the stars, don't you, Naruto-kun? Well, then you may have that scroll and learn from it. Now let's head back upstairs and get ready for dinner. He nods his head, and with that they head back up to the main floor, and as they do he finally gets the memories from his clones. At dinner that night they discuss plans for tomorrow, including Naruto's first day in the academy, and then afterwards go to bed. Leaf Academy. Next day. The Leaf Village Academy is a large building painted in reds. On the front of it is the kanji for fire. As the new school week begins you can find children of all ages milling about outside along with their parents, awaiting for the teachers to open the doors. However, standing away from all the happy families are two boys. The first leans against the tree in the front of the building. He's a tall boy for his age, standing at 39. He has spiky white hair, with dark eyes, and he has red lines under the corners of his eyes, and has slightly tanned skin. His name is Jiraiya, an orphan raised in the orphanage. The second boy is leaning against the side of the building. He is normal height for a boy his age, standing 36, has long, straight black hair which goes down to the middle of his back. He has pale skin and slightly delicate features. However, the most striking thing about him are his eyes. They are a golden color with slits for the pupils, and around the eyes is what appears to be purple makeup which extends partway to either side of his nose. His name is Orochimaru Habi, who was recently orphaned when his parents died during a mission. Suddenly the two boys' attention is taken by the fact that everyone becomes silent and stares in one direction. When they do look that way they see why. The Senju family have appeared. However, this time they have an extra person, a boy with short, spiky red hair and blue eyes, with slightly tanned skin, wearing an all-dark red outfit. While most can only wonder at who the boy is, Jiraiya and Orochimaru each have differing thoughts upon seeing him. Jiraiya thinks, "Tch, another pretty boy, and he's probably a jerk like Orochi-tem," while Orochimaru thinks, he looks strong, perhaps he'll finally be someone I can test myself against." Everyone begins to talk quietly about who the boy could possibly be, and why he's with Mito-sama and her family. Soon enough though the doors open and a couple chunin come out and direct the children inside. Naruto bids farewell to Mito and Amaya as Tsunade grabs him by the wrist and drags him inside into her classroom, leaving the two women to laugh. When they reach the classroom they find the teacher sitting there waiting and greeting all the students as they enter. When he sees Tsunade and Naruto he smiles slightly. The teacher is an average-sized man, standing at 59, with mousy brown hair and gray eyes. He wears the standard attire for a chunin which consists of an all-blue shinobi outfit, and some gray armor over his chest and back. The man's name is Iku's Hachibana, and he's a 35-year-old veteran ninja. He looks down at the children. "Tsunade-san, please head inside and take your seat. You young man must be the new student I was told about." Tsunade smiles at her friend and heads inside as Naruto nods his head to the teacher who continues, "Now I've been informed that you are a member of the Uzumaki clan in your unique situation. Know that I will not allow any kind of disruptions in my classroom, and I don't care what clan you're from or who you're related to. In my eyes you're just another student, understand?" The redhead nods in agreement. "Understood, sensei. Trust me, I am not here to play around. I've come to learn to be the best shinobi I can be." His response makes the man smirk as remarks, "Good. My name is Iku's Hachibana, but you can call me Iku-sensei. Now class is about to begin. I'll call you inside in a few moments and you can introduce yourself to the class." He heads inside and Naruto hears him telling the class to settle down as he takes roll call, then makes an announcement. "All right class, before we begin we have a new student joining us today. Please do your best to give him a warm welcome. Come in." With that the redhead takes a deep breath and exhales it. Then he opens the door and walks inside the class. Immediately his eyes scan the class to see if he can find any faces he recognizes besides Tsunade, and he finds both Jiraiya and Orochimaru who are on opposite sides of the room and both looking at him intently. Then he catches a face which looks familiar with a head of spiky silver hair and immediately knows that's Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, as only a Hatake could have hair like that. He walks up in front of the teacher's podium, and smiles and waves shyly at everyone. As Iku says, "Now introduce yourself, just your name, likes, dislikes, and dreams for the future." The redhead nods and looks at the class as he does as instructed. "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are ramen, learning new things, training, and gardening. My dislikes are perverts, the 3 minutes it takes for the water to boil for ramen, and anyone who puts another down. My dreams for the future are to be a great shinobi, bring everlasting peace to the elemental nations, and to have a family. Everyone has different reactions, all the girls besides Tsunade and one dark-haired one swoon at his dream of having a family. Most of the boys think his dream of everlasting peace in the elemental nations is stupid, all except Jiraiya, Tsukumo, and Orochimaru. After a few seconds Iku speaks up again. Alright, thank you for that, Naruto-san. Why don't you have a seat next to Tsukumo? With that he points to the boy in question who is sitting in the middle section, 3rd row, and Naruto nods and heads up there taking the empty seat to the left of the silver-haired boy. Thus begins his second stint in the academy. 6 months later. It's now been 6 months since Naruto came back in time. 6 months since he became part of the Senju family. And 6 months since he joined the academy, and it's been a hectic 6 months. He's been training like crazy. Every day he gets up at 5 a.m. Goes to the Forest of Death, creates as many clones as he can. Which is now 100. He then has them break up into groups of 10 to practice different things. The first group always works on chakra control, which they are now up to tree walking as they mastered leaf sticking. The second group works on shurikenjutsu, improving his aim. The third group works on the first of the basic 3, the substitution jutsu, kawarimi no jutsu. The fourth works on the transformation jutsu, henj no jutsu. The fifth group works on the last, the normal clone jutsu, bushin no jutsu. The last 5 groups have been working on new skills. The 6th group has been working on the body flicker jutsu, shunshin no jutsu, which is a high-speed movement technique. The 7th and 8th groups have been working on the beginning stances of the Big Dipper God Fist, which has been going incredibly well. The 9th group has been learning all about human anatomy to help with his taijutsu style, while the 10th and final group has been working on the fuinjutsu that Mito started to teach him 2 months ago. As far as his physical exercise goes, he's getting more and more fit, especially with the weights on his ankles and wrists, which are now up to 10 pounds on each wrist and 20 pounds on each ankle, and he now does physical training with Tsunade in the mornings. As far as the academy goes, he's quickly gotten to the top of the class, and has been classified as a genius alongside his new friend Tsukumo, as well as Orochimaru. That's another thing, he's made friends with a few people in his class besides Tsunade, the first of which is Tsukumo Hatake, and he's found the boy to be a lot more sociable than his future son. They even spar outside of the academy sometimes. The second person he's made friends with is Jiraiya, who became his friend after he defended the boy from some bullies who were calling him dead last due to his terrible grades and his lacking skills in every ninja field. Ever since, the two have been great friends, and the redhead has even been helping the white-haired boy with his shurikenjutsu and the basic 3. He's also become associated with Orochimaru, who sees him as a sort of rival, but has yet to take the step forward to becoming his friend, preferring to study and train alone. But he's made it his mission to break the young Sannin to be of that, thinking that if he can be a positive influence on the boy, then he won't become a crazy pedophile in the future. Another development in his new life is that it was recently learned that the Senju family will be growing by 1 more member. As Amaya is 4 months pregnant, Tsunade, upon finding out she was going to be a big sister, was ecstatic, saying that she was going to protect her little brother or sister from any and everything that would harm them. Naruto just congratulated Itama and Amaya on their news while going back to his calligraphy practice, which was a prerequisite to learn fuinjutsu. As a result of Amaya's pregnancy, Itama decided to stop taking missions for a while, instead taking up a job in the torture and interrogation division, also giving him more time to train Tsunade and help Naruto with refining his new taijutsu style against a superior opponent. But today will be different, as today Naruto and the rest of the class will begin training in their elemental affinities, but for the redhead, he'll start learning how to properly use his bloodlines after today. Leaf Academy, Iku's classroom. The veteran shinobi looks at his class, and can't help but to think about how much they've grown in the last 6 months. Which is why he has no problem with starting them on today's lesson. He clears his throat, getting everyone's attention as he speaks. Alright class, today we'll be learning something entirely new. Now, as you all know, we've been teaching you all 3 basic jutsu, those being the substitution, transformation, and clone. Now those were to prepare you for more advanced techniques, and today is the true start of learning those more advanced techniques. As he looks around, he sees that he has every one of their attention, and smirks internally at it. He proceeds to take out 2 stacks of papers and continues. Today we will be testing your elemental affinities. Now each ninja in the world is aligned to a specific elemental nature, which makes using jutsu of that element easier and jutsu of opposing elements harder. This paper I have here is called chakra paper and each of you will be receiving a piece. What it does, it tells you your affinity. Now pay close attention to what I say next, as I don't want to repeat myself. Everyone replies in unison. Yes, Aikus-sensei. He then goes into what Naruto has dubbed his Iruka mode and starts to lecture. Now each of the 5 elements does something different to this paper. If your affinity is fire, it will burn to ash. If your affinity is water, it will get wet and turn soggy. If your affinity is earth, it will crumble and turn to dust. If it is lightning, it will crinkle up into a ball. Finally, if it is wind, the paper will split down the middle. He then takes one piece into his dominate hand, which is his left, and puts it between his fingers. All you do is you place the paper between 2 fingers of your dominant hand and channel your chakra to it, and it will tell you what your affinity is. After saying this, he does just that and the paper burns down to ash, showing that he has a fire affinity, which causes all the now 5-year-olds to stare in awe. Before they start to talk excitedly about what their affinities could be, he stomps on the floor to get them quiet. Alright, when I call your name, come up here. Take a piece of paper and channel your chakra. At that point he begins to call names, and Naruto doesn't really pay any attention to most of them, as most of them get either fire, water, or earth. However, he pays attention when his friends are called, first of which is Tsukumo Hatake. The silver-haired boy walks down the aisle and up to the teacher. Taking his piece of chakra paper, he places it between the fingers of his right hand and applies his chakra, and surprisingly it crinkles up into a ball and emits sparks. Ikus whistles at this. Well, looks like we got our first special case. You have a lightning affinity, and from the looks of it a strong one. Congrats, Tsukumo-san. Tsukumo nods gratefully to the man and heads back to his seat with a smile on his face. The next person Naruto pays attention to is right after Tsukumo, Orochimaru Habi. As the pale loner makes his way down to the instructor and does as everyone else did. However, his is shocking too, as when he channels his chakra to the paper it splits in half. Aikus shakes his head at this. Damn, 2 for 2 on the prodigies and their affinities. You have a wind affinity, Orochimaru-san, which for the land of fire is incredibly rare. I've no doubt you'll be a powerful shinobi in the future. Orochimaru smirks at this as he heads back to his seat, and Naruto once again tones out Ikus-sensei. That is until he hears another friendly name called, Jiraiya no name. He watches as the white-haired boy scowls at the addition of no name to his first name, but still heads up to the teacher to take his paper. When he does, his paper burns to ash, showing he has a fire affinity, and after tossing away the remaining ash he heads back to his seat. A few minutes later he hears Tsunade's name called and pays close attention to see what her elemental affinity is. The blonde-haired girl excitedly takes the paper, hoping to have the same 2 main affinities of her grandfather, water and earth, so that she might also have inherited his wood-release bloodline. However, she is disappointed when the paper in her hand crinkles up into a ball, indicating her main affinity as to lightning. She scowls at the paper and tosses it in the trash as she turns on her heels and head back to her desk, pouting. After that, Naruto just tunes out the names again, thinking about the basic storage seal he was taught by Mito and how to improve it. He just barely manages to tune back in when he hears the name Izumi Uchiha, seeing as Uchiha comes before Uzumaki. The girl in question has the usual black hair and onyx eyes of the Uchiha clan, however her hair goes down to her mid-back, and she has a kinder looks to her face than most Uchiha. Izumi takes the chakra paper and channels her chakra, and unsurprisingly she gets a fire affinity, seeing as most Uchiha have it. Though she seems disappointed she does, maybe she was expecting a different result. After she gets back to her seat he finally hears it. Naruto, Uzumaki, you're up. At this he smiles and hops out of his seat, making his way excitedly down to the front of the classroom. When he reaches the front he excitedly takes the paper and places it between the pointer and middle fingers of his right hand and channels his chakra. What happens next shocks everyone, even the usually stoic Aikus. His chakra paper cuts into 4 pieces and each piece does something different. One gets soggy, one burns to ash, one crumbles to dust, and the last crinkles up and emits sparks. Internally the redhead laughs at the faces everyone is making. However, outside he tilts his head to the side confusedly and asks, "Did I do something wrong, sensei? What does this mean?" The man quickly coughs into his hand to regain his composure and answers, No, you didn't do anything wrong, Naruto-san, it's just that I've never seen something like this before. What that means is that you have a main affinity to all 5 of the elements. You are without a doubt going to be a powerhouse when you're older. You can take your seat now. Naruto nods his head and heads back to his seat and chuckles at the unbelieving face his friend Tsukumo is making. After that, class goes by as normal, even though most are wondering how the redhead got an affinity to all 5 major elements. After the academy lets out, with Iku's telling them that they'll all be given E-rank jutsu of their elements to learn for the next 6 months starting tomorrow. Naruto heads home with Tsunade. However, when they get to the house they find Mito waiting out front, but standing next to her is Hiruzen Sarutobi wearing his official Hokage robes and hat, which causes the redhead to tense up slightly. Tsunade however greets the adults with sourly, "Hey Ba-chan, Suru Oja-san." Noticing this, Mito looks concerned and asks, "What's wrong, Tsunade-chan? Why do you look so sad?" The little blonde pouts as she explains, "We had our elemental affinities tested today, and I have a lightning affinity." Blinking at this, the red-haired woman gives her granddaughter a confused look. "What's so bad about having a lightning affinity?" Tsunade sighs, "I wanted to have the same affinities as Hashijiji. I wanted to be able to use wood release like him, and prove that I am worthy to carry on his legacy." Sarutobi kneels down and takes her by the shoulders at that. "Tsunade-chan, you don't have to have Hashirama-sensei's bloodline to continue his legacy. You are his legacy, you carry his blood and his will of fire. Never forget that, young lady." This makes her feel much better as she rushes inside, leaving the 2 adults with Naruto, who upon seeing their looks chuckles nervously. 1 year later, Forest of Death. It's now been a year since the revelation that Naruto has all 5 major elements. That day when he got home he had a conversation with Sarutobi and Mito, who were both wondering how he managed it. However, he stuck to his innocent act and told them he had no clue, and that he didn't know what elements his parents had as they had never used elemental jutsu in front of him before they died. Sarutobi then offered to allow him to graduate early so that he could get a jump on learning to harness his elements and whatnot, but he declined, stating that he'd like to graduate with his friends, something with the 24-year-old understood. Over the last year, Naruto and his friends have all gotten taller and stronger. It's now a 3-way tie between Naruto, Tsukumo, and Orochimaru for Rookie of the Year. While Jiraiya, despite Naruto's help, is still the dead last, although that's only because his taijutsu is abysmal. And he can't make a bushin to save his life. Tsunade is by far the strongest kunoichi in the class, and unknown to the redhead has begun to develop a crush for him due to his kind nature and drive to improve himself. Also because of how he is with her baby brother. That's another thing. About 8 months ago Amaya gave birth to a healthy baby boy, with tufts of light brown hair and his mother's green eyes. They named him Nawaki Senju. Today is a break day from the academy and Naruto can be found in his usual clearing in the Forest of Death. Having left behind a strengthened shadow clone at the Senju house so as to keep them from being suspicious, the redhead takes a breath as he prepares to begin the next phase of his training, which is learning how to actually use the 3 bloodlines given to him by the tailed beasts. He takes a breath, makes the cross-shaped seal and calls out multi-shadow clone jutsu. In a puff of smoke 200 clones appear. Another great thing about the year is that his reserves have gone back up to Anbu level. He decides to hand out his orders. "Alright guys, break up into groups of 20. First group, continue chakra control, combine the water walking exercise with the leaf and kunai balancing exercises." The first group salutes and heads over to the river to do just that. He turns to the second group. Group 2, work on the stances for that kenjutsu style I found in the Senju archives. Group 3, you're on the next kata for the Hokuto Shinken. The second and third group move off in different directions to do as they're told. The kenjutsu style Naruto is referring to is called Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, Flying Heaven Governed Sword style, and is another ancient style he found in the Senju archives after taking an interest in kenjutsu 6 months ago thanks to his friendship with Tsukumo. He turns to the next 2 groups. Group 4, you get to read the intermediate anatomy books. Group 5, your job is to work on the new seals Mito Obasan taught me. With their orders in place they go to do as told, even though the fourth group groans about having to read. He turns to the next groups. Groups 6 and 7, your job is to split into 4 groups of 10. Each subgroup is to work on earth, fire, wind, and water nature training using leaves. The 2 groups salute him and move off to do their jobs. He turns to the last 3 groups. Alright groups 8, 9, and 10 your job is to begin training in our bloodlines. Group 8 you got magnet release, Group 9 lava release, and Group 10 boil release. Get it, boys. The 3 groups of clones move off to start their training. Grousing about lazy-ass originals, Naruto himself kneels to the ground and takes out a storage scroll. Releasing weighted metal plates from on seal within it and proceeds to add 1 more plate each to his wrist and ankle weights. Doing this increases their weight to 50 pounds per wrist and 60 pounds per ankle, after which he reseals the remaining plates and puts away the scroll and begins to do his daily exercises, which have also increased to 50 laps, 100 each of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, jumping jacks, and chin-ups. Because of his workouts and a healthy diet, he's much taller and better fit than he was the last time he was 6 years old. Now standing at 41, making him one of the tallest of his class, just below Jiraiya, who now stands at 43. After his physical training is done, he checks the time to see that he has only a few minutes to get home from breakfast, so he body flickers from the forest and appears in his room after a few jumps, where his clone is already waiting for him and it looks as sweaty as himself. He dispels it and heads to the shower. While he's getting himself clean, he can't help but think about how graduation is only another 2 months away, and wonders who his teammates will be and who their Jonin sensei will end up being. When he finishes and gets dressed, he heads downstairs for the usual family breakfast. As he enters, he finds that only Amaya and little Nawaki are already present. He smiles at them. "Good morning, Amaya-chan, and a special good morning to you, Nawaki-kun." He tickles the baby's tummy, getting him to laugh and clap his hands. As the blonde woman smiles at him, "Good morning, Naruto-kun. Did you have a good training session with Tsunade-chan and Tama-kun?" The redhead nods. "Sure did, though Tsunade-chan still can't keep up with me, although she comes pretty close. Must be her quarter Uzumaki heritage." Amaya just giggles at this, and a moment later said girl comes walking in. Tsunade has changed only a little in the nearly 2 years he's been living with them. She's grown taller, standing now at 39. With a slender build for her age due to her training. Her hair is now kept up into a single high ponytail, and she now dons a light green short skirt kimono, tied tightly at the waist with a dark blue obi. The skirt has a slit in the left leg for ease of movement. Also you can see a hint of mesh under armor over her chest. On her wrists and forearms is red arm warmers which covers her wrist weights. Her feet are bare right now, but she has bandages wrapped around her ankles and halfway up her shins which cover her ankle weights. All in all, he can definitely see hints of her future beauty in her features now. Seeing him staring at her, she blushes slightly, but decides to mess with him. "See something you like, Naruto-kun?" The redhead, realizing he was staring, blushes and shakes his head. "Sorry, Tsunade-chan, I was just thinking how much you've grown since we became friends." The blonde smiles at this and responds in kind. "You've grown to Naruto-kun. I don't care what anyone says, to me you're the best shinobi in the academy. Orochimaru and Sakumo are second best compared to you." Naruto nods his head in thanks as they take their usual seats at the table to eat, and a moment later Itama and Mito enter and breakfast begins. After breakfast, Itama looks at the 2 kids. "Hey Su-chan, Naruto-kun, how about we have a spar? The 2 of you against me." The blonde nods her head excitedly while the redhead smirk confidently. "You think you can take Tsunade-chan and I together, old man? After all, we are the best male and female student in the academy." The brown-haired man laughs loudly at this. "Ha ha 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 ha. Confidence, I like that. After all, I'd expect nothing less of an Uzumaki. Don't worry about me, kiddo. It'll be fine. After all, I received private instruction from 2 Hokages, as well as an Uzumaki seal mistress. Let's head out back." The 3 proceed to head out to the training grounds out back, which is within sight of the back porch. The 2 6-year-olds stand across from the 30-year-old man, as they all proceed to get into their taijutsu stances. Tsunade and her father both take the stance for the Senju-style taijutsu called 1000 branch fist, Sennin Shibuken, which is a style that revolves around overwhelming your opponents with powerful and unpredictable strikes. Naruto, however, takes the stance for the Hokuto Shinken. He takes a strong stance with his legs spread apart and bent, with his left leg leading his right. His hands are positioned in a specific way, with his right hand down low near his right thigh, and his left hand held up high in the air, and both are open-palmed. At an unseen signal, the 2 academy students and the Jonin shinobi rush each other and begin their spar. Leaf Academy. 2 months later, graduation day. The day has finally arrived. Today is the day that the students will take their first step to becoming real ninja and become genin. Everyone arrived early for the tests and have been chomping at the bit for it to be over. The first part of the graduation exam was a written test which had 20 questions that were meant to test their tactical thinking as well as their knowledge of history. The second part of the exam was shuriken and kunai throwing. In that test you got 10 kunai and 10 shuriken, and each hit of the bullseye for the kunai was worth 10 points, while each hit of vital spots on the straw dummies for the shuriken was worth 10 points each. On that test most of the civilian-born got a 60/100ths for both, which is just passing for the kunai and shuriken. However, the ones who did better were the clan kids who got 70 or 80/100ths on kunai throwing and 70/100ths on the shuriken. Only 2 kunoichi got more. Tsunade got 90/100ths on both, while Izumi Uchiha got 85/100ths on kunai, as one of her kunai was an inch to the left of the bullseye, while she got 90/100ths on the shuriken. After that, Jiraiya ended up getting 85s on both, showing his improvement. Then the 3 geniuses all got 100/100ths on both kunai and shuriken, although Naruto had to show off and throw all his kunai and shuriken at once, blindfolded. The third test was a taijutsu spar with a chunin. The rules were that you had to last at least 2 minuets to pass. And if you could last the full 5 without being co-ed or knocked out of the ring, then you'd get a 100 for the test. Most of the civilian-born kids just barely lasted the 2 minutes before being defeated. The clan children each lasted 3 minutes before being forced out of the ring or forfeiting. Tsunade went against Aikus himself and lasted 4 minuets and 25 seconds against him before he defeated her, while her rival Izumi lasted 4 minuets and 15 seconds against a Chunin Kunoichi. Then Jiraiya got his chance and actually lasted 3 minutes and 50 seconds using the Academy style before being knocked out by his Chunin opponent. Once again Naruto, Sakumo, and Orochimaru excelled in this test. The first one of the 3 to go was Sakumo, who managed to last the full 5 minuets and even managed to get his opponent down to his knees. After Sakumo was Orochimaru, who also lasted the full 5 minuets and even managed to beat his opponent at the last second by forcing him out of the ring. Naruto was last as usual, and he unsurprisingly lasted the full 5 minuets against Aikus sensei, but he used his Hokuto Shinken and hit the pressure points in the Mon's left arm, right leg, and spine to bring him make it so that he couldn't fight anymore until the damage was reversed. When it was over, the redhead reversed what he did on the teacher, gaining the Mon's gratitude, and was told that his style was going to be dangerous when perfected. Now they were waiting on the final test, which is the ninjutsu portion. From what he's heard, the ninjutsu test consists of the basic 3, as well as an E and D rank elemental jutsu. Eventually Aikus sensei begins to call names to come to the back room, and one by one nearly every person comes back in wearing a shiny new blue or black headbands. Of course 1 or 2 of the civilian kids fail and don't get their headbands. All of the clan kids come back out wearing headbands, some over their forehead, others around their necks or arms. Naruto really pays attention when his friends are called. Tsunade goes inside and nails the ninjutsu portion. First she substitutes with a fern in the corner. Then she transforms into her grandmother. After that she makes 2 perfect clones, and then body flickers from one side of the room to the other, leaving behind leaves. For her E-rank lightning jutsu she uses the lightning release, static strings jutsu, Raiden, Seiteki Suji no jutsu, to create strings of electricity that connect to a practice dummy and delivers small shocks to it. Then for her D-rank lightning jutsu she uses lightning release, lightning bolt jutsu, Raiden, Raikurai no jutsu, which she makes the hand signs and releases a short bolt of lightning from her hand which strikes the dummy and leaving electrical burns on its chest. Due to her perfect execution she receives her headband, which she asks for a green cloth, and ties it around her head proudly. As soon as she walks out with her protector, Naruto smiles proudly at her, causing her cheeks to heat up as she heads back to her seat. The next of his friends to go inside is actually Jiraiya, and the white-haired boy looks nervous as heck. Jiraiya, once inside, performs the substitution with a chair, then transforms into a perfect copy of the 3rd Hokage. He just manages to create 2 usable clones, and body flickers about 100 feet, which is the least amount required to pass. Then for his E-rank fire jutsu he uses the fire release, burning leaf jutsu, Kaden, Tensho Raifu no jutsu, in which he creates a small amount of burning leaves in his mouth and spits them out at the test dummy, causing minor irritation to the eyes and chest. Finally for his D rank he uses fire release, flash fan jutsu, Kaden, Senko Uchiwa no jutsu, which allows him to take in a fair amount of air while making 3 hand signs and then breath it out in a short funnel of flames which lasts only a couple of seconds in a V-shaped wave which causes light burns to the dummy. When he's done, he receives his headband and walks out proudly, giving Naruto a thumbs up to show that his remedial lessons really helped out. Next is Orochimaru, who as usual is calm. He performs the first 4 techniques perfectly, going so far as to transform into a perfect reflection of his dead father. For his E-rank wind jutsu, he uses the wind release, wind clone jutsu, futon, K's Bushin no jutsu, which allows him to create a clone of himself made of wind which he makes attack a dummy and it dispels right after in a gust of wind. For his D-rank jutsu, he uses the wind release, projectile deflection blast, futon, Hasha Tai Tawami Bakuhatsu, which allows him to build up a lot of air in his chest and then release it as a gust from his mouth strong enough to push back the dummy. Once he's done, he gains his headband which he ties around his left arm, and walks back into the classroom and quietly takes his seat. After that is Sakumo, who performs the first 4 perfectly. Then for his E-rank lightning jutsu, he uses lightning release, lightning clone jutsu Raiden, Raiko Bushin no jutsu, which allows him to create a solid clone made of lightning chakra. The clone proceeds to attack the dummy and each strike delivers shocks, and then it dispels itself. For his D-rank, he uses lightning release, electron jutsu Raiden, Denshi no jutsu, which after the hand signs are complete creates a crackling, sparking sphere of electricity in his hands which he tosses at the dummy, and when it hits it electrocutes it. Sakumo comes out wearing his headband the normal way, which just makes his spiky hair even spikier. The last one to get Naruto's attention is of course the second best kunoichi of the class, Izumi Uchiha, who looks nearly as confident as Tsunade did before her. Izumi, like all the rest, performs the 4 basic techniques perfectly. For her E-rank, she uses the fire release, finger flame jutsu, Kaden, Shushi Hano no jutsu, which allows her to channel fire chakra to her finger and create a small ball of flame over it, which she uses to carve the word idiot into the dummy. For her D-rank, she uses the fire release, flame knife jutsu, Kaden, Hano Naifu no jutsu. For this technique, she takes out a kunai and channels fire chakra into it, lighting on fire but leaving it unharmed, and then she throws it at the dummy and it cuts right through it. Izumi exits the room wearing her headband as a hairband, tying it around her hair. Then Iku's finally calls out, Naruto Uzumaki. The redhead stands up to head into the back, however he hears his friends all call out to him. First Tsunade, you can do it Naruto-kun. Then Sakumo gives him a thumbs up, crush it Naruto. And Jiraiya crosses his arms, show up Orochi Teme. Naruto just smiles at all his friends one last time before walking into the back room. Once inside, he finds himself standing in front of Iku's sensei and 2 other Chunin instructors, as the man who has taught him for the last near 2 years addresses him. Alright Naruto-san. For starters, you need to demonstrate the substitution, then the transformation, then the clone jutsu, and finally the body flicker. When that's done, since you have 5 elements, we'll need you to demonstrate 1 jutsu of each of them. The redhead nods at this but asks, say sensei, if I performed a different clone technique for the first portion, like say the earth release, shadow clone, Doden, Kage Bushin, could that count towards my clone jutsu and 1 of my elemental jutsu? Ikus and the other 2 Chunin blink at this before conversing together quietly for a moment. After their conversation is done, Ikus turns back to Naruto. We've come to the decision to allow it. The point is to make sure you make clones, no matter what kind they are. The boy nods his head and proceed to begin the test, as he first substitutes with one of the instructors before switching back. Then he transforms into a perfect copy of the first Hokage. After that he preforms the earth release, shadow clone as he said, and creates 2 clones of himself made from mud. After he dispels the 2 clones, they leave behind puddles of mud which he smiles apologetically for. Next he performs water release, gunshot, Sweden, Tepodama, in which he makes a few hand signs and takes a breath as his chest swells, and then he releases condensed balls of water from his mouth which move at high speed, hitting the dummy and puncturing holes into it. After the dummy is replaced with a new one, he then performs fire release, fireball jutsu, Kaden, Hidama, in which after making the 3 hand signs he takes a breath and releases a medium-sized ball of flames from his mouth which burn orange in color and set the dummy on fire instantly. After the Chunin put the dummy out with water release, Naruto moves on to his fourth element, preforming lightning release, lightning ball, Raiden, Raikyu, in which he raises his hands over his head and creates a small ball of electricity between them. Then he brings his hands down, tossing the ball at the dummy. When it hits, it covers the dummy in a swirl of electricity, causing electrical burns all over it. Then for his final jutsu he uses wind release, Gale Palm, Futon, Repusho, in which he first takes out a kunai and tosses it. Then he claps his hands and releases a gale of compressed winds which speed the weapon up and causes it to sink deep into the heart of the dummy. Once he finishes his last jutsu, the instructors congratulate him and he takes a blue headband and puts it around his forehead just like old times. When he walks out of the room, Ikus is following behind him. And as he makes up to his desk, Tsukumo high-fives him. The Chunin clears his throat to get everyone's attention. Alright everyone, first off I want to say congratulations to all of those who graduated. You have taken your first steps on your road to becoming splendid shinobi and kunoichi. For those who failed, better luck next year. Now you have the next week off, but be back here at 10 a.m. sharp next Monday morning for your team assignments and to meet your Jonin sensei. With that he dismisses them and everyone rushes out of the room. However, Naruto's friends gather around him as Tsunade hugs him. We did it, Naruto-kun. We're one step closer to being real ninja. The redhead chuckles at the blonde and pats her back. We sure are, Tsunade-chan. But next week we'll find out who our teachers for the foreseeable future will be. And I have this feeling that most of us will get someone powerful. Tsukumo chuckles at that. Well, I just hope that I am paired with you as a teammate, Naruto. I think you and me together with a competent kunoichi could be an unstoppable force. Jiraiya shakes his head. In any case, how about we all go out to celebrate our graduating? Pretty boy Hitaki is buying. Naruto nods his head. Alright, sure. That's so kind of you to buy everyone lunch, Tsukumo. Tsunade nods sagely as well. Yes, you have a kind heart, Hitaki-san. Said boy, however, just sits there with his mouth hanging open as he tries to formulate words. The redhead then notices Izumi and Orochimaru both by themselves and gets up and heads over to them. First the Uchiha girl. When she notices him she looks at him confusedly. Can I help you, Uzumaki-san? Naruto smiles softly at her and responds. Just call me Naruto. I hate formality. No, you can't help me, but perhaps I can help you. You see, a bunch of us are going to lunch to celebrate graduating and I thought maybe you'd like to come along? Tsukumo is buying. She proceeds to look at him incredulously. Is this a pity offer? Because I don't need, nor want your pity. I may not be like others of my clan, but I am still proud to be an Uchiha. The redhead shakes his head. It has nothing to do with pity, though I will admit there is another motive to my offer. The way I figure it is that we might get teamed up together and it's better to start to get to know a potential teammate now rather than later. Besides, everyone can use friends, even an Uchiha. As she looks at him trying to detect any lies, she finds none, only honesty, and so she gives him a gentle smile. Well, in that case then I would love to join you for a free meal. Naruto smiles at that. Good, head on over to the group and introduce yourself. I have one more person to talk to. With that he heads over towards the loner prodigy, while Izumi walks over to the little group and properly introduces herself to them. Naruto arrives at Orochimaru's desk just as the boy is getting up to leave, and when he sees the redhead he asks, "What do you need, Naruto-san?" The redhead looks at him seriously. You don't need to be alone, Orochimaru. I know the pain you must be feeling deep down, losing your parents at a young age. It's the kind of thing you never quite get over. My parents have been dead over 2 years and I still haven't gotten over it. The pale boy looks at him surprised, but quickly bows his head and hides his eyes behind his bangs. How do you do it? How can you be so cheerful despite the loss of your parents? Naruto pats his shoulder. You take it one day at a time. And you realize that no matter what, your parents loved you and they wouldn't want you to mourn their deaths forever. They would want you to live your life, make friends, keep moving forward and have great adventures. That doesn't mean you should forget them. You can still remember all the good times. Just don't get stuck in the past, because that solves nothing. Orochimaru looks at him in astonishment, seeing the wisdom in his words and realizing that if his parents could see him now that his father would smack him upside the head and tell him to go play with other kids and have fun. With that in mind he smiles softly and nods his head to the redhead. Thank you, Naruto-san, I will try to take your advice. Naruto just smiles at him and responds, well, you can start by joining me and the others for lunch. Our fellow genius Tsukumo is buying. The black-haired boy stands up and says 3 words, lead the way. With that, the two geniuses rejoin the group and the now 6 genin leave the classroom heading for a barbecue restaurant, not noticing Iku's smile at the scene as the man thinks to himself, I have the feeling that group is going to change the world in the future. I look forward to seeing where their paths take them. The week since graduation has gone by quickly. After leaving the academy that day, Naruto's group went to a barbecue restaurant owned by the Akamichi clan and had a nice lunch. Everyone talked and had a good time, though there were funny moments, like when Jiraiya got into an argument with Orochimaru over a piece of pork, and of course the funniest moment of all, when the bill came and Sakuma was forced to pay it, causing the silver-haired boy to cry a river of tears over the loss of his allowance money. After that, everyone went their separate ways, promising to meet up again in a couple days for a group spar. When Naruto and Tsunade got home, they were greeted to a party from the entire Senju clan to congratulate them for becoming genin. Each received gifts from the main family members. For Tsunade, she received a new kunai and shuriken holster from her parents, while Mito gave her a beginner's scroll on medical ninjutsu written by Hashirama himself, something which excited her a great deal. For Naruto, though, he received from Amaya a gray cargo vest lined with silver fur around the collar and the bottom. When asked why, she simply said, I thought it screamed Naruto. He thanked her kindly for it and slipped it on immediately. From Itama he received 5 scrolls of C-rank elemental techniques. One of each of the 5 main elements. Along with it he got a joking warning. Now don't go using those techniques to hurt people. However, from Mito he received a new katana. The blade in question is approximately 28 inches in length. The blade is made of chakra conductive metal and polished to a sheen. The tsuba is circular and takes the shape of the Uzumaki swirl, while the grip is wrapped in black-colored cloth. The sheath is made of a strong wood and colored black as well, with images of red plum blossoms decorating it. He took it with reverence as Mito explains to him that the blade's name is Kurohime, Black Princess, and that it had once belonged to a samurai who had married into the Uzumaki clan and was a master of his kenjutsu style. Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu. That mon's name was Kenshin Himura. Naruto thanked her with a hug for the sword and said he would use it well. After that, Naruto and Tsunade spent the rest of the week hanging out with everyone and getting to know the new additions to the group. In the course of the week, the 2 girls of the group developed a friendship and mutual respect due to their shared wish to be great kunoichi. Now here they sit awaiting Iku-sensei to enter the room and tell them who they'll be teamed with. Even though Naruto is already sure of one team for sure, the future Sannin taught by Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a few more minutes, the brown-haired man comes in and clears his throat to get everyone's attention for the last time. Alright, look alive everyone. Today you find out who you will be placed into 3-man squads with, and who your Jonin sensei, commander, will be. Pay attention, because if you miss your name I am not going to repeat myself. Everyone proceeds to pay attention at that as the man begins to call out team number and names. Naruto, however, does as he with Iruka in the future. Tunes him out, as he takes out a scroll and some ink and begins to work on another seal taught to him by Mito. This time it's a basic barrier seal. After working on it for a little bit, he tunes back in when he hears Iku say, Team 7 will consist of Orochimaru Habi, Tsunade Senju, and Jiraiya. Your sensei will be Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hearing this, everyone responds differently. Most of the class can't believe that the Hokage, the man called the god of shinobi, is actually taking a team. Orochimaru is pleased by the announcement, knowing that he can learn to be a truly strong ninja under the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya, while happy to be learning from the Hokage, is a little put off being teamed with Orochimaru and Tsunade, as he fears they'll make fun of him once they are away from his friend Naruto. Tsunade, however, is ecstatic that the man who was taught by both her grandfather and granduncle is going to be her teacher, plus it doesn't hurt that she's known him all her life. Ikus quickly clears his throat, bringing order back to the class. Yes, I know it's shocking that Lord Third is taking a team. However, he believes that it's time for him to pass down what he knows to the next generation. Now to continue, Team 8 will consist of, as he names, of 3 more no-name genin and 1 more jonin. Then he reaches Team 9. Team 9 will consist of Tsukumo Hatake, Izumi Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your jonin sensei will be Danzo Shimura. Now that one surprises Naruto. Don't get him wrong, he's happy that he's being paired with his friend Tsukumo as well as his new friend and second best kunoichi in the class, Izumi. No, what surprises him is their sensei, the man referred throughout the elemental nations as the darkness of shinobi, Shinobi no Yami, the very same man who in the future had wanted to turn him into a weapon from the day Kurama was sealed inside of him. He remembers that after Pain's invasion Tsunade fell into a coma and Danzo was named as the 6th Hokage candidate, Recounting Hokage Koho. Danzo was the man who had run a secret division of Anbu loyal only to himself called Root, and had wanted the Land of Fire to rule all the elemental nations. The man had gone so far as to have his right arm replaced with one made from the cells of the first Hokage and then implanted with multiple pairs of Sharingan. The man had ended up being killed by Naruto's wayward teammate Sasuke Uchiha, after a prolonged battle, which if memory served included Danzo summoning some kind of animal. He shakes off his memories and realizes that this Danzo has not yet become the one he remembers, and if he goes about it right might never become that man completely. Plus Danzo is supposed to be the second strongest guy man in the village right now after Sarutobi, seeing as they grew up rivals, meaning that he's at least an S-rank shinobi. He's brought out of his thoughts by Tsukumo clapping him on the shoulder. How about that, Naruto? Looks like we're teammates, and our third member is Izumi-san. The redhead smiles at his friends. Yeah, it's great. Also from what I've heard our sensei is pretty strong. The silver-haired boy gives him a confused look, however they both pay attention to Ikus again. The man finishes naming off the teams and says, "Alright, those are all the teams. Your Jonin-sensei will be here to pick you up soon. So until they do, why don't you all sit with your teammates and get to know them? It's been my pleasure to be your instructor for the last 2 years and I look forward to watching each of your careers." With that he turns and walks out of the room, leaving the genin to rearrange themselves into their teams. The third person, who usually sits at the same desk as Tsukumo and Naruto, gets up and moves and Izumi comes over and takes a seat. The Uchiha girl smiles at her male friends. "Looks like your insights were correct, Naruto. We've been teamed together, so what were you two boys talking about?" Naruto smiles at her while Tsukumo has a contemplative look and responds. "Naruto was saying that our Jonin-sensei is strong and I was about to ask him how he knows that." The redhead smirks at this. "Well, since I live with the wife of the first Hokage, I've met a lot of people over the last 2 years. Chief among those is the third Hokage. His teammates Homura-san and Kaharu-san. All three of them have mentioned Danzo Shimura before. According to Hiruzen, the man is the second strongest ninja in the village after himself. As he puts it, Danzo is easily an S-rank shinobi. He's smart, cold, calm, and collected." Izumi nods along to this. "I've also heard of Danzo Shimura. My cousin Kagami Uchiha was his teammate as genin and still goes on missions with the man at times, and he always speaks highly of his skills as a ninja." Tsukumo takes a thinking pose at this. "So what you two are saying is that we're going to be learning under a man nearly as strong as the third?" They both nod their heads in response, which causes him to smile slightly. "Good, then that means we won't be falling behind our friends who are trained by Lord Hokage." The other two chuckle at this, as they all fall into an easy conversation. Over the next 2 hours each team's sensei comes in and takes them away, until the only ones left are teams 7 and 9. The two teams come to the agreement to sit in the same section. When Tsunade brings up an interesting topic, "Do you guys think that Hiruzen-sensei and Danzo-sensei will have us do joint training sessions and joint missions?" However, before any of them can answer, Tsunade and Naruto hear a very familiar voice respond. "That's a very good question, Tsunade-chan. The answer to that is there is a good possibility of joint missions. Not sure about joint training sessions. What do you think, Danzo?" The 6 genin turn to see that standing in the doorway are 2 men. The first is easily recognizable to all of them as his face is carved upon the Hokage mountain, as well as the fact that he gave a speech on their first day of the academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Leaf, the god of shinobi, has changed very little in the last 2 years. He is now 25 years old. The lines under his eyes are a bit more defined and slightly longer. His hair is still spiky, and his goatee is still short. Today he's wearing a casual black outfit. Black pants tucked into mesh armor over the shins, a black long-sleeved kimono shirt with the end of the sleeves tucked into mesh armor over the forearms and white around the collar. Under the shirt is mesh armor as well. The second man, however, is new to every one of them. He's a handsome man with a serious face. There's an X-shaped scar on his chin. He has shaggy black hair which reaches eye level. His eyes are brown and sharp, making him look a little like a hawk. He wears a black bodysuit with wrist and shin guards, and his headband is tied around his head as it should be. He's also only slightly taller than Sarutobi, standing at 58. This man is Danzo Shimura, the darkness of shinobi, and Team 9's new sensei. The 25-year-old, S-rank shinobi grunts a little, I think that our teams would benefit from sparring and training together once a month. Hiruzen. As for joint missions, it is inevitable that the two teams will placed together for certain missions, as you cannot take your team out of the village being that you are the Hokage. Of course, whether or not they will be our teams remains to be seen. With that, he turns to the 6 genin. Team 9, meet me at training ground 9 in 5 minuets. Then he body flickers away, leaving Naruto, Tsukumo, and Izumi confused, but the three proceed to follow his example, saying goodbye to their friends and body flickering away. Hiruzen smiles as his future team. Alright, meet me at training ground 7 and we'll discuss what happens next. With that, he to body flickers away, his team following after him a few seconds later. Training ground 9. 2 minutes later, the 3 genin of Team 9 appear at training ground 9 just 2 minutes after Danzo. The man hums in acceptance of this. Alright, now that you're here, let's start off with introductions. I want your names, your likes, your dislikes, your current skills, and your hopes for the future. I'll start. They all nod at him, paying attention rapidly. My name, as you already know, is Danzo Shimura. I am a Jonin of the Leaf, formerly an Anbu captain. My likes are training, the village, and my fiancé. My dislikes are slackers, traitors to the village, and Hiruzen always being a step ahead of me. As for my current skills, well, that I'll leave a mystery for you to find out later. I'll say this though, I have a main elemental affinity for wind. As for my hopes for the future, I want the village to thrive. They all blink at this as Naruto thinks, so he's not yet a war hawk. Well, that's good. Hopefully me and the team can change him for the better. He comes back to reality when Danzo points to Tsukumo. You next, Silver. The silver-haired boy scowls slightly at this. My name is Tsukumo Hatake. I am the heir to the minor Hatake clan. My likes are training, learning new kenjutsu stances, spicy foods, and my friends. My dislikes are sweet foods, people who mess with my friends, and anyone who bad talks kenjutsu. My skills are pretty good. I can throw kunai and shuriken with absolute precision. Other than that, I am not telling. Danzo nods at this and then turns to Izumi. Your next, Uchiha girl. Izumi scowls at him and replies, my name is Izumi Uchiha. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. My likes are training, learning all about genjutsu and medical jutsu, dango, flower arranging, and my new friends. My dislikes include the arrogance of most of my clan, perverts, people who say women can't be as strong as men, and those who put down genjutsu. As for my skills, I think I'll take your route, sensei, and keep those a secret for you to figure out on your for my dreams for the future. I want to be a great kunoichi and have my name etched into history as the greatest mistress of genjutsu ever. Then I want to settle down and have a family with a man I love. The black-haired man chuckles at her attitude, then turns to his last student. You're the last one, Red, instead of getting angry or annoyed like he expects. Naruto just smiles as he responds, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan, as well as part of the Senju family. My likes are ramen, training, gardening, my friends, and the village. My dislikes are the 3 minutes it takes for the water to boil for ramen, perverts, people who look down on others just to make themselves feel better, and those who trample on nature. My dream for the future is to bring peace to the elemental nations through understanding and common goals, then to have a family. Danzo blinks at this, and can't believe the conviction behind the boy's words. However, he snorts at them. Peace through understanding and common goals. That impossible in the world we currently live in, Uzumaki-san. Also, I notice you skipped over your skills. The redhead shakes his head as he replies, I don't think it's impossible. You can disbelieve all you want, but I'll prove you wrong. As for my skills, not telling. Tsukumo and Izumi chuckle at his last words, while Danzo looks contemplative. However, he shakes it off and informs them. Alright, well, you've all passed the first part of your real genin test. You all kept your skills secret, which is a must for a shinobi. However, that was just the preliminary part. The main part starts now. At this, Tsukumo and Izumi are confused as the black-haired girl questions, what do you mean real genin test? I thought we passed the genin test in the academy. The 25-year-old smirks at this and answers, that test was to see who had what it takes to become ninja. The real genin test is administered by the jonin and is meant to weed out the weak from the strong. Amongst all the graduates, 66% will fail their real genin test. The other 33% will end up passing and becoming actual genin. Time to find out if you three are part of the second group. Both Tsukumo and Izumi balk at this. However, all three notice that Naruto isn't at all surprised by this revelation. Tsukumo decides to ask his friend, "Why don't you seem surprised by this, Naruto?" The redhead smirks, "I knew about the real genin test a long time ago. Itama-san told me about the test that his uncle the second Hokage gave to Lord Third and his teammates when they became genin. I just kept it to myself because it's supposed to be a surprise for the newly graduated genin." Danzo however sighs at this, placing his left hand at his waist and his right hand against his headband. "I am going to have a talk with Itama-senpai about revealing secrets." Naruto shakes his head and replies, "Don't be too hard on him, Danzo-sensei. In his defense, head had a lot of sake before he told me." The black-haired man shakes his head in exasperation, but quickly gets back on track. "All right, well, your test will be this." He takes 2 scrolls from his pouch and holds them out for them to see. "It will be your job to get these 2 scrolls from me. Within each scroll is the registration forms for active shinobi." Izumi decides to point out the obvious, "But sensei, there are only 2 scrolls." He nods his head. "You're correct, Uchiha-san. This means that only 2 of you will pass. The one who does not get a scroll will be dropped from the shinobi program completely and have all their chakra sealed off forever." Each of them react shocked to this. Even though unknown to all, Naruto's shock is faked. The man is satisfied by their faces and continues, "Your mission is to get these scrolls from me before lunch. If you don't, one of you will be tied to the posts and will have to remain here for all of lunch. However, as an added challenge, you'll have locate me in order to even attempt to get the scrolls from me. When you find me, come at me with the intent to kill. Your time begins now." With that, he throws down a smoke bomb, causing the 3 children to close their eyes and cover their noses and mouths. When they opened their eyes again, Danzo is gone. Tsukumo and Izumi immediately prepare to head off in different directions to find Danzo and get a scroll. However, Naruto stops them. "Wait, guys." This causes them to pause and look at him questioningly. "You need to stop and think. Why would only 2 of us pass while the third fails? As far as I know, the Leaf is known for its 4-man teams, not 3-man teams." The 2 6-year-olds consider his words, and it's Tsukumo who comes to the logical conclusion first. "It's a test of teamwork. Danzo-sensei is trying to pit us against each other so that we automatically fail." The redhead nods at this as Izumi chimes in, "Then we need to work together to track him and take the scrolls from him." The 2 boys nod along to this, and so the 3 fresh genin gather together in a circle and put their heads together to come up with a plan to take on their new sensei. Unknown to them, the man they are conspiring against is watching them from the surrounding trees with a smirk as he thinks to himself, "They figured it out pretty quickly." Then again, Uzumaki and Hitaki are 2 of the 3 prodigies of their class. Hiruzen was a fool to take on the balanced team. He should have paired 2 of the prodigies together with the Senju heiress. That would have been an unstoppable team. Oh well, his mistake is my gain. Let's see how well they do together against me. Just then 3 children break apart and Naruto proceeds to do something that shocks Danzo very much. For it is something the second Hokage used to do all the time. The redhead places a finger to the ground and closes his eyes and extends his senses, searching for Danzo's chakra signature, letting the man know the boy is a sensor. A few moments later, Naruto smiles and opens his eyes and stands up. Then, using hand gestures, signals to his teammates where their teacher is, and the 3 proceed to vanish via body flicker. A moment later, his danger sense screams at him, so he jumps off the tree branch he was sitting on, and a moment later he sees out of the corner of his eye a huge fireball set the whole tree on fire. He lands in the clearing he began in and instantly takes out a kunai to blocks a bunch of shuriken, then tosses the kunai in the direction the stars came from, only to hear the thunk of metal hitting wood. "Smart. Used a replacement as soon as I threw the kunai." Then from the river he hears his red-haired student's voice call out, "Water release. Raging waves, Sweden. Mazarapa." He turns to see Naruto spewing a large volume of water from his mouth like a waterfall. He speeds through hand seals quicker than the eye can see and takes a breath as he calls out, "Wind release. Vacuum wave. Futon. Shinkua." As he begins to spin and releases the breath he took, which compresses it into a single blade of wind which covers a large area, cutting through the wave of water. When he stops spinning, he doesn't get any time to rest, as he's placed on the defensive as all 3 of his students attack him with taijutsu. He smiles internally as he notices them working in perfect harmony, taking in the fact that while 2 of them pour on the pressure, the third tries to sneak or reach for his pouch to get the scrolls, only for him to send one of the others into that one. After 20 minutes of straight taijutsu, he sees Izumi go through hand seals before calling out demonic illusion, Hellfire, Megan, Jigoku Guka no Jutsu. A moment later he finds himself engulfed in red-hot flames. However, he realizes it's just a genjutsu, and so he cuts the flow of chakra through his body, and then releases a huge burst of his chakra which shatters the illusion just in time to hear Naruto say, Hokuto Hyakuretsu Dan, 100 crack snap. As he rushes the man and unleashes a barrage of punches at him that makes it look like he has 100 fists, he notices as he's blocking all the 6-year-old's strikes with ease, although most low to mid-level chunin would have trouble with them, that he is now missing his wrist and ankle weights. After the last strike, Naruto hops back from the man and soon his teammates join him with smiles on their faces. He scowls at the smiles on their faces. I don't know what you're smiling about, you haven't even gotten a hold of the scrolls from me. Just then Izumi and Tsukumo go into their hip pouches and pull out the scrolls, shocking him as he goes back to his pouch and finds that the scrolls aren't there anymore. Tsukumo decides to gloat a little. You were saying, Danzo-sensei? Looks like you were so busy with Naruto that you forgot it was 3-on-1. He smirks at this. You got me there. Got to say your taijutsu is impressive, Uzumaki. Now since Hatake and Izumi got the scrolls, that means that they pass and you fail. He expects that hearing this will cause Naruto to turn on the other two. However, he's further shocked when they throw the scrolls back to him with Izumi commenting, Sorry Danzo-sensei, but if Naruto fails then so do we. After all, it was him who kept us from turning on each other, and the majority of our battle plan came from him, so either pass all of us or don't pass any of us. At the end she punctuates her statement with a confident look. He turns towards Tsukumo and asks, Do you feel the same way, Hatake? The silver-haired boy nods his head seriously. He looks at the three of them standing together confidently and sighs, All right then, you all pass. This causes them to all smile happily and celebrate with a group high five. All right, settle down. Yes, you all pass and the four of us are now officially Team Danzo. As you surmised in the beginning, it was a test of teamwork, and the reason that 66% fail is because they choose to look out only for themselves and not refuse to work together. They forget their history and that the reason the Leaf is the strongest of the 5 great villages is because of teamwork as established by Lord First Hokage. They nod along to his words as he continues on. Now you have the rest of the day off. I have to go and inform Hiruzen that you 3 passed. I want you all here tomorrow at 6 a.m. for team training. Then after lunch we'll take a couple of D ranks, then after that a couple more hours of training and then home for dinner. Now get out of here, you brats. The 3 laugh at that and turn to leave. However, the black-haired man calls out, Naruto, stay back for a moment. The redhead looks confused but nods, turning to his friends. Why don't you guys go ahead? I'll meet you guys at the Red Leaf to celebrate our becoming a team. They nod and walk off. As he turns back to the Jonin, what did you need, Danzo-sensei? The man stares at him seriously before answering, I wanted to know about your taijutsu style. I've never heard of a Hokuto style before. Where exactly did you learn it and what's its focus? I noticed that you aimed your strikes for certain areas. Naruto blinks at this, impressed with the mont's observation skills. It's actually called Hokuto Shinken. I learned it from a scroll that was in the Senju archives thanks to Mito Obasan. It's an ancient style from before the time of the Sage of the Six Paths. It focuses on attacking 708 pressure points in the human body to destroy from within, but it can also be used to heal. Danzo is shocked to hear this, and impressed by the style as it seems similar to the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist except it doesn't target the Tenketsu. He shakes it off and nods his head to the boy. It sounds like a truly deadly style. Also, I've heard you have all 5 elemental affinities. I can't really help you much with most of them. I can teach you wind manipulation as well as some wind jutsu, and I can help with fire manipulation as it's my secondary element. Other than that, every other element you'll have to learn on your own. The redhead nods accepting to this and asks, Is there anything else, Danzo-sensei? The man shakes his head at this, so the boy turns around and runs off. A few moments later, Danzo himself leaves the training ground via body flicker, making his way to the Hokage's office. Hokage office. 15 minutes later, all of the Jonin sensei of the newly graduated genin are standing around the office of the 3rd Hokage. However, said man is absent, which is causing a few to get impatient. A few seconds later, the 25-year-old Kage arrives behind his desk via body flicker and looks at them all apologetically. Sorry to keep you all waiting. My test with Team 7 ran a little long. Well, let's begin. As I call each of your names, step forward and say if your team passed or failed. With that he calls the jonin of teams 1 through 6 and hears that only team 4 passed. Then it gets to team 7. Well, I am happy to announce that team 7 passed by the skin of their teeth. During the initial test, which was the bell test, they thought of only themselves. Tsunade, Senju and Orochimaru hubby managed to each get a bell, while Jiraiya was tied to the stump. I failed them, then gave a secondary test. I gave a lunchbox each to Orochimaru and Tsunade and told them we would start again after lunch and not to feed Jiraiya. Then I body flickered away to hide and watch what they would do. This test they passed by each offering the boy a part of their lunches. In the end they understood the importance of teamwork, and thus Team Hiruzen is now official. Everyone is surprised to hear this except for Danzo, who knew the man wouldn't have failed the granddaughter of the founder or the third prodigy of the academy. After that, Team 8's sensei says that her team failed, and that brings it to Danzo. Team 9 passed with flying colors. That really shocks everyone, as the man has never passed any team before, so Sarutobi decides to ask, "Really, Danzo? That's surprising considering your track record. Pray tell, how did they pass your test?" The black-haired man continues to lean against the wall with his arms crossed as he answers. Well, they got the gist of the test from the beginning. Uzumaki got it right off and then helped the other two to come to the same conclusion. After that I was surprised to find out that Uzumaki is a censor type like Lord Second, and they found me pretty quickly. After that they kept me on my toes with good teamwork. First the Uchiha girl flushed me out of my hiding spot with a fireball. Then the Hitaki boy tried to get me with shuriken, which I blocked with a kunai and then threw the kunai at him. But he substituted with the almighty log. At this everyone chuckles and bows their heads in reverence of the log. He clears his throat and continues. Then Uzumaki used one of his 5 elemental natures and fired off a C rank water jutsu at me, which I countered with a B rank wind jutsu. After that the 3 attacked me in unison with taijutsu and worked pretty damn well together, as 2 would try to distract me while the 3rd went for my pouch. That failed, so then the Uchiha cast a genjutsu on me to make me think I was consumed in flames. I broke it pretty quickly, however it gave Uzumaki enough time to set up an advanced taijutsu attack. Blocking the boys' strikes distracted me enough that I lost track of the other 2 and they managed to get the scrolls from me. When I told them they passed and Uzumaki failed, they threw the scrolls back to me and said they all pass or they all fail. So I passed them for showing solidarity. Therefore Team Danzo is now official. Everyone looks on in shock and some pride at this. As he addresses Sarutobi, Hiruzen, I have to say you were a fool to not take all the prodigies together. That would have been an unstoppable team. As it is the 2 prodigies I have as well as the second best female student are going to be a hell of a team. I am actually looking forward to training the snot-nosed brats. The 3rd Hokage smiles at this. Glad to hear you say that, Danzo. I look forward to our first joint team spar training session. To see who the better teacher is. After that it continues on to the last team. Team 10, who unsurprisingly failed. With that over, Sarutobi dismisses everyone except Danzo. And as the man stands there staring at his former friend and rival, he can't help but to think back to more innocent days. He quickly shakes his head and speaks to the former Anbu. Danzo, I want you to make sure you get to know your students, cultivate relationships with them, be an older brother figure to them, and guide them down a good path. Don't be standoffish with them and treat them as disposable tools. Remember that shinobi are people and each one has something different they fight for. His fellow 25-year-old just nods his head at this. Don't worry, Hiruzen. If I am going to take the time to teach these kids, then I am not going to treat them like they aren't worth my time. You just worry about your team and be prepared to nurse their broken egos in a month from now. If there is nothing else, Hokage-sama. The brown-haired man shakes his head and the other man body flickers away, leaving the Hokage to do his paperwork and think about what kind of training to put his new team through starting tomorrow. 3 months later. Training Ground 9. It's been 3 months since the team placements and the true genin tests. In that 3 months both Teams 7 and 9 have continued to grow as shinobi. With Team 9 they have been learning a great deal from Danzo. Every morning except Saturdays and Sundays, they gather at Training Ground 9 for morning training. They start off every morning with a workout of push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, squats, chin-ups, laps around the training grounds, and then a group spar, strictly taijutsu. After that they take a break for an hour. Then they move on to improving their skills. First taijutsu, correcting all the mistakes from their earlier spar, and moving on to the next set of kata of their individual styles. After taijutsu is kenjutsu. Now that was a bit hard for Izumi at first, as she'd never even touched a sword, so Danzo told her to ask her uncle Kagami to help her find a kenjutsu style that would suit her. The next day she showed up with dual kodachi and an old kenjutsu style called kodachi Nito Ryu, double kodachi style, so since then she's been learning how to use it to a good level while her teammates have been increasing their proficiency with their own unique styles. After kenjutsu is ninjutsu training. Danzo has the belief that in order to properly use elemental ninjutsu one has to have a good grasp of said element. In that vein he's been teaching them the first steps of elemental manipulation. For each one it's different. For Naruto he has to cut a leaf in half using wind chakra. For Izumi she has to burn a leaf starting from the center by converting her chakra into pure heat. And for Tsukumo he has to make the leaf crumple up between his hands by turning his chakra into electricity. Each one has made pretty good strides. Naruto has managed to cut 3/4 of the leaf with his wind chakra, Izumi has managed to burn half of her leaf from the center with her fire chakra, and Tsukumo has managed to crumple 3/4 of his leaf with his lightning chakra, besides that he's taught them a few more jutsu for each of their elements, so they now each have 3 C rank elemental jutsu apiece. After ninjutsu of course is genjutsu, a subject which Izumi excels in. Especially now that she has her Sharingan. At the end of the first month of their training Danzo decided it was time that girl activate her family's bloodline, and so he asked the members of his former Anbu team to attack the girl on her way home and make their attempts to kill her as real as possible. The ploy worked, and that night Izumi activated the Sharingan. Ever since her genjutsu prowess has increased, even though she chooses not to learn any new genjutsu with her bloodline. Naruto and Tsukumo on the other hand have managed to learn only a few minor genjutsu, demonstrating that neither one will ever be true genjutsu types. After genjutsu training is always lunch, then they take on D ranks, which in Naruto's own words are meaningless tasks that the civilians are too damn lazy to do themselves. Things like painting fences, weeding gardens, walking dogs, and the worst of all, capturing the fire lady's cat, Sora. They've taken that mission 5 times already. And each time the redhead swears that Sora must be the father or grandfather of Tora the demon cat from his original time. Just like the latter mentioned cat, Sora hates his and Tsukumo's guts and always seems to relax when held by Izumi. It's enough that Tsukumo always comments about how cats like that or why he's a dog person. After evil D ranks they return to the training grounds and do 2 more hours of training. Focusing mainly on teamwork and chakra control. After the 2 hours are up they head home for dinner and to rest up to start the process over the next day. On their days off each one spends time relaxing and working on individual projects at their own homes. For Izumi she spends her time continuing to learn her kenjutsu so that she can catch up to her teammates in that area. For Tsukumo he spends time with his father learning the responsibilities of being the next head of the Hitaki clan, as well as taking care of the puppies of the family's dog summons. Naruto spends his days off continuing his studies of Fuinjutsu under the careful watch of Mito. Recently he got some good news from the elder redhead. He has reached a level in Fuinjutsu that he is now considered a level 2 seal master, which means he's only 8 levels away from being a level 10 seal master. However, she stopped his excitement at the announcement by telling him he's about 18 levels from being an Uzumaki seal master, but said that once he reaches level 10 she'll give him her brother-in-law's notes on a special Jikuken ninjutsu that the man developed, and that she has no doubt that he'll be able to improve it when the time comes. Another thing to happen over the last 3 months is that Teams 7 and 9 have had 2 training, sparring sessions to test their skills and the efficiency of their teachers. Unfortunately for Team 7 they've lost both the spars, mainly because Team 9's teamwork is way better, as they work as a cohesive unity. While the 3 members of Team 7 spend half their time fighting each other, especially Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade tries to play mediator between her teammates, however that quickly fails and her temper comes to the forefront when Jiraiya calls her flat chest and she proceeds to beat him down. However, thanks to the training part of the sessions, the 2 S-rank shinobi have found out that the members of their teams work well together. Especially with Naruto leading all of them. That's something both men noticed immediately in the first session. Initially Team 7 continued to bicker, blaming one another for their loss. However, the redhead stepped in and stopped their arguing and said they were all to blame and needed to work on how to be a team better. Then he led them through training, instructing each of them on where they needed to be and what they needed to work on to be better. They even decided to switch up their team's configuration during the second training session. They paired Naruto with Tsunade and Jiraiya first, and the Uzumaki didn't disappoint, leading the two other kids to a victory over Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Izumi in a game of capture the flag. Then they paired him with Tsukumo and Orochimaru to see if having the three prodigies together would work out, and it did marvelously. The three worked in perfect unity, each one understanding what the other was thinking immediately, and they even won the second game of capture the flag. Then they paired Naruto with the two girls and the same results. He led them to victory, both of them hanging on his every word and command, especially Tsunade, who they noticed has a huge crush on the boy. Finally they teamed him up with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and he actually managed to get the two boys to put aside their differences and work together as a unity and just barely eke out another victory. After witnessing this, they realized that among the group of 6 that Naruto is without a doubt the linchpin as well as the de facto leader. Today finds the two teams preparing for their third spar in the last 3 months. Hiruzen and Danzo are standing to the side ready to call the match to begin. Both teams are huddled together in separate circles discussing how to best handle their opponents. Naruto gives the plan to his teammates. Alright, here's how this is going down. Tsukumo, I want you to focus on Orochimaru. You're about equal in taijutsu, but if it comes down to ninjutsu, your lightning element cancels out his wind and vice versa. The silver-haired boy nods to this. Good thinking as usual, Naruto. I have to say that I was going to suggest just that. You know me well, buddy. The redhead smiles at him. He then turns to Izumi. Izumi, you're going to take Jiraiya. His weakness is genjutsu. He sucks at it, so hit him with one that will take him out of the fight. I'll take Tsunade-chan. I know how to neutralize her taijutsu style. Also, just like with Orochimaru and Tsukumo, I have the canceling element to her lightning. When I get the chance, I'll slap a paralyzing seal on her. Despite being part Uzumaki, she sucks at fuinjutsu. The black-haired girl nods along to this. Understood, Naruto. I'll hit the little pervert with the perfect genjutsu for someone like him. Tsunade-chan may get mad at you for using a seal on her. Naruto chuckles at this. It'll be okay. Even if she gets mad, she'll forgive me by the end of the night. After all, we're best friends. This causes his teammates to sweat drop and think. More like because she has a freaking crush on you, moron. With that, they break apart and stand ready for the spar. Team 7 on the other hand are not as good on the planning, as Jiraiya can be heard loudly declaring, I am kicking Tsukumo's butt. Orochi Tem, you can have Naruto. And flat chest, you can take billboard chest. Now let's go. His comments have the effect of making Orochimaru, Naruto, and Tsukumo to shake their heads, while Tsunade and Izumi both gain tick marks over their eyebrows as they both go red in feminine fury. However, before the blonde-haired girl can do anything about it, the impatient boy goes rushing forward to take on his self-appointed opponent. Seeing this, Team 9 immediately go into action. Tsukumo and Naruto vanish via pure speed and appear in front of Orochimaru and Tsunade respectively and begin to engage them in taijutsu. Jiraiya, seeing this, groans, oh come on. I said I wanted Tsukumo, damn it. Then he feels someone tap him on his shoulder and feels a shiver go down his spine as he turns to find Izumi smiling sweetly at him with her Sharingan active. As soon as he makes eye contact with her, he hears, demonic illusion, anti-pervert jutsu. As soon as those words are uttered, his world changes, as he proceeds to be subjected to unspeakable images and starts screaming like a little girl before passing out muttering, too many dudes, too much penis. Izumi smirks in triumph as she gives him a good swift kick to the balls for extra measure and walks away, while hearing Tsunade say, way to go, Izumi-chan. The two 25-year-old teachers each do different things. Danzo chuckles at the stupidity of the white-haired boy, while Hiruzen puts his face in the palm of his hand and shakes his head. Why must Jiraiya-kun be such a fool? Naruto and Tsunade continue their exchange of taijutsu, as they seem to be equal, causing the blonde-haired girl to smile. Good to see you're keeping up with your training, Naruto-kun, but I thought that by now you'd be much better than this. The redhead shakes his head with a smirk. Oh, you want to see better, Su-chan. This causes her to blush and mess up on of her strikes, giving him the chance to get into her guard, as he goes into his hip pouch, scaring her. However, her fear quickly recedes when she sees he's just getting out a paper. However, she gets a surprise. He slaps it to her chest, makes a ram seal and says, paralysis seal activate. Right after he says it, the paper on her chest lights up with chakra and sends a miniature shock through her nervous system, causing her body lock up and making her unable to move. she proceeds to glare at him. No fair, Naruto-kun. You distracted me so you could use Fuinjutsu on me. Let me go right now. Naruto smiles sheepishly at her. Sorry Tsunade-chan, I can't do that. Not until Tsukumo has finished with Orochimaru. Also you should know that when it comes to being a ninja there is no such thing as fair. So please just stay there for a little while longer and then I'll release you. She just proceeds to glower at him in response. However, she doesn't get to do it for long as she looks over to the fight between Orochimaru and Tsukumo to see that the silver-haired boy now has the point of his tanto to the throat of the downed black-haired boy. You have no choice, Orochimaru. You must yield. The pale-skinned boy knows he's right, so he sighs and responds, You are correct, Tsukumo-san. I yield. Tsukumo smiles at this as he puts his blade away and helps his friend up. Naruto proceeds to make the ram seal again and say, Paralysis seal release. The seal on Tsunade's chest glows again and then falls off. A moment later she finds herself able to move freely again. Izumi can be seen to be waking up Jiraiya by pouring cold water over his head. The two teachers look at them all seriously, and as Hiruzen is about to speak to his team first, a bird-masked Anbu appears kneeling in front of him. Hokage-sama, we have a problem. The brown-haired man instantly goes into his Hokage mode. Report. The masked man immediately responds, Our sentries have reported that there is a large group of bandits making their way towards Tanzaku town. According to the reports they number at least 200. Also it appears that they are being led by a missing nin from Rock. Hiruzen takes this in and asks, Who is the nin and what's his level? The elite shinobi answers promptly. The ninja in question is Daichi Kurotetsu, A rank Jonin level. The mayor of Tanzaku requests an immediate mission to take out the group. Before Sarutobi can respond again, Danzo speaks up. My team and I would be more than happy to help the people of Tanzaku town and destroy the bandits, Hokage-sama. The brown-haired man looks at his former friend seriously. Are you sure about this, Danzo? This mission is B rank and your team are still fresh out of the academy. The black-haired man nods his head. Yeah, I am sure. In fact, you could make it 2 missions. AC rank for the genin of protecting Tanzaku and eliminating the bandits, as well as AB rank for myself of taking out Kurotetsu. The third Hokage thinks about this a moment and then nods his head. Alright then, but the condition for this is that the C rank is for both teams 7 and 9 together. I think it's time my team got some experience outside the village walls as well. Danzo nods in acceptance of this as he continues. Alright then, teams 7 and 9. Your mission is to protect Tanzaku town from the bandit horde, and when the opportunity presents itself, eliminate every last one of them. Danzo Shimura, sensei of Team 9, your mission is to track down the rough rock shinobi Daichi Kurotetsu and send him to the next life. You all set out in 2 hours. Dismissed. He gets a round of yeses from all the children as they rush off to their homes to prepare for their first ever real mission. Hiruzen turns to Danzo with complete seriousness, giving the man a look that proves why he is called the god of shinobi. Their safety is in your hands, Danzo. Make sure they all come back safely and with only minor injuries, because if they die or come back seriously wounded, then I will remind you exactly why I am known as the god of shinobi. Danzo for his part seems unfazed, however he nods his head. Don't worry, Hiruzen, the children will be perfectly fine. I want all of them to come within even a meter of my fight with Kurotetsu. Bandits pose no real problem for shinobi, even if those shinobi are a bunch of 6-year-olds. Sarutobi nods empirically at this as his former friend body flickers away to prepare for the missions. The man called the third Hokage decides he should get back to his office to finish paperwork as well as prepare for Mito to come to him to complain about giving Tsunade and Naruto AC rank. Perhaps I can convince her that there won't be any kind of problem by assigning another Jonin to watch over the 2 teams while Danzo is completing his mission. Last thing I need right now is to have the matriarch of the Senju clan screaming in my ear with that infamous Uzumaki temper. With that thought in mind, he himself body flickers back to his office, hoping nothing terrible happens. We now find the 6 genin standing near the northern gate of the village awaiting the arrival of Danzo. They don't have to wait too long before the black-haired man appears via body flicker. However, he isn't alone as there is a woman with him. The woman in question is quite beautiful, standing at 53, with long, black hair which is pulled back in a twin bun locked by a traditional Japanese hairpin with 2 pearls dangling off the side. She also has fringes that cover her forehead protector. Her eyes are dark. Her shinobi attire consists of a simple black outfit, a gray breastplate, arm guards, fishnet tights with a skirt over it, a pouch strapped to her back with bandages, and regular shinobi sandals. This kunoichi is well known to both Naruto, Tsunade, and even Izumi, as she is one of the students of Tobirama Senju, as well as Hiruzen Sarutobi's female teammate, and a friend to Kagami Uchiha. Her name is Kaharu Udatane. Naruto smiles at the woman. "Kaharu-san, what are you doing here?" The woman smiles slightly at the energetic redhead and responds, "What have I told you about calling me San, Naruto-kun? As for why I am here, Hiruzen has decided that 6 fresh genin cannot be left to their own devices on AC rank, and so has assigned me to watch over you all as well as help to continue your training while guarding Tanzaku town." Hearing this causes Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo to groan, while Tsunade and Izumi smile hearing that the powerful kunoichi is going to be their leader, teacher for their C-rank mission. Naruto on the other hand just chuckles. Hi Kaharu Oni-san, Hiruzen ni got an earful from Mito Obasan about the mission, didn't he? So he decided to add you on as our babysitter. This causes Kaharu to giggle and Danzo to chuckle as the man says, "You got it one, Naruto." Still, even if Mito-sama hadn't badgered Hiruzen, he still would have assigned another jonin to this mission as a precaution. Everyone nods along to this, understanding the reason for it being that while highly trained, they are still only 6 years old, 7 in the case of Tsunade and Izumi. The S-rank ninja then clears his throat. "Alright teams, you know what your mission is. You 6 and Kaharu are to guard Tanzaku town from bandits, and if the opportunity presents itself you are to eradicate every last one of them. Follow Kaharu's orders as if they were mine or Hiruzen's until I return from my own special mission. Is that understood?" He gets a round of "Yes Danzo-sensei" from all 6 of them and nods. "Alright then, let's move out. Tanzaku town is 6 hours tree hopping from here." With that, the group of 8 runs out of the gates, jumps up into the trees and starts to make their way to Tanzaku town, with Danzo leading the way, Naruto and Izumi in the middle, and Tsukumo bringing up the rear of their group. That same configuration can be seen with Kaharu and Team 7, the elder kunoichi in the front, Tsunade and Orochimaru in the middle, and Jiraiya at the rear. 6 hours later, Tanzaku town gates. After 6 hours of near non-stop travel, the now group of 7 finally reach the gates of the high walls of Tanzaku town. The reason they are now only 7 is because when they were an hour away, Danzo broke off from them and headed off to get started on his mission of taking out Kurotetsu. When the 7 leaf shinobi land in front of the gates, they startle the guards, who instantly point their spears at them as the one on the left speaks, "State your names and business." Kaharu glares at the scared man. "We are the leaf shinobi that were requested to help with the bandit problem." The 2 men finally notice the symbol on their forehead protectors and relax. The man to the right sighs in relief. "Thank Kami, you're finally here. I hope I don't offend when I say this, but we were expecting much older shinobi, much like yourself. Not a bunch of little kids." The black-haired woman snorts at this. "These little kids, as you put it, are highly trained killers. Bandits will pose no problem at all for them. If it makes you feel any better, I am a jonin level kunoichi and was trained personally by the second Hokage." This causes the 2 men to brighten significantly, as everyone in Fire Country knows of Tobirama Senju and his prowess. The one on the left speaks again. "That's great. Head on in. The mayor is awaiting you." The woman nods her head and motions the genin to follow her as they all head inside the town. Soon enough they reach the mayor's residence and meet the man. He tells them that the bandits always attack in the cover of night and that their militia doesn't have the training to deal with so many, as they are just men from the town who have basic training from the Fire Lord's samurai. Kaharu inclines her head to this and tells the man, "Don't worry sir, me and my genin will protect the town from the bandits. I have a comrade who is at this very moment dealing with the problem of their shinobi leader, and once he is dealt with, I have the feeling that these bandits will become much less controlled and coordinated." This causes him to sigh in relief as the kunoichi leads the 6 genin back out of his house and out into the town. Once they are far enough away, she turns to the 2 teams. "Alright, here's how things are going to go. You're going to be split into 3 groups of 2, and each group is going to take a gate." They nod in understanding as she continues. "First group will be Tsukumo and Jiraiya. You 2 boys will take the eastern gate. Next will be Orochimaru and Izumi. You'll take the western gate. Last is Naruto and Tsunade. You 2 will take the southern gate. I'll take the northern gate myself, but I'll be sending a shadow clone to check on each of you every hour. Now go." The kids proceed to do as told, breaking up into their duos and then hopping off to their posts to watch and wait for the bandits to strike. Tsunade and Naruto reach their gate. telling the guards that they are Leaf Genin, making them relax slightly as the two all walk up to the top of the wall and take a seat watching for any kind of movement. While they wait, they decide to take out some rations and eat in order to keep up their chakra levels and their energy. 2 hours later, while they are waiting, the blonde asks her friend a question. Say, Naruto-kun, what do you think it would be like to have a bloodline? The redhead cocks his head to the side as he contemplates this and responds with a question of his own. Why do you ask that, Tsunade-chan? It's a bit odd of a question to ask when we're on our first real mission. She looks kind of sad as she responds. I've always wondered what it would be like. I was disappointed when I didn't get Hashirama Gigi's bloodline, and the fact that my brother might develop it kind of gets to me. Also, you have a teammate with a bloodline, and I am sure it makes her slightly better than she would be without it. At this he sighs as he shakes his head. Bloodlines don't make a shinobi better. A bloodline is only as good as the shinobi who wields it, Tsunade-chan. She takes in his words and the look of wisdom on his face with slight awe as he continues. I believe that Lord First's would release bloodline was incredible because the man himself was incredible. Because he put in thousands of hours of training into mastering his bloodline, it became the backbone of his ninjutsu, but he didn't let that be all he was good at. He strived for perfection in other areas like taijutsu, bukijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and even genjutsu. Just like with any skill, the strength of it relies on the resolve of the human being wielding it. The blonde nods her head and then something occurs to her. You sound as if you speak from experience, Naruto-kun. The redhead chuckles nervously while rubbing the back of his head. Well, I sorta do. I am going to tell you something that no one knows, and I want you to promise me you won't tell anyone until I am ready to reveal it to the world on my own. She nods to this and responds, of course, you're my best friend, so any secret you tell me stays with me till I die. He smiles at her words. Thank you, Tsunade-chan. I know about bloodlines because I have 3 of them. I discovered it after our elemental affinity tests in the academy last year. I am able to combine my fire element with my earth and water elements to create lava and boiling mist. Also, I can turn my chakra into magnetic force. Of course, I haven't really been able to train with them much because I have no idea where to start, so they are pretty weak at the moment. Tsunade's eyes widen at this, as it sounds like he has 3 bloodlines, and if she's hearing him right, 2 of them are lava release and magnet release. As she gapes at him like a fish, she manages to rapid-fire questions at him. You have 3 bloodlines? ? How did your parents have bloodlines you didn't mention? What can you do with them? He chuckles at her curiosity and puts his hands on her shoulders. Calm down, Tsunade-chan. Take a deep breath and relax a little and I'll answer you questions. The blonde proceeds to do just that, taking a deep breath and getting herself back under control. He smiles at her and proceeds to answer her questions. Now in order. Yes, I have 3 bloodlines. I don't know how. I think it might be due to my 5 main affinities. As far as I know, neither of my parents had any kind of bloodline other than the Uzumaki longevity and skill in Fuinjutsu. As for what I can do with them, not very much. In fact, the only one I can currently use is the magnet release, and that's only to magnetize my kunai so I can call them back to my hand as long as they are within 30 feet of me. She looks completely starstruck at that, and replies, that's so cool. It sounds handy to keep from losing your kunai or to surprise an enemy by ripping it from his hand, throwing him off balance long enough to land a really good strike on him. He nods at that. However, he notices some movement from the corner of his eye and turns to see a large group of bandits coming out of the woods. As he counts their number quickly, he deduces that there are about 30 of them, so he turns to Tsunade. Looks like we're on. Are you ready for this, Tsunade-chan? The blonde-haired girl looks at her best friend slightly frightened but nods her head. Yes, but do you think we can handle a group that large by ourselves? Maybe we should send up a flare of chakra to signal for backup. The redhead shakes his head. No time for that, but if it makes you feel better, I'll send a clone to tell Kaharune the situation. She nods at this and he makes a cross-shaped seal, shadow clone jutsu. In a puff of smoke, an exact double of him materializes before saluting and heading off to do what it was created for. With that, they turn back towards the approaching group who have yet to see the 2 young shinobi. Realizing this, the redhead gets a great idea. We have the element of surprise here. They are expecting to meet the same old militiamen. They don't expect there to be shinobi. I say we toss a couple of kunai with exploding tags right in the middle of them, then unleash some jutsu. The Senju heiress nods along to this plan, and so they take out a few kunai each. wrapping exploding tags made by Naruto himself around the handles and then chuck them at the bandits. The knives land right smack dab in the middle of the group and one of the bandits near the back hears a noise. Hey, what's the sizzling noise? Anyone else hear it? Another one near the front concurs. Yeah, what the hell is it? However, they get their answer as a moment later there's a large boom and they are sent scattering as a quarter of their number is killed in the explosion. The two genin speed through hand seals as Naruto calls out, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Kaden. Karyu Enden as he releases red-hot flames from his mouth in the shape of a dragon which splits into 3 smaller dragons and attacking from the left, right, and center, managing to turn another 10 of the bandits to ash, bringing the number of dead up to 17. Tsunade for her part does her only B-rank jutsu as she calls out, lightning release, false darkness spear. Raiden. Jian Yari as she releases a spear of lightning from her mouth which then splits into several spears and strikes multiple bandits killing them, bringing their kill count up to 22. With more than half their number dead, the remaining bandits decide it's a good idea to retreat as one of them screams, the town hired shinobi. Let's get out of here. The boss needs to hear about this. Hearing this though, Naruto knows he can't let them escape and so he body flickers away, landing directly in their path back into the forest. When the men see that one of their attackers is just a little kid they stop and begin to laugh as the biggest one who stands 7 feet tall steps forward. What's this? They send children to fight their battles. What kind of cowards must they be to cower behind little brats like this? Tell me, little brat, are you ready to die? You should have stayed up on the wall. The redhead doesn't respond. He simply takes a sword drawing stance with his right hand on the handle of his katana. The large man gets angry at this. Alright then, little shit, just die. Get him, boys. The group proceed to rush the 6-year-old, however he remains unfazed and simply clicks his sword out of its sheath while saying, Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, Ryokansen, Sumuji. Dragon coiling flash. Whirl as he steps forward drawing his sword and spinning faster than the bandits can react, going through them like a drill. When he comes to a stop behind them he swipes the blood from his sword and resheathes it. And as soon as it clicks back in place the remaining 18 bandits all spurt blood from multiple places and fall to the ground dead, cut into pieces. Naruto then body flickers back next to a throwing up Tsunade and proceeds to rub her back. It's okay, Tsunade-chan, just breathe slowly, the first time is always the hardest. After the blonde finishes tossing her cookies from her first kill she takes the offered water canteen and takes a sip, rinsing out her mouth before spiting the water out and then taking another sip and swallowing. After she's done she looks at the redhead and asks, why aren't you throwing up right alongside me? You killed more than I did and even used your katana to kill the last of them. The redhead frowns at this. I've seen death. I found my parents' dead bodies and the first time I saw them I threw up for 10 minutes, then I cried for 6 hours straight. Then I had to bury them which took all night. It kind of desensitized me from death. A moment later Kaharu appears in a body flicker looking around and seeing all the dead bandits nods her head. Looks like you two took care of this group. Good job. The two smile happily at her before Naruto asks, this group? Are you saying there were more? The black-haired woman nods her head. Yes, each of the gates was attacked including mine, but the group that attacked my gate was only 10, while 15 attacked the west, and 20 attacked the western gate. Tsunade is sort of shocked to hear this. However, Naruto takes a thinking pose. What was the point? I could understand attacking all the other gates with small groups as distractions while the biggest chunk of the horde attacks one to break through and get into the town, but the group here was 30 strong and all of them are dead. If you add up the numbers then there were only 55 of the suspected 200 bandits, so why waste 55 lives? The two females watch as the wheels turn in his head and then finally he comes up with the answer. Unless they wanted to see if the town hired shinobi from the leaf and if so how strong the shinobi are. This was just a test attack to gauge our strengths and possible weaknesses. Kaharu smiles at his deduction. That was my thought, Naruto. Come on, let's regroup with the others and plan our next move. The two nod as they all body flicker away to meet with the other 4 members of their group. When they arrive it's at a hotel that Kaharu set up for them to stay in while the mission is going on. And once inside they find their 4 teammates, as well as a surprise guest whom the redhead greets. Danzo-sensei, what are you doing here? The black-haired man is standing there with Orochimaru, Tsukumo, Izumi, and Jiraiya, looking no worse for wear. The man looks at his red-haired student and responds. I encountered a bit of a problem when I went to find my target. I found him, right in the middle of the bandit camp. Surrounded by over 100 armed men. Also it seems Kurotetsu got himself some backup in the form of 2 more missing nin, both of them Chunin level and at least C rank in skill. Now I could handle the 3 of them on my own, but I can't handle 3 missing nin plus over 100 bandits, hence why I've come here. They all understand what he's saying. He came back to rejoin them so they could all strike together and complete both missions at the same time. So they proceed to gather around a table in the hotel's cafeteria and come up with a plan of attack. They decide that he and Kaharu will handle the 3 missing nin, while the 6 of them take out the bandits using shuriken, kunai, ninja wire, nin and genjutsu, and even smoke screens if possible, and they'll surround the camp on all 4 sides, unleashing an initial 4-way jutsu strike. With that in mind, Danzo tells them to get a little rest and they'll head out early in the morning to put their plan into motion, so they head to the 2 rooms Kaharu rented for them, one for the boys and one for the girls. Each gender does different things once inside their rooms. The girls spend all night talking, with Izumi bringing up Tsunade's obvious crush on her red-haired teammate, something which the 7-year-old denies entirely while blushing, and Kaharu just giggling behind her hand, finding it kind of cute and wondering if the 2 will ever get together. The boys on the other hand spend most of the night playing cards and getting into small fist fights, all of which are started by Jiraiya, while Naruto and Danzo just stand by and shake their heads. Tanzaku Town Eastern Gate. Dawn the next day. As the sun rises we find our 2 teams standing outside the eastern gate of town doing last-minute checks of their supplies. Once they are sure they have all they need, they head out silently to the location of the bandit camp, traveling through the trees at high speed. After traveling for about an hour they reach the outer perimeter of the camp and break up into 4 groups of 2, with Kaharu and Danzo taking the south, Jiraiya and Izumi taking the east, Orochimaru and Naruto taking the west, and Tsukumo and Tsunade taking the north. Once they are all in position around the sleeping camp, Danzo makes a crowing noise which is the signal to attack. Jiraiya throws out a bunch of kunai with exploding tags which lodge into a group of tents, while Izumi runs through hand seals and calls out, "Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu." Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, as she unleashes a huge ball of orange flames down upon the tents that Jiraiya hit, just as his exploding tags explode, killing each bandit in the tent closest to the kunai, while Izumi's fireball kills another 20 men. Orochimaru and Naruto decide to do a joint attack, with both going through hand seals as Orochimaru calls out, "Wind release, Great Breakthrough." Futon. Daitappa, as he releases a large gust of wind from his mouth at the same time the redhead intones, "Fire release, Fireball Jutsu." As he unleashes a smaller fireball than Izumi's, however it's made even larger and hotter than hers by Orochimaru's wind, becoming like a wave of red flames which consumes every tent in its path, causing all the men within them to scream in pain as they are turned to ash. Tsukumo and Tsunade decide to do their attack once those on their side are awakened by the screams of their comrades. Once the bandits on the north side exit their tents with their weapons drawn, the 2 genin launch a barrage of shuriken and kunai at them from different angles, managing to take out about 30 of them. Kaharu and Danzo do similar, except Danzo uses his wind release, vacuum serial waves futon, Shinku Renpa technique to kill over a dozen bandits at once, exhaling several blades of wind at different angles while moving his head in different directions, cutting through them. Kaharu uses a combination of genjutsu with some earth release jutsu to kill about as many bandits as Danzo, however their attention is quickly taken by 3 missing nin from Rock Village. Leading them is a man who stands about 63 and weighs a good 250 pounds of muscle. He has cropped brown hair, a round nose, and a full beard, wearing an all-brown outfit with dark armor over his chest, back, and shoulders. This man is Daichi Kurotetsu. The 2 Chunin are twin females, both with blue hair. Though the one on the right has a bob cut while the one on the left has a Longheim-style cut, they both have green eyes and good-sized busts and both stand at 52. They are Nezumi and Reizumi, the Storm twins, famous for having the rare Storm release Rantant bloodline. Though not being masters of it, Daichi seeing Danzo smirks as he speaks in a deep voice. Well seems the leaf has sent the darkness of shinobi here to take my head. I am honored, but I am curious as to how you fare when you see your teammates being killed one by my men Shimura. The black-haired man snorts at this. I think you've taken too many hits to the head Kurotetsu. Look around you, the camp is half destroyed, your men are in disarray, and even now my students are laying down smoke bombs and taking out the riffraff that remain. The only real threats here are you and those two bitches, and you three have to deal with me and Kaharu, and I can assure you that none of you will live past today. As he says this he goes through hand seals at cage speed and sucks in a breath and calls out, wind release, vacuum sphere. Futon. Shinkugyoku as he exhales several bullets, small and fast bullets in a wide range, most of them aimed at the man himself while two of them head straight for the twins. Daichi reacts quickly, going through hand seals and slamming his hands on the ground as he calls out, earth release, earth-style wall. Doden. Doryuheiki as a large wall of thick rock springs up from the ground 20 feet into the air to protect him from the spheres of wind. The twins aren't as quick, and even though they manage to dodge the brunt of the spheres they are each nicked in the sides, Nezumi on the right and Reizumi on the left, and they don't get their bearings back as Kaharu is instantly upon them using taijutsu to keep them off balance. When he's sure he's safe, the rock nin hops up to the top of his wall while going through more hand seals to attack Danzo. However, when he reaches the top and looks to where his opponent was, he's no longer there. As he searches around for the S-rank shinobi, he fails to look behind him and receives a kick to the back of the head, sending him flying off his wall and into the ground hard. His armor absorbs most of the impact and allows him to hop right up just in time to block Danzo's Tonto with a kunai and begin to engage him in kenjutsu. Nezumi and Reizumi manage to finally get some space from Kaharu as she is forced to cover her face from a smoke bomb. After they get distance, they both go through hand seals and join hands, saying in harmony, storm release, laser circus. Ranton. Reiza Sakasu as a halo of energy forms around their conjoined hands, and then multiple beams of energy shoot forth from the energy halo, all heading towards Kaharu. The dark-haired woman manages to substitute with a log to dodge the attack and combine that with body flicker to appear behind the twins and sink a kunai into the throat of Reizumi as Nezumi manages to escape. Seeing her sister drop to the ground dead, the remaining twin becomes angry. You bitch. You killed my sister. My other half. I'll destroy you for that, you leaf whore. However, after the last word leaves her mouth, she's suddenly brought to her knees by an intense killer intent that comes from Kaharu. The leaf Kunoichi walks towards the remaining twin slowly as she goes through hand seals. You call me a whore? You who would sleep with any man for protection as long as he's stronger than you and your sister. I'll show you what this whore can do and send you to join your sister. At that, she reaches the kneeling woman and finishes her hand seals, fire release, flamethrower jutsu. Kaden. Kan Hosha Ki as she breathes out a stream of flames at her, burning the girl alive as she screams for mercy. Once the woman is nothing more than ash, she takes out 2 scrolls, seals the ashes in one and then seals the body of the other twin in the other, and looks to see Danzo is nearly done with Kurotetsu, the man having lost his armor and covered in deep cuts, burns, and even drops of water. The bandits have been dwindled down to a group of 20 who have all moved to the center of the destroyed camp and joined together into a tight circle as they all look around warily for the demons that have killed their comrades. The most healthy man holds up his sword and speaks, "Look alive, boys, we can't allow these shinobi to get the best of us. The moment you see one of them attack, and don't stop until they are dead." The men all voice their reluctant agreement at this. In the trees, the 6 genin have gathered back together and are watching the remaining bandits cower together. Jiraiya chuckles at this. Look at how scared they are. A bunch of grown men cowering in fear of kids, huh? Guess what they say about the difference between shinobi and civilians is true. Whack. Tsunade knocks him upside the head for his comment. Don't go getting cocky, moron. We're running low on kunai, shuriken, and chakra. At the moment most of us only have enough chakra for one last big jutsu or a couple small ones. The white-haired boy rubs the back of his head and glares at the blonde. Naruto decides to cut off the tirade he knows is coming. She's right, Jiraiya. I think out of all of us I am the only one with enough chakra left to do more than one large jutsu. I am still at half full. So here's what I am thinking. Izumi cast a Sharingan enhanced genjutsu on them. Once they are caught, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru will use a combination attack to take out the left side. Tsukumo and I will take out the right and center with kenjutsu. All of them nod along to his plan and break up to do it. Izumi appears right in front of the bandits, who are surprised by the 6-year-old's appearance. However, the leader laughs. It's a little girl. Ha 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 ha. Are you lost, little lady? I am sure we could help you find your mommy and daddy. This causes his fellows to laugh as they look at the now angry girl, but they watch stunned as her eyes bleed to red with two-tone in each eye and goes through hand seals, Sharingan Genjutsu, demonic illusion, shackling stakes. Megan. Kasagui no Jutsu. As soon as they make eye contact they find themselves suddenly in a world of red skies and bloody ground. Then they scream as they feel spikes being driven through their bodies. As soon as they are caught in the illusion the rest appear and begin to kill them. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all use 2 kunai each to slit their throats, while Sakumo and Naruto use their swords to stab them in their hearts or take off their heads. After a few minutes every last bandit is dead, just in time for them to look over towards Danzo's battle and see the man attach an exploding tag to his opponent's back and blow him up, then watch as he seals the mon's head into a scroll and they all walk over to him to get the order to pull out. He looks over the group and sighs. Alright, in camps like this there's usually a cache of weapons or gold or even some jutsu. I want you all to go through the still standing tents and look around. The 6 all give out an affirmative yes sir. And split up to search the camp for anything salvageable. When they come back together 10 minutes later they've managed to collect a bunch of weapons, 2 chests of gold, 1 chest of gems, and Danzo has a chest next to him which he explains. Kurotetsu had this in his tent. It's full of jutsu scrolls that he probably stole from shinobi that he killed. He then seals up all the chests into a storage scroll. After that he smiles at them. Alright, let's get back to Tanzaku town and get cleaned up and have breakfast. Then Kaharu and I will inform the mayor that Kurotetsu and the bandits are dead. After that we'll head back to the Leaf for the mission pay. All of them sigh in relief at this and the group heads back to town. Once they get there they head to the hotel and straight to their rooms, ignoring the workers who can only gape at all the blood on their persons. In the rooms they take turns showering, and put on clean outfits which are the exact same as what they just took off. Then they all meet back up in the lobby and head out to find a good restaurant for some grub, which they find near the castle in the center of town. After eating their fill the kids head back to the hotel to get their gear ready to leave while the Jonin head to the mayor's house and inform the man of the mission's success, to which he kneels on the ground and bows to them. Thank you so much. My mind can now rest easy knowing that my citizens do not have to fear those bandits or their shinobi leaders. Please send my regards to your Hokage. They nod to him and head back to the hotel to find their team outside and waiting. Danzo actually chuckles at that, in a hurry to get home to your families and own beds. You realize that once we get home you're going to have a few days off of missions but not from training, right? They all just smile at him, no fazed at all. Kaharu giggles. Alright then let's head back to the Leaf and report to Hiruzen. So they all run to the gate they came in through and run right through it waving goodbye to the guards before increasing their pace and hopping up into the trees and making a beeline for home. Leaf Village Gate. 6 hours later. After 6 hours of traveling at high speed the 2 teams finally reach the gates of the Leaf Village and breathe a sigh of relief, happy to be home. As soon as they enter the gate guards greet them. Welcome back, how was the mission Danzo-san? The black-haired man grunts out a response. It was fine, the genin performed beyond expectations. We're heading to the Hokage's office to give him our report. They nod to this and let them all through as they head to the Hokage Tower. As they walk through the village they wave to all the villagers who greet them as they walk down the street, especially Tsunade as she is the heiress to the Senju clan after her father. After a few minutes walk they make it to the office and are led in by the secretary, who smiles sweetly at Team 7. As soon as they enter the room Hiruzen's face lights up in a smile seeing all of them back and uninjured. They step in front of his desk and Danzo speaks for the group. Hokage-sama. Teams 7 and 9 reporting back from successful C and A rank missions. Sarutobi goes into leader mode at this. Glad to have you back teams, and in one piece. Now report on the missions. So they go into a detailed report about how they handled the bandits which causes him to smile in pride at the 6 children. As Danzo explains how when he went to do his mission he found that Kurotetsu had gotten back up in the form of 2 more shinobi he was slightly shocked but sort of expected it, as missing nin rarely travel alone unless they are S rank. At the end of the report the black-haired man finishes with, then we headed back here and arrived just a few minutes ago. That is the end of the report Hokage-sama. The brown-haired man nods at this and responds, very good, you've all done exceptionally well. Teams 7 and 9 you shall be given C rank mission pay and shall be marked as having completed 1 C rank mission in your records. Danzo you shall receive A rank pay as well as the bounty for Kurotetsu. Then he turns to Kaharu. Kaharu, thank you for watching over and helping the teams. You shall receive B rank pay as well as the bounties for the Storm Twins. At that she shakes her head, I don't need the bounties. So just split it up and add it to the kids' pay. Hiruzen. All the kids are shocked by this, and the third smiles kindly at his female teammate. Very well, it's your choice, Kaharu-chan. You are dismissed. You can collect your pay down the hall at the mission office. You have the next 3 days off of missions. With that they all exit the office and head down the hall to the mission office to get their pay. The genin are paid 60,000 ryo for their mission. Split 6 ways, they each gain 10,000 ryo. Also the bounties for the Storm Twins turn out to each be 60,000, which means 120,000 all together, and when split 6 ways comes out to an additional 20,000 ryo for each one, giving them all a grand total of 30,000 ryo in their pockets. They are shocked though when Danzo receives 300,000 ryo for his A-rank mission, and then an additional 500,000 from the bounty for Kurotetsu, giving him 800,000 ryo. After leaving the mission office and the Hokage Tower completely, Danzo turns to his team. Alright Team 9, I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning for training. Enjoy the rest of today and tonight. I am proud of how you did today. You all performed incredibly. See you tomorrow. The man body flickers away, while all of Team 9 smile proudly at their teacher's words. And Team 7 smile amusedly as the group of kids decide to head to the barbecue place and celebrate their first C rank. After eating their fill and discussing future missions, they go their separate ways, with Naruto and Tsunade heading back to the Senju compound. When they enter the house they are instantly surrounded by Maya and Mito, who proceed to check them over for wounds and make a fuss, while Itama just stands to the side and laughs while holding a giggling Nawaki. Naruto manages to escape the overly worried women and head up to his room while giving Itama a look that screams traitor. Training Ground 9. 1 year later, we find the now 7-year-old members of Team 9 standing in their training grounds staring at a creature that is standing next to their sensei. Over the last year since their first C rank they have won 5 more C ranks. And even 2 B ranks with Danzo, and it's all thanks to the increased training the man has put them through since that first mission. Right now Sakumo and Izumi's skills are at least mid-chunin level, while Naruto is at a high chunin to low jonin level in skill, and he is also now a level 5 seal master. Today however they are learning a new skill, one that Danzo hadn't taught them because he felt they weren't ready, hence the creature next to him. Standing next to the black-haired man is a hawk nearly as tall as the man himself, with brown feathers, a long and sharp beak, and sharp golden eyes. However, the most interesting thing about this hawk is its ability to speak. So these are your students, Danzo-chan. Its tone is feminine, letting them know it's a female hawk. The black-haired man sighs at her name for him. Yes, they are Takahiri. Sorry to have summoned for something other than battle, but I wanted to show the kids the summoning jutsu, Kuchiyose no Jutsu, and what it does. She bobs her head at this. It's fine. Many of us have been wanting to meet these students you've been crowing about for the last year. It's been a pleasure to meet you children. With that she puffs away, heading back to the hawk's eyrie in her nest. Danzo shakes his head at her personality and looks at his students. As you've seen, the summoning jutsu summons forth a creature which you have a contract with for the price of a little blood. The summons can be used for any number of things depending on the type. My hawks, for example, can be used for scouting or tracking as their eyesight is incredible. They can also be used for transportation, flying me to places I couldn't reach on my own. They all listen to him rapidly. Also they can be used for battle as they do have sharp talons and beaks. Plus most of them use wind release jutsu as well as other techniques that are completely unique to the Hawk clan. Izumi puts up her hand to ask a question and gets a nod from the black-haired man. How exactly do we gain summons? I know my clan has at least 2 summon clans, but I don't want to rely on my family's summons. I want my own unique summons. Danzo smiles at her drive but quickly gets serious again. The only way to do that is to cut your hand and preform the hand seals I showed you earlier and slam your hand on the ground and you LLB reverse summon to the home of the summons that best matches your personality. The best time to do this is right now while I am standing here with you. The black-haired girl nods her head and turns to her teammates. You guys ready to get summons? However, Sakumo shakes his head. I am good. My family has a contract with summoned dogs, and it's a tradition that the clan head and heir be their main summoners, so I've already signed the contract. Danzo nods at this, having accepted it, while Izumi is slightly shocked and disappointed. She turns to her other teammate. What about you, Naruto? The redhead smiles at her. I am with you, Izumi. Let's roll the dice and see what we get. She smiles back at him and the two proceed to nick their thumbs with kunai and then run through the 5-hand seals, knead and slam their hands on the ground and call out at the same time, summoning jutsu. As the seal formula for the summoning spreads out along the ground under their hands, and a moment later they both vanish in puffs of smoke, Tsukumo looks at their sensei worriedly. Are you sure they're going to be okay, Danzo-sensei? The man nods at him and replies, yes, the worst thing they'll have to face will be the boss summons test. If they pass they'll be sent back with the contracts signed and in hand. If they fail they'll be sent back empty-handed. Until they come back you and I will continue training. Claw Mountain, Kuroyama. Naruto reappears in the middle of a forested mountain. As he looks around noticing trees which are not native to the land of fire. He channels chakra to his ears and listens for any movement, and soon hears footsteps in the brush, so he closes his eyes and kneels to the ground sending out his senses to find the nearest chakra source. He finds multiple sources all around him, all of them mid-sized, but the oddest thing about them is that the chakra seems wild, untamed, almost like that of an animal. That's when it hits him that it's possibly the summons he's come for, so he stands up and snaps his eyes open. He looks to the left. I know you're out there. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I've come to speak to your leader about entering into a summoning contract with your clan. He waits a few minutes to get a response and when there is none he prepares to speak again. However, he hears noise to this right and turns just in time to watch as a larger-than-average wolf walks out of the brush. The wolf in question has shaggy gray fur, large sharp teeth, and stands about 4 feet 6 inches at the shoulders, and looks to weigh a good 100 pounds. The wolf walks towards him eyeing him like a piece of meat which to it he probably is just that as it looks like it could take his face off with one swipe of the paw. As soon as it's 5 feet away from him, it opens its mouth and speaks in a male voice, Little Ninjin. What makes you think you are worthy to speak to our alpha? What makes you think you are worthy of we the Dire Wolf clan? The redhead shakes his head. Nothing makes me think I am worthy of your clan. All I can do is to go before your alpha and all him or her to test me and tell for themselves whether I be a good summoner or not. The Dire Wolf looks directly into his eyes and can see no evidence of deceit, so he nods his head. Good response, pup. Come climb upon my back and I shall take you to the alpha. Naruto nods in gratitude and does as asked, climbing up on his back. When he does he asks, say Wolf-san, what is your name? The wolf is slightly surprised by this as most wouldn't care to learn the names of any but the alpha. My name is Gurikaze. With that they begin their trek to the Dire Wolf's den to meet with the alpha, while at the same time as that is happening Izumi is having a similar experience with the coyote packs, having to meet with the matriarch of them who is also their boss. Training ground 9. 2 hours later Danzo and Tsukumo have been training in Kenjutsu for the last 2 hours awaiting the return of their teammates. And the silver-haired boy can see that his sensei is starting to become worried about his two friends. Just as the time hits past the 2-hour mark Danzo gets tired of waiting. He nicks his right thumb and prepares to go through the hand seals for the summoning jutsu to summon a hawk and have the clan look for his students. However, before he can there are 2 puffs of smoke and the 2 remaining members of Team 9 appear. However, they aren't empty-handed. Both of them are holding large scrolls. Danzo and Tsukumo breathe a sigh of relief before looking at the scrolls. The scroll in the hands of Izumi is brownish in color with pictures of skinny canines with their heads up in the air howling. And written in kanji on the front is Coyote. Coyote. Naruto's scroll is slightly bigger than Izumi's. It's gray in color and has the image of a huge snarling wolf upon it, and on it in kanji is the words Dire Wolves. Daya Ukami. The silver-haired boy smiles happily for his friends, while Danzo actually claps for them. Looks like you both got contracts, and with 2 other canine species. Congratulations to all of you. Your training with using your summons begins tomorrow. After a couple more hours training they're dismissed so they decide to go and find Team 7 to see what they learned today. When they find them they're just leaving training ground 7 and Naruto calls out, "Hey guys," and Tsunade-chan. Hearing his voice the blonde-haired girl brightens up considerably. Naruto-kun. Hello to you as well Tsukumo and Izumi-chan. What are you all up to? The silver-haired boy responds, not much, just coming to see what you guys learned from Sarutobi-sensei today. At this Jiraiya smirks cockily and answers, we learned about the summoning jutsu, and we all gained summon contracts. However, instead of seeing the shocked faces that he expects, he only sees the 3 chuckle and shake their heads as Izumi states, that's exactly what we learned as well. Tsukumo already had a contract so Naruto and I had to get reverse summoned to the animals that best represented us and we did. And we impressed the bosses and got our contracts. Tsunade gets excited at this news. Really? That's so incredible. What's your summons, Naruto-kun? Mine are slugs. The redhead chuckles at his best friend but is happy she still hasn't lost her enthusiasm for life. He shakes his head and says, well, since you were so gracious as to reveal your summons first, Tsunade-chan. Let's reveal by team. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, would you two like to tell us what your new summons? The quiet black-haired boy decides to go first. My summons are the Snake Clan, who live in the Ryuchi Cave and are led by the White Snake Sage, who allowed me to sign the contract as he said he saw greatness in me. Jiraiya scowls at his teammate going first but takes his turn. I got the best summons of all, the Toads of Mount Myoboku. I was reverse summoned there and found by this annoying young toad named Gamabunta. That guy is a jerk. I was taken to the leader of the Toads, the Great Toad Sage, and he allowed me to sign the contract. Team 9 smiles at the white-haired boy's enthusiasm for his new summons. Then Tsunade says, your turns. They all nod and Tsukumo decides to go first. I have a contract to summon dogs, just like my father. It's been in my family for generations, and as heir it was my duty and privilege to sign the contract and was accepted by the head dog. They all blink at his rather bland explanation. However, Izumi shakes it off and goes next. My summons are the coyote packs of the Sojin Prairie. A group of the coyotes took me to their matriarch, who found me worthy and let me sign the contract. At that, Tsunade lets out an unladylike squeal. So cool. You and I got summons whose bosses are girls like us. With my slugs and your coyotes, well, show these boys who's boss. This causes all the boys to chuckles good-naturedly while Izumi nods in agreement to her only female friend. Naruto stops chuckling. Guess that leaves me. My summons are definitely the most ferocious of them. My summons are the dire wolves of the Claw Mountain. They're the largest species of canine in existence. I was found by a small hunting party and taken to the alpha of the pack. He tested me and said he could sense the greatness within me and that I would be a worthy summoner, so he let me sign their contract. The first to do so actually. Jiraiya and Orochimaru actually gape at this, as Tsunade giggles. Only you, Naruto-kun. Only you. After regaining composure, Jiraiya coughs into his hand. Well then, looks like the six of us all have summons now. I can't wait for a change to have them work together like we do sometimes. They all nod in agreement to this. And Izumi looks at her watch to see the time and sees it's time for her to get home. Sorry to cut this short, but I have to get home before my parents send my cousin Kagami out to find me. See you tomorrow, Naruto. Tsukumo. With that, she runs off towards the Uchiha compound. Realizing that it's indeed getting kind of late, the others all make their excuses and head off to their homes, leaving Naruto and Tsunade alone to walk home together. As they walk, the blonde decides to bring up something she's been wondering for a while now. Say, Naruto-kun, have you made any progress with your bloodlines lately? The redhead is brought up a little short at that, but quickly falls back into step with her and responds, only mildly. I've figured out how to use magnet release to break down and control certain metals. At the moment I can control iron, and I've been working on making silver magnetic by constantly applying my magnetic chakra to silver coins. Tsunade looks interested in this as she asks, what about lava and boil? Naruto smiles slightly. Well, I've finally managed to figure out how to breath out the boiling mist without hurting my throat. As for the lava, I still haven't found the correct balance of fire and earth chakra to correctly turn solid earth into molten rock. I think once I've completed the second steps to fire and earth manipulation, I'll be able to finally get it right. She smiles at this. Well, I hope that when you've finally mastered your bloodlines, I'll be the first person you show them to. He smiles kindly back at her. Of course, Tsunade-chan. After all, who better to show how awesome I am than my best friend in the world? She gives him a beaming smile for this as they reach the Senju compound and enter, not knowing that in the years to come they would grow even closer due to tragic events. It's been 5 years since teams 7 and 9 gained their summon contracts, and in that time a lot has happened. Both teams have gone on many missions from C rank all the way up to A rank. A lot of those missions being joint ventures, and as a result of their performances they've all been promoted to the rank of Chunin by the Hokage. Their training has been intensified over the last 5 years, with each one improving their skills in ninjutsu, genjutsu, bukajutsu, art of weapons, and in the case of Team 9 kenjutsu, as well as taijutsu. On the taijutsu front, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru now have solid styles taught to them by their summons. For the white-haired boy it's Frog Kata, the fighting style of the toads, while Orochimaru has learned the snake fist from the snakes. Tsunade's skills as a medical nin have increased dramatically over the last 5 years. She is now able to heal most wounds and even some poisons. Naruto's skills in Fuinjutsu have increased to a level where he is now considered a level 11 seal master. 2 years ago when he reached level 8 mastery he received from Mito a special gift. Notes and formulas written by Tobirama Senju for his teleportation jutsu called Hiraishin, and for the last 2 years he's been going over them trying to figure them out and improve them when he has time. Naruto also in his free time managed to get his 3 bloodlines down pat. With lava release he now is able to create geysers of molten rock from the ground around him, as well as create lava inside himself and spew it out much like the 5th Mizukage could. He can even use the quicklime and rubber versions of it. With boil release he's able to perfectly create corrosive vapor and control the range and level of its acidic nature. Also he can use it in the way that Han the last Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails could, using it to propel himself forward much faster as well as increase the power of his strikes, and release steam from his body to burn or melt his surroundings, but not yet to the same level as Han and Kakuo. When it comes to his magnet release he managed to work out how the 3rd Kazekage and Gaara both controlled their sands, and now uses it to control 3 different kinds of sand: iron, cobalt, and gold. His favorite one to use is the cobalt sand, which is silver gray and slightly resembles actual silver but is much more high strength and resilient. All of this he showed to Tsunade, who asked a whole bunch of questions. Over the last year he's also been working on creating the last 2 nature bloodlines he's supposed to have, wood and ice. With ice he's had mild success, managing to lower temperatures around him as well as create small cubes of ice. As for wood, that he hasn't quite gotten yet. So far all he's been able to do is create tiny saplings of plants and nothing more, so more training is needed. Also Naruto now uses gravity seals to help in his training as weights just don't work well anymore. He maxed out his wrist and ankle weights last year and so he had to start using gravity seals, which are currently set at level 2 of 100, making his personal gravity 4 times that of other people. It also helps with his kenjutsu as Hidden Mitsurugi relies on Godspeed, Shinsoku, which is basically drawing your blade, striking and then resheathing the blade in the blink of an eye. Another thing to happen is that over the last 3 years Naruto and Tsunade have grown even closer than before. The reason for this being the deaths of her parents. 3 years ago, a few days after her 10th birthday, Tsunade's father Itama was sent out on a mission. Despite his being part of the T&I department, during the mission his team was ambushed by ninja from the Hidden Rock village and were all killed. Their bodies sent back to the Leaf as a message. The death of her father hit the blonde very hard. So hard in fact that she wouldn't come out of her room for weeks, just sitting on her bed in the dark crying. Eventually Naruto got sick of this and broke down her door, despite objections from Mito, and waltzed into her room and slapped her across the face while yelling at her about acting like a baby. Then he wrapped her in his arms and told her that Itama wouldn't want her to stop living her life just because of his death. He'd want her to remember the good times and use his death as fuel to become the greatest kunoichi the world has ever seen. Because in the end he was always her biggest supporter. She cried into his chest but realized he was right, and after that came out of her funk. The redhead however got into hot water for the breaking down of her door and was made to fix it by Mito, causing Tsunade to giggle like crazy. After that the blonde started to become a lot more affectionate with her red-haired best friend, often hugging him tightly even in public and around their friends, and even giving him little pecks on the cheek when he's particularly sweet. Naruto just took it all in stride, laughing it off as her replacing her love for her father with her friendship for himself. Then last year another tragedy hit the Senju family, as Amaya Senju passed away, the blonde woman having contracted a very rare disease the year after her husband's death. She had tried to stay strong and fight it for the sake of her children, however it wasn't enough, and 2 years after the death of her husband, Amaya Senju passed away at home in her bed. This time however Naruto did not allow Tsunade to delve into mourning and regret. He held her at the funeral, acting as her pillar of strength and staying with her even after everyone else had gone home because of how hard it was raining. He stayed by her side for the next couple of weeks after that, even going so far as to stare down Sarutobi and Danzo in order to have them make teams 7 and 9 do joint training more than just the usual once a month. As a result of this new closeness between them, he's come to the realization that the blonde has a crush on him and has developed his own crush on her. Of course, the fact that she's not only a strong kunoichi but that she's developing into a beautiful young woman helps. Also the fact that she's his very best friend in the world. The one person he can tell nearly all his secrets to and trust she won't tell anyone. And the person who makes him laugh the most in the entire village has helped him to see her as more than the mother figure he saw in his future, and see her as just a girl with a lot going for her in life. The problem is he hasn't been able to work up the courage to tell her he likes her as more than a friend and ask her out on a date, just the two of them. Another thing that has changed for all of them though is that they've all grown. Naruto himself now stands at 51, which is a great thing for him, as in his former timeline he was the shortest of his class. Now he's slightly above average. His hair is now longer, being like it was when he was in his former timeline except red, and his outfit has only changed slightly, with his vest now having the image of a moon and a dire wolf howling at it. Tsukumo is 5 feet even, and his spiky silver hair has gotten long enough that he can tie it into a small ponytail at the back of his neck. Also, he now wields the Hitaki family white light chakra saber, which is a tanto that is strapped to his back. Izumi has grown to 411 and her body has started to become more womanly, with her waist slimming, her hips flaring out a little, and she's developed B-cup breasts. Her hair now falls to her rear, and her Sharingan has now fully evolved, having all 3 tome in her eyes. Team 7 has grown as well. Tsunade, as stated earlier, has grown into a beautiful young woman. Her blonde hair still in its high ponytail, she now stands at 4'11". With a fit, toned, and slim body, she sports low C-cup breasts now. Orochimaru now stands at 51, the same as Naruto. He's still a slim boy, and his skin is still pale as snow, and his hair is now long enough to reach his lower back. Jiraiya is still the tallest of the group, standing at 54, and has begun to become broad-shouldered, showing that in the future he'll have a large and powerful build. As for the two teams sensei, they are now both 31 years old, both showing slight signs of their age. Of course, their hairstyles remain the same. Today we find our red-haired hero waking up in his bed in the Senju main house, which now houses only himself, Mito, Tsunade, and 7-year-old Nawaki Senju. Naruto opens his eyes and sits up in his bed, rubbing the sleep away and then yawning while stretching his arms above his head, hearing the cracks on his bones. Just as he finishes doing this, his door opens and he hears the rush of little feet upon the wooden floor before a mop of brown hair hops onto his bed. Naruto Oni-san. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! This little ball of energy is Tsunade's little brother Nawaki, whom the redhead chuckles at. I am up, Nawaki-kun. No need to jump on my bed like that. He hears a giggle at this coming from his doorway and turns to see Tsunade herself leaning against the doorframe with a gentle smile on her face. Glad to see I am not the only one to get a wake-up call. Naruto shakes his head at this. However, this movement causes his blankets to slide down and reveal his naked torso, causing the blonde to blush at his toned body, especially his six-pack abs. Seeing her pink cheeks, he smiles inwardly. However, Nawaki brings him out of it. Oni-san, you said you'd help me with my taijutsu today. Get out of bed and let's get to training already. He sighs at this. Nawaki-kun, you need to calm down. I'll help you with your taijutsu, seeing as I have the next couple of days off of missions and training. However, before I can do that we need to have breakfast, and I need to get dressed, and I can't do that with you and Tsunade-chan in here, being that I am only wearing boxers. At this comment, the blonde-haired Senju blushes so red she resembles a tomato. As she comes in and picks up her little brother. Come on, Nawaki-chan, let's let Naruto-kun get dressed. See you at breakfast, Naruto-kun. As she rushes out of the room, closing his door on the way out, making him chuckle, as he takes the blankets off and reveals he's actually in pajama pants, having lied to see what the blonde's reaction would be, and he wasn't disappointed. After he gets dressed in some casual clothes, a blue kimono shirt with a red Uzumaki swirl on the back and the image of whirlpools along the hem, and some blue pants, he heads down to the dining room for breakfast. When he enters the room, he finds everyone is already present and seated, so he greets the last member of the house. Good morning, Mito Obasan. The older redhead, who now looks to be in her 40s even though she's closer to 60, smiles kindly at him. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I trust you rested well after returning from your mission last night. He nods his head at this as he fills his plate with food as he takes his usual seat right next to Tsunade, who is still blushing slightly. As they eat, they discuss recent world events, specifically the high tensions between the great nations which began when Rock killed Itama's team. Mito sighs. The way things are looking, the world is going to be in war again soon. It'll be you youngsters who will fight the battles. Tsunade looks down at that. But Naruto smiles softly at the woman and responds. War breaking out is unavoidable in the times in which we live, Mito Obasan. There will always be war as long as people refuse to understand each other. All we can do is to fight for our country and loved ones with everything we have. He gives a subtle sideways glance at the blonde sitting next to him when he says loved ones, which Mito notices and smiles inwardly at. Seeing the air of somberness coming from the older people at the table, little Nawaki decides to change the subject. Tsunade Oni-chan, can you help Oni-san teach me more about taijutsu? The blonde-haired girl smiles gently at her little brother who looks so much like their father. Sorry Squirt, no can do. Unlike Naruto-kun here, I don't have a week off of training and missions. I have to head straight to my team's training ground when I am done here. Maybe next time. He frowns at this but nods his head slowly as Naruto smiles kindly to him. Don't worry Nawaki-kun, I've sparred with your big sister enough times that I know the Senju style pretty well, even though I don't use it. The 7-year-old's face brightens up again at this as he nods excitedly at this. Tsunade leans in close to the redhead and whispers. Thank you Naruto-kun. I owe you for this. Just name your price and I'll pay it. He smiles back at her and whispers back. No problem Tsunade-chan. The kid is like a little brother to me. Besides, I am the one who promised to help him with his taijutsu, so no need to owe me. As they go back to their meal, the blonde thinks. Naruto-kun, you idiot. I was trying to hint to you that you could ask me out. I swear if he doesn't pull his head from his ass soon, then I am going to act first and ask him to take me out on a date myself. Shortly after this, breakfast ends and the blonde bids farewell to the rest of the occupants. While Mito takes the dishes and heads into the kitchen to wash them, Naruto leads Nawaki out back to the training ground and the two begin to train. Mainly the redhead just corrects the boy's stance and the mistakes he makes in the kata while telling him to hit the training log harder. When lunchtime comes around, he tells the child, "Alright, that's enough for today, kiddo. You don't want to overwork yourself. Take the rest of the day to go out and play with your friends after you eat lunch." The brown-haired boy smiles thankfully at him and nods excitedly. "Alright Oni-san. Thanks for helping me out Naruto Oni-san. I know how busy you and Oni-chan usually are being shinobi." Naruto smiles at him and messes up his hair. "No need to thank me Nawaki-kun. I am always happy to help you out. No matter how busy I get, you can always count on me to help you, kid. Now run along." The child smiles brightly, nods his head and runs off to go have lunch, then head into the village to find his academy friends. Naruto himself stands up from his sitting position on the back porch and stretches, his bones popping, and heads in, grabs a sandwich, then heads to his room. In the room he takes out the notes on the Hiraishin. Both the seconds and his own redrawing of his father's Hiraishin seal, which he got a look at during the Fourth War and redrew from memory. As he looks over the notes from Tobirama on his version of the Hiraishin and his father's seal, he notices that both of them are made of multiple smaller seal matrices, and that Minato's is more advanced. Realizing this, he begins to isolate the similar seals and then divided them from the dissimilar seals. He gets so into this that he doesn't even notice time passing, as the sun disappears and the moon takes its place. He's brought out of his concentration by a soft feminine hand touching his shoulder and turns to see a freshly showered Tsunade. "Naruto-kun, Ba-chan sent me up here to tell you that it's time for dinner." He smiles at her and pats her hand. "Thank you Tsunade-chan." Then he looks out the window and sees how dark out it is. "Wow, I didn't even realize it had gotten dark out. Time sure flies when you're in the zone." He stands up from his desk and stretches, feeling the kinks leave his body. Then turns back to the blonde. "Well, let's go eat Tsunade-chan." She nods her head, and as they walk down the stairs she asks, "So are you any closer to figuring out how to use Uncle Tobirama's jutsu?" The redhead gives her a smirk she knows oh so well, the one he gets when he's made a breakthrough on something. "I finally figured out all the little seals that the second used to create the technique. Now it's just a matter of reworking those seals to fit my chakra and improving them. Once I've done that, then I can begin to work on using the Hiraishin myself." She smiles at that and gives him a hug. "I am so happy for you Naruto-kun. I know that with the Hiraishin you'll be even greater than Sarutobi-sensei someday." He chuckles at this and blushes slightly at the feel of his arm between her breasts as they enter the dining room. They sit in their spots and the little family begins to eat dinner together. Training ground 9. 2 months later, here we find Naruto going toe-to-toe with Tsukumo in a battle of Kenjutsu. Blocking strikes from the other 13-year-old boy's white light chakra saber, which, as the name suggests, leaves behind a trail of white light whenever he strikes with it. Even though on the outside the redhead is calm and collected, blocking, dodging, and parrying his fellow Chunin's strikes with ease, on the inside he's stressed out. Today happens to be October then 10th, and it is the redhead's 13th birthday. However, that's not why he's stressed. No, the reason he's stressed is because as his birthday present from Tsunade, he's planning to finally ask her out on a date with him tonight. As he parries yet another stab from his friend, he body flickers backwards 20 feet, and seeing Tsukumo preparing to rush him to continue their spar, he raises his katana high in the air and intones, Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu. Doryasan. Earth Dragon Flash. As he brings his blade down, striking the ground when Tsukumo is 10 feet from him, kicking up dust and rocks and sending them flying at the silver-haired boy to strike him, making him have to dodge and block as best he can so as not to get hit. But despite his great reflexes, some rocks do manage to get him in the leg and in the gut, bringing him to his knees with the wind knocked out of him. They hear a whistle and turn to see their sensei standing there. Alright, that's enough. Naruto is the winner of today's Kenjutsu Battle Royal. You've all done well as always. I'd say you're all nearly ready to become Jonin like myself. Training you three for the last 7 years has been my distinct honor. You are all incredible shinobi. All three nod in gratitude to the man who has been like a father figure to them since they graduated the academy. The man then coughs into his hand. With that said, you're all dismissed for the rest of the day. Oh, and Naruto, happy birthday. The redhead rubs his head embarrassed. Thank you, Danzo-sensei. The black-haired man nods his head as Izumi asks him, what are you going to do once we're Jonin-sensei? He looks at her and the two boys with seriousness. I plan to return to the Anbu once you're all Jonin. Many Jonin would plan to take on another team in my position, but I know that I'll never train a better team than this one. Plus Anbu missions will help me to keep my skills sharp as I get older, and that's important. They all nod at this as he continues. Now all of you get out of here. Naruto, enjoy your day. With that he body flickers away. Naruto looks at his teammates and friends. Well guys, I'll see you later. I have something I have to do. Before they can respond, he vanishes in a fire body flicker. Of course, because of this he doesn't see them. Smiles slyly as Izumi turns towards her other male teammate. You think he's finally going to ask out Tsunade-chan? The silver-haired boy chuckles and nods. Yeah, he looked like a man on a mission. Although I've noticed her starting to get annoyed with his procrastinating, so I am wondering which one will get the words out first to ask the other out. She giggles at this. I'll bet the moment she sees him she'll blow her top and march up to him and tell him he's taking her out on a date. They both laugh at this and part ways, body flickering away to their homes. Training Ground 7. 5 minutes later, Naruto appears in Training Ground 7 in his fire body flicker, slightly shocking the males of the team. While Tsunade, upon seeing him, scowls slightly. Looking around, he spots Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who are staying as far away from the blonde as possible. Hey Sarutobi-sensei. Aro Jiraiya. Orochi-chan. Where's Tsunade-chan? They all point behind him. Even though Jiraiya and Orochimaru have annoyed looks on their faces at his names for them, he turns and smiles brightly at the girl. Hey Tsunade-chan, I've come to walk you home. However, he quickly notices her angry look and cocks his head to the side. What's the matter, Tsunade-chan? In response, the blonde marches right up to him. What's the matter? I'll tell you what the matter is. For years now I've had a crush on you, but you've never noticed. Ever since I turned 12 I've waiting for you to ask me something. I've even dropped hints, but you never got a single one. Well, I am done waiting. The redhead takes a thinking pose at this, as he mumbles, what could I have forgot to ask her? Maybe I forgot to ask if Jiraiya was perving on her. No, he knows better. This causes the other three males in the area to palm their faces and shake their heads at how stupid he could be. Tsunade, though, continues to get madder, and finally can't hold it in. No, you idiot. I've been waiting for you to ask me out, so, he acts as if he didn't even hear her and interrupts. In any case, Tsunade-chan, I came here for more than to walk you home. I wanted to ask if you could make your birthday gift to me a date, just the two of us. She continues while he's speaking and says at that same time, you and I are going out on a date tonight. However, her anger fades away when she realizes what he said at the same time. She stares at him for a moment before asking, did you just ask me out on a date? Naruto nods his head, yes. Did you just tell me we're going out on a date? She nods slowly at this, which causes him to chuckle. That assertive personality of yours is one of the reasons I like you, Tsunade-chan. Well, since we're both in agreement on going out, how about we head home and get ready for our date? At this she squeals like a fangirl and jumps on him, hugging him tightly. Yes. Of course, Naruto-kun. Let's go home now. She lets him go and grabs him by the wrist and begins to pull him out of the training ground while saying over her shoulder, by Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya Baka. Orochimaru-chan. leaving 3 laughing members of Team 7 behind. Later that night, Sapphire Dragon Restaurant. A couple hours later, we find the young couple sitting at a candle-lit table in one of the best restaurants in the Leaf Village. They both of them have dressed up for this occasion. Tsunade dressed in a dark green kimono with images of trees branching out over it, along with simple Zori sandals on her feet, her face dusted in just the slightest hint of makeup, and her hair styled into a bun on the top of her head with traditional Japanese hairpins holding it in place. Naruto is wearing dark blue dress shirt, as well as dark-colored pants and dress shoes instead of his usual shinobi sandals. When the redhead first saw the beautiful blonde come down the stairs at their house, he was speechless. Because had never seen a more beautiful sight in his life. After getting over his shock, he complimented her on her appearance. Getting a compliment for his in return, she then took his arm and he led her out into the village, just walking slowly towards their destination and enjoying each other's company. When they got to the restaurant, Tsunade was shocked, as it's so popular you have to make reservations months in advance, and asked how he got them in, to which he told her he made the reservation just before her birthday because had been planning this for a while. Now here they sit, staring at each other in through the light of the candle, awaiting their food to come. In Naruto's case it's tonkatsu, which is a deep-fried pork dish. And for Tsunade it's namru, which is a fish dish. Naruto smiles at the blonde. Sorry it took me so long to ask you out, Tsunade-chan. The blonde shakes her head. It's okay, Naruto-kun. Although I was beginning to think that you'd never realize I liked you or return my feelings. He smiles ruefully. Truth is, I realized you had a crush on me just after Itama-san died. After I dragged from your room and you started to get affectionate with me, it hit me like a ton of bricks, and as a result I started to crush on you too. She blushes at this slightly. So you like me like I like you? The redhead chuckles at this and responds, well, that depends. How do you like me exactly? At this she puffs up her cheeks before releasing a breath and playing with her fingers nervously as she answers. I like you as more than my best friend. I like you as a girl likes a boy who she wants to be her boyfriend. The whole time she has her eyes down, afraid to look at him in fear he doesn't like her the same way. However, her fears are unfounded. I like you the same way, Tsunade-chan. She raises her beautiful brown eyes at this and smiles brightly at him. However, just then the waiter arrives with their food. As they eat their meal, they talk about what each likes about the other. One of the things each likes about the other is their drive to be great shinobi. When they finish eating, Naruto gets the check and pays for the meal. And they walk out back into village, the moon high in the sky. Tsunade can't help but to think how great the night has been so far, and is wishing that they could have more nights like this in the future as she has her arm linked with his. Naruto, however, is thinking about the question he's going to ask soon and is hoping that the beautiful blonde accepts. Eventually the blonde notices that they are walking up an incline and looks back to see the village getting slightly smaller the higher they go. She turns to her red-haired date and asks, "Where are we going, Naruto-kun?" The redhead smiles mysteriously at her. "I am taking you to my favorite place in the whole village. I think you're going to love it." She turns her head cutely in confusion, which almost makes him want to kiss her right there, but he restrains himself. But she lets it go and they continue to walk. Eventually, when they get to the top of the incline and it levels off, she realizes where they are. The top of the Hokage mountain. He then surprises her by sweeping her up off her feet and holding her bridle style. "Hold on tight, Tsunade-chan." She does just that, wrapping her arms around his neck tightly. "I trust you, Naruto-kun." He proceeds to do a chakra enhances jump and lands on top of the stone head of the second Hokage. And a second later he sets her back on her feet before he takes a seat looking out over the village. Tsunade turns towards the village and gasps. From here she can see the entire village, all the lights of the buildings and the people milling about on dates like them or just going to the store or socializing. It's a great view. Naruto, seeing her look, smiles. "It's amazing, isn't it? I like to come up here whenever I am having a hard time with something. It helps to clear my head and the view reminds me why I train so hard." She smiles gently at him and sits next to him, leaning into his side. "It's incredible, Naruto-kun. I can see why it's your favorite spot. Thank you for sharing this with me." He nods his head. "I didn't just bring you up here to show you the view. I wanted to ask you something, and it's okay if you need time to think about it for a while, but..." He takes a deep breath and releases it as he looks her right in her eyes. "Tsunade Senju, would you be my girlfriend?" Her eyes widen at this as she sees the affection in his eyes as he continues speaking. "I realize that we're only 13 years old, but as shinobi our lives could end any time, and to not live each moment to the last would be wrong. and I'd like to live the days of my life being with you rather than without you. However, he's shut up by the blonde suddenly kissing him on the lips. At first he's shocked, but then he gets over it and starts to kiss her back. Eventually their need for air becomes too great and they part with the redhead commenting, "Wow." Tsunade giggles at him. "I accept. I will be your girlfriend, Naruto-kun. Now enough talking, let's just sit here and enjoy the view together." He smiles happily at this and nods his head. Then he puts his arm around her shoulders and pulls her close to him, and they simply cuddle together on top of the head of her great uncle. When they finally get home 2 hours later at midnight, Mito and Nawaki are already asleep, and so he walks her to her room. Gives her one last kiss and says, "I really enjoy tonight. Good night, Su-chan." She smiles at him and pecks him on the lips once more. "I enjoyed tonight as well. I expect all our future dates to be just as memorable. Good night, Naruto-kun." With that she enters her room and closes the door behind her, leaning her back against it and holding her hammering chest. Naruto turns to go to his own room and runs right into Mito, who is wearing a robe over her night clothes. The older redhead giggles. "Well, Naruto-kun, you seem to have had quite the night. Tell me, why is it you and Nade-chan are home so late?" He chuckles and rubs the back of his head. "Well, I sort of took her up to the heads of the Hokage to show her the village from up there, and we ended up just sitting there looking out at the village and lost track of time. Sorry, Obasan, it won't happen again in the future. I'll be sure to have her home at a reasonable time on all our future dates." Mito smiles at this. "So there are going to be more dates then?" "Well, that's good. We've all been wondering when you two would get your acts together and start dating. Looks like I won the bet." He gapes at this. "What do you mean you all have been wondering? You had a bet going on when we'd get together? How long has this been going on?" She giggles at his expression. "By all I mean myself. Most of the clan. Saru-chan, Danzo-chan, hers and your teammates. Kaharu-chan, and even Homura-chan." His mouth drops open at this, at hearing how many people could tell they liked each other, as she continues. "Yes, we had a bet going about when it would happen, which I just won, as I knew it would be when you were just starting your teens. Thank you very much. Now you should head to bed. Good night, Naruto-kun." With that she walks off back to her own bedroom, leaving him standing in the hallway shaking his head at the whole thing. After standing there a few minutes, he decides to head to bed because tomorrow is another busy day. As he enters his room, he finds multiple gifts sitting on his desk, and since he doesn't feel particularly tired, he decides to get dressed for bed, then check on what he got and from whom. After dressing in a pair of pajama pants, he gathers all the gifts and puts them on his bed while he plops down on it and starts to go through them. First he goes through the gifts from the adults. From Sarutobi he received a scroll full of all the earth jutsu the man himself knows, which include a few that only rock shinobi should know. From Kaharu he received a romance book with a note saying, "To give you some ideas for good dates with little Tsunade." To which he just shakes his head at the older woman's love of embarrassing him. From Danzo he received a pair of trench knives, which are short knives attached to knuckles, which he can channel his elemental chakra through, especially his wind chakra. From Mito he received a scroll on level 12 Fuinjutsu written by her father before his death. From his friends he received various things. First, from Jiraiya he received an obvious gag gift of a toad plushie with a note saying "Toads rule, wolves drool," which made him laugh and shake his head at the white-haired boy's stupidity. From Orochimaru he received a scroll on some water jutsu that the boy had found on his last mission and couldn't use himself, as he's yet to learn water manipulation. From Izumi he received a scroll with all the fire jutsu known by the Uchiha clan, something which he knows she probably spent a lot of time copying down at great expense to her own status in the clan, as the Uchiha clan don't like to share their jutsu. From Sakumo he just received a whetstone, sword polish, and a cloth for the upkeep of his sword. After opening the last present he sets all the gifts aside, putting the ninjutsu scrolls in one of his pouches so he can take them along with him to training in the morning, while the trench knives go into the storage seals on his wrists that he created so he can get kunai and shuriken quickly. After placing everything else on his desk he lays down and falls asleep, dreaming of a certain blonde-haired, brown-eyed girl, who unknown to him happened to be dreaming of him as well. Senju House 2 years later. Naruto and Tsunade, age 15. Today we find our young couple sitting together on the back porch of the house, watching Nawaki train in water walking. It's now been 2 years since they got together, and neither one could be any happier than they are now. With the exception of there being a war going on, over the last 2 years the young couple have had many dates, and have gotten closer and closer, and while they have yet to have sex, they have done other things. The biggest hurdle in their relationship has been their careers as shinobi. However, they've overcome that by sheer virtue of their feelings for one another, as well as the fact they've gone on missions together a few times and kind of turned those into semi-dates by having little competitions on who can get the most kills in a certain time and things like that. Many things have changed in the village over the last 2 years. First and foremost, every member of Teams 7 and 9 have finally reached the rank of Jonin and are considered to be the 6 strongest members of their generation. Tsunade's skills as a kunoichi have skyrocketed, especially when it comes to medical ninjutsu, to the point where she is considered hands down the best medic nin in the entire village. Izumi isn't far behind her and is now considered to be a genjutsu mistress, and the current strongest genjutsu user in her entire clan, even surpassing the likes of her older cousin Kagami Uchiha. Naruto is now a level 15 seal master, and he has learned and mastered both Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze's versions of the Hiraishin. But he knows he can still improve it to a better level, but to do so he'll have to go to the Uzumaki clan and learn all their secret clan jutsu to do so. He's also mastered his bloodlines up to ice release, while his wood release is coming along slowly, now being able to create 10-foot tall trees but nothing more. Also, he's revealed his 2 additional bloodlines to the blonde at his side. At first she was shocked and a little mad that he had the same bloodline as her grandfather. But after thinking about it for a little bit, realized that it was stupid for her to be mad at him for something out of his control. So in order to help her, Shed searched in secret for any notes or information written by her grandfather about the wood release for him, but had as of yet come up short. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsukumo have all gotten stronger as well, the 3 of them being equal to each other in skill and power and nearly equal to Naruto separately. As it happens, they've all grown again over the last 2 years. Izumi and Tsunade both standing at 51, which for the blonde is only 2 inches from her adult height. Both are defiantly more womanly, with firm rears and large busts. Tsunade now sporting a mid-D cup and Izumi sporting a high C cup. The boys have grown nicely as well. Jiraiya is still the tallest, now standing at 510 and built like a beast, with broad shoulders and large muscles, but not like a bodybuilder. Orochimaru is now 56 and still slim and lithe, which makes his snake-style taijutsu much easier for him to use. Tsukumo now stands at 57 and his features haven't really changed other than his silver hair now falling down to his mid-back and as always is kept tied in a ponytail at the neck. Naruto has grown to 58, his red hair has been cut short again, back to where it was when he was a child in this timeline. And his physical features have become more sharp, with all hints of fat gone from his face and body, making him probably the most handsome of all the guys. Something that Tsunade loves to lord over other females, that he belongs to her. Also, his first 3 bloodlines have become known to not only the village but to the other nations as well. The reason being, he recently used them on a mission to save a team he was leading and kill almost all the opposing shinobi who'd tried to ambush them, so he is now already considered to be a rank shinobi in the bingo books, especially those of the Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages. Today, however, Naruto has some news that is going to upset his girlfriend greatly. News that he was hoping to keep to himself a little longer but knows there's no time like the present. He kisses the top of her head, which is resting on his shoulder. Su-chan, there's something we need to discuss. She sighs in content at his kiss, but then straightens up off his shoulder when she hears his serious tone. What is it, Naru-kun? He looks at her confused face and knows she must be thinking he's going to tell her he cheated or something bad like that, and sighs. Well, first off, I want you to know this isn't about anything bad. I didn't cheat on you and never will. You're the only girl for me, Suheim. She smiles at that but is still confused. Then what's so important that we need to talk about it right now? He takes a deep breath and exhales it before replying. I am leaving soon. She cocks her head at this. Okay. So you're leaving on another mission soon, so what? He shakes his head at this. No, Suheim, I am not leaving on a mission. I am leaving as in leaving the village on reserve for the next 3 years. Her eyes widen at this as she glares at him. Why? Where are you going for 3 years? When were you going to tell me you're leaving me for 3 damn years? At the last part she stands up and her scream gets the attention of her brother as well as her grandmother, who watches from the doorway. The red-headed ninja stands as we with a sorry look on his face. I am telling you now and you're blowing this out of proportion. I am not leaving you for the next 3 years, I am just leaving the village for training. I am going to be heading to Whirlpool Village to train with my clan and learn the secret arts of my family. It's a chance for me to learn what made my parents the people they were and reconnect to a part of me that I lost when they died. I thought you of all people would understand that. Hearing this, her face softens a little until her resolve breaks and she rushes into his arms crying, I don't want you to go. What am I going to do for 3 years while you're away? How will I survive without you? You're the person I love most in the world. This shocks him as he wraps her in his strong arms and rubs the back of her head. I have to go, Su-chan. It's important to me. While I am gone, I expect you to continue training and fighting with all you got, and if anything happens then I am a flash away. At this he reaches into his shirt and pulls out a 3-pronged kunai that he had custom made in the land of iron on one of his weeks off and hands it to her. If you're ever in trouble, just stab this in the ground and it'll be there in an instant no matter how far away I am. I love you, Su-chan, and nothing will ever change that, not even 3 years apart. She holds the knife to her chest tightly and nods her head as she wipes her tears away. As Mito steps out the door and addresses them, Nade-chan, if you want to blame someone for Naruto's departure then blame me. I am the one who suggested he head to our ancestral home to learn from our clan. I even wrote a letter to the current clan head and got his approval for Naruto-kun to come and train under them, and I convinced Hiruzen to let him go for 3 years. The blonde shakes her head at her grandmother. I could never be angry at you, Ba-chan. I am sad that Naru-kun is leaving us, but I know it's for the best and that when he returns he'll be even stronger than he was when he left. I just want to enjoy however much time we have left together. Both redheads nod at this as Naruto embraces her again. I am setting off in 2 weeks' time, so let's make the most of the 2 weeks we have left. Then when I return in 3 years we can catch up on the lost time by staying inside for weeks on end making out and doing whatever you want. She giggles at this but nods in agreement at this. Nawaki comes up from the training ground. So you're really leaving, Oni-san? He nods to the 10-year-old boy and so he joins in on the couple's hug. I am going to miss you, Naruto Oni-san. He pats the boy's head and looks down at him. I am going to miss you, Dawaki-chan. Keep your sister safe for me while I am gone, will ya? After all, you'll be the man of the house while I am away. The brown-haired boy nods excitedly at this. Of course, Oni-san. With that they proceed to head in the house and eat dinner. Spending time together, the next 2 weeks seem to fly by, as the redhead spends time hanging out with all his friends, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru promising him that they'll watch over Tsunade for him and make sure no harm comes to her when they're out on missions. Tsukumo and Izumi let him know that they'll miss him but that they will do their best to pick up the slack from his absence, with Tsukumo saying he wants to have one last Kenjutsu spar with him when he returns. Leaf Village East Gate. 2 weeks later. Today is the day that Naruto leaves the Leaf and heads to the hidden Whirlpool Village in the land of whirlpools. Standing at the eastern gate of the village, the redhead is double-checking all his tools and supplies are in order for the trip. Standing there to see him off are all the members of Team 7, Team 9, Mito, Nawaki, Kaharu, Danzo and his wife Koyumi and their 3-year-old daughter, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his wife Bawako and their 4-year-old son, as well as Kaharu and Homura. After he finishes his checks and is happy, he turns to the group that are there to see him off. Well, everything is in order. I am going to miss all of you very much. I just hope the old place is still standing when I get back. Everyone chuckles at this. Sarutobi steps forward and claps him on the shoulder. Travel safe, Naruto-kun. When you get to the eastern coast you'll come to a port city. It's there where you will meet your Uzumaki escort to Whirlpool. Train hard, and try not to anger your relatives. He chuckles at this. I'll try not to. Hiruzen Ni-san. Thanks for allowing me the time off to train with my clan, it means a lot. The brown-haired man nods at this and steps away. The next to step forward is Danzo, who shakes his hand. You've done my teachings, proud kid. Safe travels and make sure you come back stronger than before, because when you get back I am going to want an all-out spar with you to test that you haven't been slacking. He smirks at his teacher. Don't worry, Danzo-sensei, when I get back I'll give you a run for your money, no doubt about it. The man nods his head as he steps back to his wife and child. Next is Kaharu, who hugs him with sisterly affection. You be sure to eat healthy and keep up with your hygiene because no one likes a smelly person. He smiles kindly at the woman. You have my word, Ne-chan. I'll eat healthy except for ramen once a month, and I'll be sure to shower before bed every night when I can. She nods happy at this and steps back. Homura steps forward and shakes his hand. I look forward to seeing what kind of shinobi you've become when you return, Naruto-san. He nods at the stiff man as he steps back, and Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru step forward and the 4 young men engage in a group man hug. Tsukumo being the first to speak. Things won't be the same around here without you, buddy. It'll be a lot more quiet. The other two nod to this as Orochimaru claps his right shoulder. Your presence will be missed. You have been a great friend and comrade to us all, even me. Jiraiya claps his left shoulder. Now don't a stranger while you're gone, Naruto. Send letters via summons to let us know how things are going. Also, if you could take some naked pictures of the Uzumaki women and send them to me, that would great. He giggles perversely at this, making the redhead shakes his head and sigh in exasperation as he shoves the other boy away from him. I will not perv on my clansmen for you, Jiraiya. The only woman I want to see naked is Suhaime. This causes many to sigh at the white-haired boy's perversion, while Tsunade blushes at his second sentence, with all the females around giggling at her embarrassment. Then Izumi steps forward and gives him a short friendly hug. Goodbye, Naruto. I wish you well on your journey. He smiles at her and then does something she hates. He rubs the top of her head, messing up her hair. Goodbye, Izumi-chan. Try to keep Tsukumo in check while I am gone. We both know that he sometimes overthinks things. She glares at him but nods nonetheless. Mito then steps forward and hugs him affectionately. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Please give my regards to the clan, and as Jiraiya-chan said, don't be afraid to send letter to let us know how things are going. He hugs her back the same way and responds, Goodbye, Mito Obaken. You're one of the people I'll miss most, because you took me in without hesitation and have raised me in place of my parents. In many ways you have been like a mother to me, and I can never repay you for your love and kindness. I'll be sure to give the clan your regards, and I hope that when I return you'll be proud of the man I've become. She smiles and nods at him, getting up on her tiptoes and planting a motherly kiss upon his brow before stepping back. The next person he expects to step forward is Nawaki, however the boy stays where he is, which makes Naruto frown. What, no goodbye from you, Nawaki-chan? Aren't you going to miss me at all? The brown-haired boy tries to remain stone-faced, but he sniffs a little as he replies. Of course I'll miss you, Oni-san, but as the man of the house I have to remain strong and steadfast, just like Oni-san always is. The redhead chuckles at this but stands straight and salutes the 10-year-old. Got you, Senju-san. I know that I am leaving the women in good hands with you. The boy salutes back and Naruto can't hold it in anymore. He breaks into large gaffes of laughter. After he stops laughing, that's when the most important person there steps forward. The blonde Kunoichi doesn't even speak as she launches herself into his arms and hugs him for all she's worth, even applying her new super strength by accident. Naruto for his part shows no discomfort and hugs her back with everything bit of strength he has. Everyone else decides to let the young couple have some time alone and walk off to the side about 100 feet so they can have privacy. After embracing for a few minutes, Tsunade speaks. I won't tell you not to go. I know this is something you have to do. I just wish that I could go with you, but with the war going on that's not possible. Promise me that when I really need you that the kunai will work. Promise me that when you come home for good that you'll still love me as much as I love you. He smiles into her hair as he responds. I wish you could come along as well, but it would be selfish of me to take you away from your teammates and your brother and grandmother. I promise you that whenever you're in a situation that you can't see ending in victory, that the moment you stab the kunai into the ground it'll appear to save the day. I also promise you that no matter the distance or time, my love for you will never diminish. She smiles softly at this as they part a little bit and lean in and share a kiss, trying to pour all their feelings for one another into this last act of affection between them. After they break apart, both have sad smiles on their faces. The blonde steps away from him. Goodbye, Naru-kun. I swear to you that I will not allow another man to touch me as long as you're away. That is my vow to you. He smiles and nods. I'll be sure to send you letters to let you know I am still thinking of you, Suhaime. She smiles brightly at this as everyone else comes back up and he smiles at them all. He decides it's time to get going. Well, this is it. Goodbye everyone, I'll see you all in 3 years. Maybe even sooner depending on how long my training takes. Sarutobi, remember, if the war starts to get too bad, don't hesitate to call me back into service. The Hokage nods at this, and with one last wave at them all he turns and runs out of the gate, hopping up into the trees and disappearing. No one standing there could ever imagine that he would return as a certified S-rank shinobi and the savior of an entire village and nation, as well as begin to send major ripples through the world. It's been 2 years since Naruto left the Leaf Village to come to the land of his clan and learn from them. After leaving the Leaf, it took him 4 days traveling at top speed to get to the port town on the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. When he arrived, he decided to get a hotel room so he could get a shower, then head out to find his escort to Hidden Whirlpool, as they were supposed to already be there. After getting showered and shaved, he used his sensor abilities to locate the largest chakra signature in the village that wasn't his, as Uzumaki tend to have large chakra reserves, and he found one that was slightly above Jonin level and very powerful near the docks. So he got dressed and headed out to the docks, where he found a ship with sails that had the Uzumaki swirl on them, and met his escort. A man with long light red hair and violet eyes, average height standing at 57 but with the aura of a powerful shinobi. His name was Kenshin Uzumaki. After introducing himself to the man and confirming that he is Naruto Uzumaki, Kenshin told him that they would be leaving to go to the village early the next morning and told him to get a good night's rest tonight because sleeping at sea isn't easy. The next day they set off, and it took 3 days to reach the whirlpools that protect the village. When they did, they stopped the ship while Kenshin went to the bow and went through some hand seals which he watched very carefully. A moment later the 2 whirlpools in front of them slowed and then stopped completely, and they made their way through. As soon as they were far enough in, he went to the stern and went through some more hand seals, and the whirlpools came back into existence just as deadly and fast as before. However, what really got his attention after that was the hidden whirlpool village itself. As when they came to it, all he could do was stare in wonder. The hidden whirlpool village is a village composed of several high-rise buildings made of what looks to be granite or cement. A wide river runs through the village and is gaped by large bridges made of the same materials as the buildings. The surrounding countryside is dominated by steep hills, and all in all it looks like it could go toe-to-toe with any of the major shinobi villages. When they pulled into port, he could see what looked like the entire village gathered together to greet them, and he wasn't far off. As soon as he stepped off the ship, he was greeted by a man standing at around 6, with a solid build, red hair the same shade as his own, and blue eyes. His attire consisted of a white robe with light blue accents, and a hat with the symbol for whirlpool on the brim. This man is the 3rd and current Uzukage as well as head of the Uzumaki clan, Yushiro Uzumaki. Yushiro greeted his fellow Uzumaki with a hug, welcoming him home. And everyone present followed his lead, greeting their long-lost family member with cheers and happy tidings. The man then introduced Naruto to his family. His wife Kunika, who is a beautiful woman with a slender build and good-sized bust. And their at the time 1-year-old daughter Kushina, who shares her mother's lighter red hair color. Seeing the baby that in the future would be his mother reminded him that his future father was born last year and is probably right now in one of the orphanages in the Leaf, so he made a promise to himself that when he returned to the Leaf he'd find Minato Namikaze and adopt him so he wouldn't grow up an orphan. After his mass greeting, Yushiro lead him through the village, showing him where all the major stores, restaurants, and even training grounds were at. He explained some of the history of their clan and the building of Whirlpool, telling him that every single building and training ground in the village was strengthened by seals known only to their clan. Sometime during the tour of the village, Kunika asked him about his love life, to which he replied he already had a girlfriend in the Leaf who was awaiting his return. When he told them her name, it caused Yushiro to laugh and reply with, "History repeats itself. The Uzumaki and Senju clans bond being re-strengthened by the union of an Uzumaki and the Senju heiress." After a good laugh at his slight embarrassment, the subject was dropped and he was led to where he would be staying for the next 3 years. It surprised him to find out that he'd be living with Yushiro and his family in the Azukage mansion, main house. The Azukage just told him they had more than enough room to accommodate him, plus it would make it easier for himself to teach the young man all the clan's techniques, especially their fuinjutsu. He thanked the man and his wife for their hospitality, and after settling into the room they provided him, which was a bit bigger than his room at the Senju house, he joined the family for a giant feast in honor of his arrival. That first night in Whirlpool was one he would never forget, as the feeling of family washed over him and he was easily accepted by every single member of the main Uzumaki house. In fact, Kenshin, who as it turned out happened to be Yushiro's younger brother, commented after seeing how much he could eat, "You're without a doubt a member of this family. Only an Uzumaki can eat enough food to feed a squad of 4 for a month." This caused everyone to laugh and agree with him, even Naruto himself. That was when he knew he was accepted by his clan, but it became more apparent when his training began the next day. From the very start of his training under the Uzumaki clan, he showed why he was considered to be a genius and prodigy in the Leaf, easily soaking up everything taught to him, including the full history of their clan and the Whirlpool. He especially loved how the clan could trace their lineage back to the old Six Paths sage, though none of them knew his name. Some of the more physical things he learned were the Uzumaki taijutsu style, which is called Whirlpool Fist, Uzu Ken. as well as the main family Kenjutsu style Shigur Soin Ryu. Shower in late autumn, blue swallow style, which is passed down from one man to another. In this case the current master of it is Kenshin, who has taught it to him. There are of course other branches of the style, but the main one is the strongest as only 2 people at any one time know it. And each successor creates new techniques to add to it, thus increasing its power and strength. When it comes to ninjutsu, he's been learning all of the Uzumaki clan's secret water and wind release jutsu. Fuinjutsu is where he's shined most, as Yushiro gave him a test to confirm he was a level 15 master and then began to teach him the Uzumaki style of Fuinjutsu, which has been harder than all the seals he's learned before, but he's managed to grasp them and excel. When not training with Yushiro or Kenshin, or their sister the water mistress Kimiko, Naruto has continued his training with ice and wood release. A year into his stay in Whirlpool, he finally managed to get past his block on wood release and figure out the perfect ratio of water to earth chakra to create enormous forests just like the first Hokage. Of course, unknown to him, Yushiro had been watching his bloodline training, and after seeing him finally manage to get wood release correct, sent off a letter to Mito for all scrolls written by Hashirama on his techniques for wood release. A week later he was surprised to be called into the Azukage's office, and even more surprised to receive 2 scrolls full of wood release jutsu thanks to Mito. He thanked the man for the scrolls, but he waved him off and then handed him another scroll which was full of ice release jutsu, and when asked about it replied, "There have been members of the clan throughout our long history that have had certain elemental bloodlines. Ice happens to be one." With that he told him to get back to his training, which he happily did. His time in the Whirlpool hasn't been all training, he's also gotten to know the people of the village, those who are Uzumaki and those who aren't. He's also kept in contact with his friends and loved ones in Leaf by sending dire wolf summons with letters back home and then bring back their replies. Thanks to this he knows how the war is going and knows that the Sand Village has joined in on it, and that Tsunade has become the bane of the famous Lady Chiyo of the Puppet Brigade because she's been curing all the older woman's poisons. He's also heard how Sakumo has been making a name for himself, having gained the moniker the Leaf's White Fang, Konoha no Shiroi Kiba, for his Kenjutsu skills as well as his chakra saber, while Izumi has become known as the Leaf's Illusion Blade Goddess, Konoha no Genso Katana Megami, for her mastery of Genjutsu and the use of her dual Kodachi, which she uses in conjunction with each other, ensnaring her enemies in powerful illusions long enough to deal killing blows with her blades. He's also been kept abreast about how things are going in the Leaf itself, reading that Danzo and his wife have had a second child, this time a boy, despite the man now being the Anbu commander. Also, he and Tsunade have ridden back and forth reaffirming their love for one another, although he had a slight tinge of jealousy when he found out how several men had asked her out since he left, but was happy to hear she turned them all down. Recently he received a letter from her informing him that Nawaki graduated the academy and was placed on a team with Orochimaru as his sensei. She even included 2 photos, one of Orochimaru with the boy and his other 2 students, and another of Nawaki, Mito, and herself on his graduation day. Today he's once again training with Kenshin in Kenjutsu. However, instead of learning more of the Shigur Soin Ryu, the man asked him to use his original sword style against him, as he wanted to test the 2 styles against each other. So that's exactly what he's doing, and as the 2 cross swords he can't help but to think about how yesterday was Nawaka's 12th birthday and how the boy is probably out on a battlefield instead of celebrating with his family. As he's thinking this he parries a stab from his fellow redhead, then hops back to get some distance and prepare his next strike. However, before he can make a move he feels a pulse from one of his Hiraishin kunai. His mind works at a mile a microsecond, and he realizes that the mark he's sensing is from the kunai he gave to Tsunade. And realizing that it means she must be in trouble, he sheaths his sword, surprising Kenshin. However, before the man can ask him what's the matter, he sees him disappear in a flash of red. Everyone inside, seeing the red flash, comes outside to see what's going on, as they've all seen the teen practicing his teleportation technique. Yushiro, seeing the confused look on his brother's face, asks, "Kenshin-kun, what's going on? Why did Naruto-kun suddenly flash away?" The younger man shakes his head. "I don't know, Onisama. 1 second we're sparing with our blades and he's preparing his next strike, then the next second he's gone." Kimiko, who is a censor, closes her eyes looking for the 17-year-old's chakra signature, but doesn't find it. His chakra signature is no longer in the village. That means he's flashed back to the mainland. Kunika looks at her husband in worry and asks, "Do you think this has something to do with his girlfriend Yukoi?" The clan head nods his head. Yes, it's possible she's in trouble and summoned him to help her. We'll just have to wait for him to flash back to the kunai in his room to find out. With that they all nod and head back inside to wait. Somewhere between Land of Grass and Land of Rock, Naruto appears in a lightly forested area with many outcroppings of rocks and high grass, and within a second looks around and doesn't find Tsunade. However, he does find Nawaki and sees the predicament the boy is in, as it seems he triggered an explosive trap, so acting quickly he jumps into the heart of the explosion, grabs the 12-year-old in a hug and then flashes back to the kunai he arrived at. The boom from the explosion echoes throughout the area, and he can feel the heat from it on his back, however it dies down soon enough. He sets the frightened 12-year-old on the ground and rubs his head. It's okay to open your eyes now, Waki-chan. You're safe. The boy, hearing the familiar voice, opens his eyes slowly and looks up at his savior and looks him over, as tears start to form in the corners of his eyes. Naruto Oni-san? The man nods his head, and the boy lunges at his chest despite the pain he feels in his left knee. Naruto Oni-san. Oni-chan was right. You did come to save me. Thank you, Oni-san. The redhead chuckles at this, even though he senses a group of enemy shinobi incoming. That's right, kiddo, you threw the kunai and I came, but right now isn't the time for our tearful reunion. That trap you set off signaled enemy shinobi and they're on their way. From the looks of it, your leg is banged up pretty good, probably from the force of the initial exploding tag, so you need to hide and take care of the bad guys until your team gets here. The brown-haired boy nods his head as Naruto makes a shadow clone to pick him up gently and hide him in some bushes. A moment after the clone dispels, a group of rock shinobi surround the redhead. And he counts 10 of them. The apparent leader, seeing the teen's features, smirks as he recognizes him. The man steps forward a little and speaks. Well, boys and girls, looks like we got ourselves a treat here. If it isn't Naruto Uzumaki, the A-rank Jonin of the Leaf. You know, a lot of us been wondering where you been, brat. You ain't been seen on any of the battlefields, not even the ones with your teammates present. We all figured you'd got scared and hid away. Naruto, however, just cocks an eyebrow at this, which pisses the man off. The shorter but stockier man scowls at this. I am not gonna bother asking how you escaped the trap. Your cobalt sand is pretty famous. It'll give you a choice. Surrender to us and be taken for interrogation, or fight and die. Make your choice, boy. The redhead scoffs at this as he takes his taijutsu stance, making all 10 of them laugh as one woman speaks up. So you think you can take all 10 of us at once? What arrogance! Half of us are Jonin and the other half are Chunin. Even if you are A rank, you can't take us all, fool. However, a moment later he vanishes from their sight, then reappears in front of the woman who just spoke as he hits her multiple times before she can or her comrades can respond, and then when he's done he turns around and walks away from her while calmly stating, Hokuto Shinken, Dan Katsuken. Cutting bone and tendon. A moment later all the muscles on her body begin to bulge before exploding in a shower of gore, killing her. All this is done while he has a blank face, and causes them all to become slightly frightened. The head Jonin, however, grits his teeth. You little bastard, you'll pay for that. Get him. At this order all the others proceed to go through hand seals or take out kunai and shuriken to toss at him. As they unleash their attacks upon him, it seems as if he's been struck, as there's a huge boom and shock wave from the force of the earth techniques hitting. However, when the dust and smoke clears, they see a ball of silver-colored sand hovering over the crater that they created. The cobalt sand recedes to reveal a completely unharmed Naruto. The redhead makes 3 hand seals as his cobalt sand rises high in the air, seeming to become greater in volume, and he intones, Magnet Release, Cobalt Waterfall, Jishin, Kobaruto Taki, as he makes a motion with his hand and the huge wave of metal sand descends upon them. The leader as well as the other 3 remaining Jonin and 1 Chunin manage to dodge it by jumping up high into the trees, but the remaining 4 Chunin aren't so lucky and are swallowed up by it. He then goes through 2 more hand seals and slams his hands on the cobalt at his feet. Magnet Release, Cobalt Imperial Funeral, Jishin, Kobaruto Koshitsu no Sogi, as a ripple goes out over the sand and crushes all 5 of the shinobi buried within. He then retracts the sand and seals it away back in one of the seals he has on his back to store his 3 sands. He looks up at the 4 Jonin and 1 Chunin who are in shock and speaks. You know, normally I am a very laid-back man. In any other situation I would have allowed you to leave with your lives, but your boasting just pissed me off. So here's what I'll do for you. I'll cut you up into little pieces and then send your pieces back to your families. With that he speeds through more hand seals faster than they can see and intones, Water Release, Rainmaker Jutsu. Sweden. Aim Mecha no Jutsu, as he releases water nature chakra from his body into the atmosphere, and storm clouds very quickly roll in and it begins to downpour. As soon as it begins to rain, he draws his sword and vanishes from sight, appearing in front of the first of the Jonin, a tall man about 4 inches taller than himself at 64, and heavily muscled. He rushes him with his sword held in both hands as he releases a blast of water from the blade, then he follows after it and he thrusts forward while saying, Shigur Soen Ryu. Shajiku no aim. Axle of Rain. As he stabs him through the heart, killing him, he removes his blade from the first man just in time to use another technique to block an incoming attack from the second man. He points his sword downwards towards the ground held in only his right hand, and as the second man is coming at him from above, he spins around to the right on the balls of his feet and swings the sword up to its highest point, which causes it to bring up a wave of water that protects him from the rock shinobi's kunai as he says, Shigur Soen Ryu. Sakamaku aim. Rolling Rain. This causes the man to be sent flying back unbalanced, so he takes the opportunity. He drops his katana and kicks the hilt of it, propelling it forwards at the unbalanced man as he calls out, Shigur Soen Ryu. Yarazu no aim. Last minute rain, as it pierces his armor and straight through his stomach. Then he goes through hand seals and calls out, Ice Release, Ice Dragon Jutsu. Hyaten. Koryu no Jutsu, as the water from the rain comes together to form a large dragon which then freezes over into white ice, and lunges at the third man who barely has time to scream before he's turned into a bloody ice sculpture. Then he calmly walks over to man number 2 and removes his sword, swiping the blood off of it, and as he does so the remaining Chunin looks to her leader. He's a demon. We can't beat him, Daisuke, let's get the hell out of here. The lead Jonin gulps at how one man just took out 8 of them within a 5-minute period like they were nothing. Daisuke then shakes his head. We can't do that, Kana. If we turn tail and run, then the Tsuchikage will execute us for cowardice. We have to fight until our last breath. Let's attack him together. She nods reluctantly. However, before they can do anything they hear him call out, Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. Kokwangyo no Jutsu. Suddenly their world goes completely dark, so much so they can't even see their hands in front of their faces, and they don't know it, but it spells their ends. The redhead, after casting the darkness genjutsu on the final 2 rock shinobi, casually sheaths his sword, takes out 2 kunai and tosses them at each one. He hits his mark as the kunai embed themselves in their throats, finishing them off. He then goes over to the bush and gets Nawaki out as the boy looks on in wonder. Wow, Oni-san, you're really strong. You took out all 10 of those guys and didn't even break a sweat. He shakes his head at the 12-year-old. It was nothing, Nawaki-kun. I am sure that Orochimaru or your sister could do similar. Speaking of which, I sense old pale skin coming this way, so I gotta go. The brown-haired boy frowns at that. But why, Oni-san? Why can't you stay and come back to the village with us? Naruto smiles gently at him and rubs his head. My training with the Uzumaki clan isn't complete yet. Until it is, I can't return home. But tell you what, if you want to tell Orochimaru, Su-chan, Ero Jiraiya, Sakumo, Izumi, Danzo-sensei, Kaharu-ne, here is a knee, and Mito Obaken that I saved you, go ahead, but no one else can know, okay? The boy nods reluctantly at this as the redhead hands him back the kunai he used to summon him, gives him one last smile and the steps back and disappears in another red flash. A moment later, Orochimaru and his other 2 teammates appear near him, with the pale-skinned man kneeling in front of him. Nawaki-kun, are you okay? I told you not to rush off ahead of us. The boy looks down in shame and replies, Sorry, Orochimaru-sensei. I got too excited. I am okay, except my knee hurts really bad. I think that explosion trap made me hit a tree branch too hard and busted it up. What took you guys so long? The black-haired man sighs in relief and then answers his question. We were attacked by a group of Sannin. It took us a while to defeat them, but we managed. I am glad you're okay. Jut then he hears his female student, a blue-haired girl, call out, Orochimaru-sensei, you should see this. He turns towards the direction of his other 2 students and his eyes widen when he sees the bodies of the 10 rock shinobi. He takes in the mangled corpses of 4 of them, the stab wounds to 2 of them, the frozen remains of 1, and the slit throats of the last 2. However, it's when he sees the exploded corpse of the first woman that was killed that he knows what technique was used to kill her and by whom. He turns back to his Senju student and asks, Nawaki-kun, what happened here? Who killed these rock shinobi? The brown-haired boy smiles and motions for him to come closer, which he does, and the boy whispers in his ear. Naruto Oni-san. Orochimaru's eyes widen at this, but he nods his head, now having his theory proven, so he picks the boy up gently and turns to his other students. Let's get back to the leaf. Nawaki-kun needs immediate medical attention for his knee. He makes one-handed seals and creates a mud clone with orders to burn the bodies and then dispel, and the four hop off into the trees back to the leaf. Whirlpool Village. 6 months later. It's been 6 months since Naruto flashed into an explosive trap and saved the life of Nawaki. After he reappeared in his room and got cleaned up, he went downstairs to explain his disappearance to Yushiro and the family, and they understood and were happy that he saved his, in their words, future brother-in-law. After that, he was made to take the rest of the day off training and just played shogi and go with Yushiro and Kenshin respectively. Then a few days later a letter arrived to him from Tsunade. In it she thanked him for saving her baby brother and said when next she saw him she'd be giving him a special gift. She also wrote that as a result of the initial shockwave from the explosion starting, that Nawaka's knee was completely shattered, so much so that not even she could heal it. However, he was going to be getting an artificial kneecap and would continue to walk. But his career as a shinobi was shot, as he wouldn't be able to do any kind of intensive training or missions, and therefore so was his dream of becoming Hokage. Funnily enough, when he was informed about this, the boy took it well and said that he was just grateful to be alive. Naruto just smiled at the 12-year-old's optimism and wrote back that he can't wait to see her again and that he's happy he could help Nawaki. Over the last 6 months, the redhead has really thrown himself into his training, seeing his inability to keep Nawaki from any kind of harm as a flaw in his Hiraiishin, and so worked to improve the seals and the speed of his warps. Also, he's poured his all into learning every single secret Uzumaki secret technique, and perfecting them. On top of that, he's worked his ass off learning and mastering the wood and ice release techniques from the scrolls he received. 4 months ago, Naruto was given permission from Yushiro as well as the Alpha of the Dire Wolves to sign a second summoning contract with the Summon Clan of the Uzumaki, the Elemental Dragons. A month after signing the dragon contract and passing the Dragon King's test, he was reverse summoned to the Dire Wolf dens and offered to learn Senjutsu under them and become the first Dire Wolf sage, which he accepted, and spent the whole month at the dens learning to gather natural energy on the go and managed to achieve Sage Mode. Now when he enters Wolf Sage Mode, Okami Sennin Moto, his eyes gain red eye shadow, they turn gold and his pupils turn into slits, his teeth and nails sharpen slightly and his appearance becomes more feral and wild. 2 months ago, Naruto finally perfected his own version of Hiraiishin, which allows him to warp much faster and much greater distances than even Minato's version. On top of that, last month, with the help of Uzumaki seal formulas, he managed to create a mass transit version of it meant to transport large groups from one place to another. To test it, he applied the mass transportation seal to the massive basement of the Azukage Tower and then sent the opposite seal over to the leaf via Dire Wolf with a request to have Mito apply it and have it applied in the Hokage Tower. When he got the confirmation that Mito had applied the opposite seal, he decided to test it with a group of his clones. He made 15 shadow clones and had them stand on the seal, which when activated by his chakra flashed them away. A few minutes later the clones dispelled and he got the knowledge that it worked. Once they knew that the seals worked, Tsunade wanted to teleport over to Whirlpool right away, something which he shot down and told her that the seals were to be used in case of an emergency to transport all the civilians of Whirlpool and the children to Leaf until the emergency has passed. None of them knew it at the time, but such an emergency would come up within the month. Today is like any other day in the Whirlpool, sun shining, a nice breeze coming in from the sea, and everyone going about their business. Naruto is on the porch of the main house playing with Yushiro's now nearly 3-year-old daughter Kushina. Naruto has grown a little bit since he saved Nawaki. 6 months ago he stood at 60. Now at nearly 18 he stands 61 with a swimmer's build, made for speed, but with explosive power behind his arms. He's also allowed his hair to grow out again, but even more than before, it now resembles Minato's hair. But the back is longer, much like Jiraiya's hair, and he keeps it tied in a spiky ponytail at the back of his neck, much like his friend Tsukumo does. Little Kushina Uzumaki is little bundle of energy, always running around and getting into things. She stands at 2 feet tall, and as chubby as most 3-year-olds are. Her red hair is down to her shoulder blades and just as beautiful as he remembers it being when she's an adult. Right now he's tickling the little girl without mercy while her parents watch from the side with smiles on their faces as Kunika turns to her husband. He's really good with her, don't you think? The man nods his head at her, that he is. He seems to have a way with children, as even the kids in the village look up to him and call him Aniki. She smiles brightly at this. However, before she can say any more, a whirlpool Jonin appears kneeling in front of them with a look of panic on his face. Azukage-sama, I bring bad news. Hearing this, Naruto stops playing with Kushina, who frowns at that. However, Yushiro gets a serious look on his face and asks, what is the situation? The Jonin, taking that as his cue, replies, the whirlpools have been breached and a large force of ships is heading straight for us. At this, Naruto interjects and asks, have the enemy been confirmed? The Jonin looks at him like he's stupid, then looks back at his leader, who nods his head, telling him to answer the young man. There are at least 600 ships and 200 of each are flying the flags of rock, cloud, and mist. Yushiro clicks his tongue at this. Damn. It looks like even in the midst of war the great nations band together to attack a nation they deem lesser than them. Naruto shakes his head at this and speaks again. Actually, I think it's more likely they've entered into a temporary alliance to destroy Whirlpool in an effort to get rid of the Leaf's greatest allies. The Azukage nods his head at this and turns back to the Jonin and asks, how long until they make landfall? The man bows his head and replies, about 2 hours, Azukage-sama. What are your orders? The man stands to his full height and says, send out the word to all forces, tell them to assemble and prepare for battle. I want one company to gather all the civilians, the children, the elderly, and any sick or injured, and get them to the teleportation seal in the Azukage Tower and send them to the Leaf for safety. Make sure one Jonin goes along with them to inform the Hokage of the situation. The man replies with a yes, Azukage-sama. Then Naruto takes over. Make sure the group in charge of the civilians knows that the seal can only teleport 200 people at a time. Any more than that and the seal will become unstable and blow up. The Jonin takes that in with a serious nod and then vanishes to do as he was told. Naruto walks inside the house and starts to head for his room. When he does, Yushiro asks him, what are you doing, Naruto? The young man looks at him and answers back, I am getting geared up for battle, and don't tell me I can't or shouldn't. This village is my second home, and this clan is my family, and I will do everything in my power to protect it. The conviction in his voice makes the older man take a step back, but he nods his head. Very well then, suit up. If we die tonight, then it will be my honor to die fighting side by side with a fellow Uzumaki like you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiles at him and heads up to his bedroom, while Yushiro takes Kunika and Kushina to gather a few things and then take them to the Azukage Tower. Outside Whirlpool Village gates, 1 hour 30 minutes later. Over an hour later, things have been prepared for the coming battle. Standing all around the outer gate is the entire Whirlpool shinobi force, which counts about 5,000 strong. At the head of this force are without a doubt the 3 most powerful men in the Uzumaki clan. The third Azukage, Yushiro Uzumaki, the swordsman of Bloody Rain, Kenkaku no Barati Aim, Kenshin Uzumaki, and the wolf sage Naruto Uzumaki. Behind them, unseen to the naked eye, is a barrier surrounding the village. One designed not to allow anyone inside until the 3 men standing at the front of the army are dead, as it is tied to all one of their chakra signatures. Inside the village, the evacuation is still going on. At last count, 70% of the non-combatants have been teleported to the Leaf, where Sarutobi has been told of the situation and has replied that he's sending back up and to hold out until they are able to transport over. As the men and women of the shinobi force stands and waits for the 600 ships to land and let loose their forces, they notice 6 shinobi heading their way at high speed from the ocean. As they get closer, they notice that these 6 are cloaked in chakra shrouds and realize what these 6 are as one man screams out, Jinchuriki. They sent Jinchuriki. Everyone gets fearful at this. However, Naruto rushes forward to meet the 6 Jinchuriki, ignoring Yushiro's scream of, Naruto, get back here. You can't take them alone. As he runs, he enters Sage mode. He then creates 5 clones and they all go through the same hand seals as they each rush 1 Jinchuriki apiece at top speed. As they reach the 6 shinobi, they call out, Hokage-style 60-year-old technique. Enclosed hermitage, entering society with bliss bringing hands. Hokage Shiki Juanjutsu. Kakuon Nidan Suishu. As soon as they finish saying this, 10 pillars of wood appear all around each Jinchuriki, taking them by surprise, allowing all 6 Narutos to touch them and then hop back, leaving a trail of chakra connecting them to the 6 Jinchuriki. Then all 6 say at the same time, sit. As the kanji for the word sit appears on their right hands, and as soon as it does, all 6 Jinchuriki find the chakra of their tailed beasts receding and disappearing as the pillars suck away the demonic chakra. It leaves them feeling weak and confused, as when they try to call the chakra back they can't. However, they don't have much time to dwell on it as each of them is suddenly knocked out by the redhead and his clones. All the Narutos then take out storage scrolls that have stasis seals on them and seal the 6 men and women into the scrolls, putting them into status to be killed, ransomed off, or just released later on. After he gets the 5 scrolls from his clones, they all poof away and he flashes back next to Yushiro, who looks at him with respect and pride. However, Naruto surprises him more when he asks, "Azukage-sama, if you wouldn't mind, would it be possible for you and everyone else here to hold back after the enemy lands? There's something I've been wanting to test for a while now and haven't had the chance, and now seems as good a time as any." Yushiro looks at him like he's crazy. Absolutely not. No one man can take on thousands alone. I don't know what you're planning, but it's not worth throwing your life away. The younger redhead shakes his head at this. "I am not going to throw my life away, Yushiro Oji-san. If it makes you feel better, you and the others can be a part of it." He takes out a scroll and tosses it to the nearest battalion leader. "See that every man and woman here gets at least 2 of what's in that scroll." The man in question looks at him questioningly and then looks to the Azukage for permission. The older redhead looks confused. "Naruto-kun, what's in that scroll?" Naruto smirk as this. "In that scroll I've sealed thousands of my Hiraishin kunai. I want every person in this army to toss them into the enemy forces as soon as they move to attack. It doesn't matter if they hit anyone or not, it's not going to interfere with my plan." Hearing that, the man nods his head to the Jonin and the man proceeds to hand out all the tri-pronged kunai to the entire force. 20 minutes later, the 600 enemy ships land, their fronts open and hundreds of shinobi pour out, forming into battalions of 500 apiece, moving into nice straight lines and remaining with their own comrades. Then after they're gathered together, the leaders of each battalion gives the command to attack and they begin to move forward, first walking, then breaking out into a run. As they get 1,000 feet away, Yushiro gives the order for his men and women to toss to the kunai, which they do, unleashing a rain of 10,000 tri-pronged kunai down upon the 60,000 enemy shinobi. Some of the weapons manage to hit a good deal of them in vital spots, killing them. However, most of the rock shinobi summon rock walls to block the weapons, while the mist shinobi summon up walls of water to protect themselves, while the cloud shinobi dodge or block with their own kunai or swords. When it's over, there are thousands of tri-pronged kunai scattered all around them, and about 1,000 of each of their forces has been killed by the weapons, making 3,000 shinobi dead by the rain of kunai. They bring down their defenses and begin to march forward again. Naruto smirks at this, salutes his comrades and vanishes in a flash of red. A moment later, there's another flash of red in the middle of the battlefield and an entire battalion of mist shinobi fall down dead, slashed to death, and all anyone sees is a third flash of red before a fourth appears and an entire battalion of rock shinobi are run through with spikes of ice. Then with another flash, 2 battalions of cloud shinobi are killed via boiling mist. After that, it's utter chaos, as flashes of red appear all over the battlefield and 1 battalion after another is killed. By the time everyone gets their wits back 20 minutes later and think to erect defenses again, over 10,000 of them have been killed, making 20 battalions decimated. When they see another flash of red, they look towards the source and find one Uzumaki standing there with his sword held over his shoulder with the look of a predator on his feral face. All the Uzumaki shinobi can only stare in awe at the young man's prowess with his teleportation jutsu. However, what he does next shocks not only his fellow Uzumaki, but also all the enemy shinobi, as well as putting the fear of Kami into them. He sheaths his sword and goes through 3 hand seals, ending with the snake seal as he claps his hands together and intones Sage Art, Wood Release Secret Technique, Nativity of a World of Trees, Senpo, Mokuton Hajutsu, Jukai Koden. As soon as he calls it out, tree roots begin to shoot out of the ground, quickly turning into enormous trees. With a thought, he directs the roots and branches of the trees to attack the enemy shinobi. Many attempt to dodge or erect defenses, but the branches prove too strong and fast as they're impaled, and half the coast is covered in dense forest within moments. The downside is that a quarter of their remaining forces are killed, impaled on tree branches or smothered by roots. After he ends the jutsu, his sage markings fade away, having used up the natural chakra he gathered with that technique and still running on full with his own chakra, which at this point is now nearly equal to Sarutobi's current chakra levels. He rolls up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo of a dire wolf, and he smirks as he cuts his finger and runs eye over the tattoo and comments, "Time to run, wild Ryoshu." Then he slams his right hand on the ground and calls out summoning jutsu, as a huge puff of smoke envelops him, and a moment later everyone hears a loud howl. Then the smoke clears to reveal the red head standing on top the head of a gigantic wolf. The wolf in question stands at 60 feet tall, is covered in dark black fur, with large teeth and slitted red eyes. This is the boss of the dire wolves, the alpha of the pack, Ryoshu, who also happens to be the largest dire wolf and the strongest. Getting a whiff of the blood and death in the air, the great wolf gives a predatory smile which looks damn scary on his muzzle as he looks up at his head. Involved in a battle, Naruto? From the looks of it, you've already taken care of almost half of their number. The redhead chuckles at this. Yeah, well, it wasn't easy. I used up all my nature chakra to do that wood release jutsu. Now I figured since there are only a few left that I'd summon you and let you have a little fun, Ryoshu. The alpha wolf chuckles at this and responds, I suppose I could do with a snack. Now let's go wild. With that he lunges at the remaining enemy shinobi, crushing many under his paws while snatching up a dozen in his mouth and eating them. The carnage the dire wolf unleashes is unlike anything the Uzumaki clan has ever seen, and the mist, rock, and cloud shinobi have ever experienced. Even though the enemy shinobi launch attacks at him, Ryoshu shrugs most of them off, his thick fur acting as armor. However, eventually he begins to run out of chakra and growls to Naruto to let him know they're going to launch one last attack. The 17-year-old runs through hand seals and intones, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction, Kaden, Goka Meshitsu, as he releases a massive stream of fire from his mouth at the same time that Fenrir takes a break and releases it while calling out, Wind Release, Howling Wind, Futon, Haoringu Fu, releasing a large gust of hot wind which mixes with the flames from Naruto's jutsu and becomes a gigantic wave of white-hot flames in the shape of a wolf's head, as they say together collaboration jutsu. Wolf Flame Obliteration, Kanbajutsu, Okami Hano Hisoku, as the wave of flames washes over a large group of the enemy shinobi, turning them to ashes. After the attack ends, Naruto flashes to one of his kunai as Ryoshu puffs away, giving him a smokescreen. And he proceeds to flash all over, killing around another 3,000. When the smoke clears, he flashes back next to Yushiro, leaving only around 10,000 of the enemy forces left. The remaining men and women look around at all their dead comrades, killed by only one man, so they decide retreat is the better part of valor. They all turn around and run back to their ships. However, before they do, some of them turn and burn the bodies of their fallen comrades so as not to leave any secrets behind. As the three ninja village retreat, they put to memory the face of the man who single-handedly routed their invasion of the Whirlpool village. All the Whirlpool shinobi are amazed by the prowess that this 17-year-old boy just showed. Facing a 60,000-strong army made up of 3 different shinobi villages, including their Jinchuriki, and completely destroying them without breaking a sweat. Soon though, a wave of cheers begins to start, and after a few moments every single man and woman there are cheering and chanting his name so loud that even the retreating ships of the enemy ninja can hear it. Naruto for his part can only scratch the back of his head in embarrassment and plead with them to stop cheering. Kenshin and Yushiro stand back away from the goings-on with happy but shocked smiles on their faces, as the younger of the two brothers comments, "That boy is quite a shinobi, Onisama. His power and skill is up there with the greatest of shinobi. I dare say he's stronger than you. After all, even you with all your power could have only killed a quarter of their number before running dry on chakra and being killed." The older brother nods along with his words as he replies, "You're correct there, Ototo. However, most of the work was done via his warping technique as well as Senjutsu enhanced wood release bloodline. The enemy was not expecting to come up against a member of the Uzumaki clan who could teleport all over in an instant, let alone use the wood release of the first Hokage. They watch as their men and women lift the teen up and toss him in the air and then catch him while he protests with a smile, and they can't help but to smile. By the time the reinforcement from Leaf arrive via the teleportation seal in the Azukage Tower, led by Tsunade, Sakumo, and Danzo, all the shinobi are back in the village celebrating with drinks and food. Tsunade, seeing her love right in the middle of the party, being pat on the back by multiple Whirlpool shinobi, marches right up to him and asks, "Naru-kun, what's going here? Why is everyone sitting here partying when an enemy force is out there waiting to attack?" When he hears her voice and looks up to see the gorgeous blonde, he smiles widely as he jumps up to his feet, walks over to her and pulls her into a passionate kiss, causing many Whirlpool and Leaf ninja to wolf whistle. The blonde for her part can do nothing but melt into his embrace and return his kiss with just as much passion. When they part for air, Tsunade is slightly dazed but has a smile on her face. While the redhead sighs in content, Suheim, gods, how I've missed you. To answer your question, the invasion is over. Rock, Mist, and Cloud all turned tail and ran after over 80% of their forces were decimated within an hour and a half. All the Leaf Shinobi's eyes widen when they hear this, even Danzo and Tsukumo, as both men look over all the Whirlpool Shinobi and notice not even a drop of blood on their clothes, let alone any kind of exhaustion on their faces. Danzo steps up to his former student and asks, "How did you all accomplish that? From what I can see, it doesn't even look like any of the men or women here even saw battle." At this point, Yushiro walks up and claps Naruto on the shoulder and answers the other mon's question. It was all because of Naruto-kun here, using a combination of Senjutsu, Hiraishin, wood release, and summoning, he managed to completely surprise and overwhelm the enemy forces. All this in only a bit over an hour. Hearing that Naruto has wood release shocks every Leaf Shinobi except Tsunade. However, the blonde is shocked that he's learned Senjutsu, as that's something that not even her or her two teammates have learned yet. Naruto, for his part, just rubs his head in embarrassment. "Stop, Yushiro Oji-san, you're making a bigger deal out of what I did than you need to. I am sure that the result would have been much better if you and Kenshin-sensei fought alongside me, and we would have sent half as many running home." The man shakes his head at this. "As strong as Kenshin and I are, we could never have done as you did. If we had tried, we would have ended up getting overwhelmed and running out of chakra and would now be dead. You are a shinobi on a whole other level. And what truly fills me with hope is that you're still young. You still have room to grow even more powerful." The younger redhead smiles at him, as Tsukumo walks up to him and punches him in the shoulder. "Yubaka, you couldn't wait for us to get here and leave some Rock, Cloud, and Mist shinobi for us? You're so selfish, old buddy." All this is said with a smile by the slightly shorter man. Something Naruto notices about his love and his friend is that they've both grown as he has. Though Tsunade has only grown about 2 inches, now standing at 53, but her bust has increased further, now being a DD cup. Also, she now keeps her hair tied in 2 tight pigtails down her back. Tsukumo now stands a respectable 510, and his silver hair is more gravity-defying than ever. After getting over their shock, the Leaf Shinobi decide to join the Whirlpool Shinobi in their celebration. While Danzo decides to send off a hawk summon with a message for Sarutobi that the threat had passed and that he should talk to Mito about Naruto having a certain connection to the first Hokage. That night there are 2 parties going on for the victory over Mist, Rock, and Cloud. The one in the Whirlpool, and one in the Senju compound in the Leaf, where all the civilians, children, and elderly are staying for the night. None of them having the slightest idea that within a week's time the young man responsible for the defeat of 50,000 men and women would have a new entry in the bingo books. The night is just spent in cheer and revelry, and Naruto catches up with his girlfriend, by which they spend the entire night cuddling and making out. Even though both want to take their relationship to the next level, Tsunade manages to keep control of the situation, wanting to save that particular act for when he returns to the Leaf. So instead they settle for cuddling up together in his bed and falling asleep in each other's arms. The next day all the citizens of Whirlpool return to the village and their everyday lives. While the Leaf Shinobi headed back to the Leaf, before teleporting away, Naruto and Tsunade shared one last kiss with the blonde, telling him, "See you in 6 months, Naru-kun." The redhead nodded his head but leaned in close to her and whispered in her ear, "You should think about taking some time and going to the home of the slugs to learn Senjutsu, Su-chan. I guarantee you won't regret it." All she could do was nod and promise she'd look into some time in the future before disappearing in a flash of white. After that, life on the island and in the village went back to normal. Naruto continued his training, attempting to become even stronger than before. A week after the invasion, Whirlpool received the new bingo books from all the nations, and as Yushiro was flipping through them he found the same entry in every single one except the Leaf. The man showed it to his family at dinner, especially Naruto, as the entry was about him. In every book there was a photo of him with his long red hair flowing in the wind. His Leaf forehead protector displayed proudly on his forehead, and you could see his sword on his shoulder covered in blood. The entries in the books read as follow: name, Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 17. Height, 185, 9 centimeters, 61. Weight, unknown. Clan, member of Uzumaki clan of Whirlpool. Epitaph, the Leaf's bloody crimson flash, Konoha no Chimamire no Shinku Senko. Bloodlines, Posse's the lava, boil, magnet, ice, and the legendary wood release bloodline of the first Hokage. Physical description, Naruto Uzumaki is a tall young man with his clan's distinctive red hair. He dresses in colors of reds and silvers, and is defined by a dark red vest with fur around the neck and hem which bears the image of a wolf howling at a silver moon on the back. Skills: Ninjutsu. Kage level Genjutsu. Jonin level, assumed. Kenjutsu. Kage level Taijutsu. Kage level Fuinjutsu. Kage level, assumed due to Uzumaki heritage. Bukajutsu. Jonin level bounties. Rock 10 million Ryo dead or alive. Cloud 10 million Ryo alive. Mist 10 million Ryo dead or alive. Sand 5 million Ryo dead. Rain 1 million Ryo dead. Rank S. Special Order. Flee on sight. Do not engage unless you are a Kage or Kage level shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki is responsible for the deaths of 50,000 Rock, Cloud, and Mist shinobi in the failed invasion of Whirlpool Village. After reading that, Naruto could only chuckle to himself, as it seems he's become the first Flash of the Leaf. And a bloody crimson one at that. Also the fact that he's one of the only shinobi in history to gain a flee on sight order, much like his future father. The funniest thing is that he still has yet to even regain half the power he had in his prior timeline. He still has a ways to go. First he needs to regain his tailed beast mode, then he needs to unlock the Rinnegan and train with it, and then regain the Six Paths Sage mode, but he's still a long way off from all of that. After getting over the fact that he's now a certified S-rank shinobi, he was teased by Kimiko, who said he'd probably do something to completely mess up his mysterious and serious S-rank status. Kenshin, however, put a stop to this and said it was time to get back to training and learning the last two of the Shigure Soin Ryu attacks, the ones he himself created when he succeeded his master, so they headed out back to continue the Shigure Soin Ryu training. 6 months later, day of return to Leaf. The final 6 months of Naruto's stay in Whirlpool seemed to fly by. After the invasion, Naruto put his nose back to the grindstone and increased his training even more, having learned the final 2 techniques of Kenshin's Shigure Soin Ryu and then creating 3 more forms of his own, even though he still prefers his hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, which he's also perfected, having learned both the succession techniques, Kuzuryusen, 9-headed dragon flash, which is the second most powerful attack in the style because it targets all 9 vital points in the body at the same time. He also learned the ultimate succession technique, the Amikakeru Ryu no Hirameki, Heaven's Soaring Dragon Flash, which is the most powerful attack in the hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, as it an attack that goes beyond God's speed. The way it does this is by at the last moment when one uses Batojutsu. At the last moment of the attack you put your left leg in front of your right leg before drawing your sword. Also, even if by chance the initial blow is blocked, then the air is displaced from the power and force of the blocked strike in such a way that it creates a vortex which draws the opponent in for a second blow. The second blow then uses the pent-up force from the first to accelerate itself. He also has mastered all the Uzumaki clan Fuinjutsu, even improving some of them and giving his notes to Yushiro to use and teach to future generations of Uzumaki, including his own daughter. He also hinted to the man that he and his wife should have another child to give Kushina a sibling, as growing up an only child is never fun. However, today finds the 18-year-old standing outside the gates of the village preparing to head back to his first home, while everyone has come to see him off. At the head of the large crowd in the Azukage himself, wearing a blue kimono and hakama pants with whirlpools all over them. Yushiro steps forward and embraces the young man with a strong hug, then steps back and speaks. "It has been a pleasure to have you here, Naruto-kun. Under normal circumstances I would try to convince you to stay and take your place as a member of the clan, but I know your heart is in the Leaf with Tsunade. All I can do is to thank you for all you have done for the village, and to tell you that you carry the Uzumaki name proudly." The younger redhead bows his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your words, Yushiro Oja-san. Thank you for taking me in and accepting me as a true Uzumaki. Thank you for all the training and life lessons you have bestowed upon me. Most of all, thank you for having faith in me 6 months ago, and not treating me like a child for my crazy idea. I will always remember my time here and look back on it fondly, and this will always be my second home. However, I must return to my real home, to my friends, and to the love of my life." The man nods his head and steps back as his wife steps forward with their daughter, and the 2 female Uzumaki hug him. With the 3-year-old crying, "No go Ruto ni," he just rubs her head and smiles at her. "Don't worry, Shina-chan. We'll see each other again sooner or later. You be a good girl for your Ka-san and Tu-san." Then he speaks to the mother. "Thank you for your care and great meals these last 3 years, Kunika Oba-san. The woman smiles at him and nods her head and then steps away. He turns to the entire village at that point. Well, I am off, goodbye everyone. I hope all of you remain healthy, happy, and safe. The entire village lets out a chorus of goodbye Naruto. Come back soon. The teen gives one last look to the main family. Smiles and says, Sayonara Watashi no Kazoku. Goodbye my family. Then he disappears in his usual red flash. A few minutes after he leaves, everyone begins to filter back to their business, until the only ones left standing at the gate are Yushiro and Kenshin, who share a look as they know that the teen will gain even more fame in the future, and the Azukage believes in his heart that Naruto will become the fourth god of shinobi, Yondaime Shinobi no Kami. Port Town, eastern coast of Land of Fire. 1 second later. There is a flash of red at the docks of the port town from which he left from 3 years ago, scaring the fishermen and dock workers to death, as Naruto appears out of it in all his glory. He takes a looks around and smiles apologetically to the people in the area, and then right away body flickers away, appearing again outside the gate of the town, where he proceeds to hop into the trees and take off at his current top speed. As he rushes through the trees unseen to the naked eye, he's placing Hiraishin seals on the trunk of one tree every 10 kilometers so he can flash anywhere in the eastern half of the Land of Fire when he needs to. 2 days later, Leaf Village Eastern Gate. After 2 days of traveling at cage level speeds, the redhead finally reaches the same gate he left from 3 years ago. As he enters, he notices that he arrived during the changing of the guards, so he speeds through and starts to roof hop to his first home, and the 3 people who mean the most to him in the world. As he hops by some hot springs, he notices a familiar head of spiky white hair peeping on the woman's side, so he stops and smiles as he changes his voice a little, making it deeper, and yells, "Pervert!" There's a white-haired pervert peeking on women in the HOTSPRINGS. Right after yelling this, he hides and watches what unfolds. Jiraiya for his part looks around for the source of the yell, which just blew his cover, but can't find anyone. However, he doesn't get much time to look as he hears the sounds of knuckles cracking behind him and turns to see all the women he was just peeking at with towels wrapped around their bodies and looks of fury on their faces. He chuckles nervously. Now ladies, let's not do anything we're going to regret later. It was just a little harmless look, I didn't even see all that much. However, the group of angry women, which includes several kunoichi, ignore him and scream, "Die pervert!" as they begin to beat the ever-living crap out of him, causing him to scream like a girl. When they're done, he's laying in a crater, a bloody mess, as they all sniff and head back inside to get dressed. A few moments after they're gone, Jiraiya miraculously jumps up unharmed and dusts himself off. "I swear when I find who blew my cover they'll pay." With that, he huffs and trots off. While up in a tree hidden away, Naruto is silently laughing his ass off, his sides hurting from how hard he's laughing. After a few moments though, he gets himself calmed down and decides to continue on to the Senju compound. Senju main house. 5 minutes later, 5 minutes after his fun at his white-haired friend's expense, the redhead finally reaches his first home. He closes his eyes and senses the chakra signatures inside and finds 4 familiar signatures, 3 of which are the Senju family. The 4th, however, puts a bigger smile on his face as it happens to belong to his female teammate. Without further ado, he opens the door and walks in, closing it behind him quietly and taking off his sandals. He then walks down the hall towards the family room, his footsteps not making a sound. On the way, he sets his sword and his pouches down near the stairs so as to make even less noise. When he gets to the doors of the family room, he can hear the 4 people inside talking and laughing, having a good time, and he smiles, but quickly schools his features into a calm look as he jerks the sliding doors open. The occupants inside are shocked by the sudden opening of the doors and lure towards the doorway and are further shocked by who they see. The redhead steps into the room and speaks softly. "I am home, Obaken. Nawaki-kun. Su-chan." The first to come out of their shock is Tsunade as the blonde gets up and rushes him, tackling him into a hug with a huge smiles on her beautiful face. "Welcome home, Naru-kun. We've missed you." He wraps his arms around her and kisses the top of her head. After that, Nawaki gets up and limps over to him, and after the blonde releases him, the brown-haired 13-year-old hugs him. "Welcome home, Naruto Oni-san." He looks him over and comments, "Oni-san, your hair is almost as long as Ero Jiraiya's, you should cut it." Naruto chuckles at this. "I'll think about it, Nawaki-kun." Then again, it depends on whether or not Su-chan likes it long. He looks the boy over and makes his own comment. "You've gotten taller, Nawaki-kun. Also, I see that you're hobbling around due to a false kneecap. I want to say sorry to you for not getting to you faster." His statement is true, as over the last year the boy has grown. Whereas when he saved him he was 47. He's now 50. Also the brown-haired boy waves of his apology, letting him know he still doesn't blame him. The redhead then walks over to the elderly Mito, who is now in her 60s, and kneels down to gather her into a light hug. As the woman smiles and pats his back, "Welcome home, Naruto-kun. Your presence in this house has been missed." Naruto smiles at her and stands back up as he takes 2 scrolls from his vest and holds them out to her as he replies, "Thank you, Mito Obasan, not only for welcoming me back but for sending these scrolls to Whirlpool for me to learn from. They were a great help, and while I haven't mastered all the jutsu yet, I have learned every last one." She accepts them back and nods at him with a wistful smile. He then turns to Izumi, whom he now notices has grown a lot in the last 3 years. Now standing slightly taller than Tsunade at 54, with a very slender, yet fit feminine build from years of training. Her black hair is now cut to her shoulder blades and the front is in a Heim cut. Her breasts are now a solid D cup, but her black eyes are now a bit dull. He can tell what it's from, as he's seen it before in the eyes of his future best friend turned enemy Sasuke Uchiha. It's deterioration from the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He smiles at his teammate and pats her shoulder. "Good to see you, Izumi. I hear you've been keeping busy and getting stronger. I am happy for you, Genjutsu mistress, but your eyes don't look so good." She scows at him for his last comment as she slaps him on the chest. Then she decides to answer his statements. "It's good to see you as well, Naruto. I've been doing my best to stay busy and have gotten a lot stronger. Thank you for the praise on my genjutsu abilities, and my eyes are fine." In response to this, he scowls and creates a shadow clone without smoke. The clone grabs her by both shoulders and body flickers away with her. The others in the room look at him funny as Tsunade asks, "What was that about, Naru-kun?" The redhead shakes his head in response and proceeds to sit down on one of the empty cushions, pulling the blonde with him so she's sitting in his lap, and proceeds to get reacquainted with his most precious people, telling them he just got in today, and that he hasn't informed Sarutobi that he's back yet but plans to do that tomorrow, and just spends the rest of the day and evening with the 3 of them, while his clone has a conversation with Izumi about the Mangekyo, how she got it, and how to cure the encroaching blindness, just happy to be home for the first time in 3 years. While the original Naruto is busy catching up with his first family, the clone and Izumi appear in the old Team 9 training grounds. The black-haired 18-year-old jumps away from the clone and glares at it, while the redhead just stares back with a serious face. He sighs and crosses his arms. "The lost light in your eyes is a symptom of the Mangekyo Sharingan. What I want to know is how long you've had it and how did you get it?" She stares at him in slight shock at this. The woman stares him down for a while, and seeing that he won't drop it, lets out a weary breath. "I've had the Mangekyo for about a year. And ever since I got it I've used it only in the most dire of situations, just like my regular Sharingan. As for how I got it, it happened during a battle last year when I pushed my eyes past their limits to survive. Suddenly I felt them burn, then my vision became even better and I was flooded with new power. And then one technique hit me as if I've known it all my life. The name of that technique was Amaterasu." The redhead nods his head at this as he continues where she left off, finishing for her. "Then your right eye bled and your enemy or enemies were covered in black flames." She stares at him in shock at this but nods her head in response to this. He sighs and shakes his head. "I would have preferred you never had to gain that power, Izumi. The Mangekyo is a dangerous weapon, and it has led many of your clan down a terrible path of death and destruction. If you need proof, then look no further than Madara Uchiha." She nods mutely at this and then asks him what she's been wondering from the start. "How is it you know about the Mangekyo?" "I only learned what it was after ID returned to the village and checked my clan's archives. From what they said, the Mangekyo is a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan that is not told to outsiders, although it didn't tell me anything about the blindness using it would cause." Naruto chuckles at that, and rubs the back of his head nervously. After a few minutes of her staring at him, he finally cracks. Okay, ill talk. I read about it in the Senju archives. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju as well as the second Tobirama Senju both had notes on the Sharingan in all its various forms. Both fought with men that had the Mangekyo in Madara Uchiha and his younger brother Izuna Uchiha respectively. In Hashirama's notes was a short notation about how the eye causes blindness and therefore is a double-edged sword. She accepts this answer and sighs as he just confirmed her suspicions that if she continues to use the Mangekyo then she'll end up blind. The black-haired woman, however, is shocked when he rubs the top of her head tenderly and smiles down at her. However, there was also a note in Tobirama's notes that stated that after the death of Izuna, Madara's sight came back to him and his Sharingan was stronger than ever. He wrote that he believed that Madara had taken his brother's eyes and transplanted them into himself and that somehow reversed the effects of the Mangekyo and even made it stronger. She looks up at him with a shocked and hopeful look on her face. Are you saying that I could reverse my blindness by simply transplanting the Sharingan of another member of my clan into my eye sockets? He shakes his head at this. No, it won't work with just any Uchiha. The donor has to be a close blood relative like a parent or sibling. Also that person has to have the Mangekyo as well. Otherwise it won't take and you'll still go blind. She lowers her head at this, knowing that no one else in her clan, especially not her parents or younger brother, have a Mangekyo Sharingan. She begins to cry for the hopelessness of it all. Suddenly she feels a pair of strong arms wrap her in a soothing hug. As her red-haired friend runs his hands through the back of her hair and pats her back. Don't cry, Izumi. Not all is lost. The transplant could be preformed using the eyes of a direct blood relative down the line who died but had the Mangekyo. What you need to do is to go back in your direct family tree and search for anyone might have had the Mangekyo. When you find that person you can ask the clan head to allow you to have that person's still viable eyes which your clan stores in a secret place. She sniffles at this as he continues to soothe her. If you find that none of your direct relatives ever had the Mangekyo, then I have one more option to help you. But it's a last resort and untested. So don't lose faith but also don't get your hopes up, okay? She nods her head into his chest, but their position finally hits her and she begins to blush as she's never been this close to any man except her father, and that was entirely different. He lets her go and steps back from her as she wipes the tears from her eyes. Alright, I am going to pop and let the boss know how things went. You can head back to the house if you want to grab your sandals. With that the clone dispels in a puff of smoke, sending his memories back to the original and leaving a still blushing Izumi standing there still thinking about how warm his chest was. However, she quickly shakes her head to get rid of those thoughts. Bad Izumi. Naruto is with Tsunade-chan and they love each other very much. Besides, you and him have never had anything more than a brother-sister-like relationship. He would never be interested in you like that, plus it would be wrong to come between him and Tsunade-chan. This was a one-time thing, best to go back to the Senju house. Get your sandals and then head home. With that thought firmly in her mind, that's exactly what she does. When she gets back, she tells the occupants of the house that she's just returned for her sandals and she was heading home as she had a lot to think about and do. Tsunade, being the good friend she is, asked if she was okay and she told her everything was fine and even smiled at her and then left after telling the four to have a good evening and thanking Naruto, who smiled at her and nodded his head in her direction as he was playing Go with Nawaki. Leaf Village Tree Bud Orphanage. 2 days later. It's been 2 days since Naruto returned to the Leaf and immediately went home. The first night he spent with his first family, he and Mito spent time talking about Fuinjutsu, while he kicked Nawaka's butt in both Shogi and Go. However, the person he spent the most time with was Tsunade. Having missed her dearly, they cuddled all night, sharing little caresses and kisses the entire night. And then when it was time for bed they went to his room, made out on his bed and fell asleep together with smiles on their faces. The next day he headed to the Hokage Tower and informed Hiruzen he was home. Luckily or unluckily for him, depending on how you look at it, the Hokage was not alone in his office at the time. Standing there with him were Homura, Kaharu, and of course Danzo, who was dressed in his full Enbu gear complete with dragon mask. Sarutobi and Kaharu greeted him warmly, while the other two men greeted him with respectful nods. When asked when had arrived, he informed them had gotten there the night before. That got him in a little trouble with Homura, who said he should have reported first thing instead of dallying. To which he retorted that the first place he went was home. After hearing that, Sarutobi chuckled and said it was okay and welcomed him back, announcing that he would give him a few days to re-acclimate to the village and then he'd be back on active duty. After letting him know that was fine, he left the office, and as soon as he was out the door he ran right into a large roadblock. When he looked at the roadblock he saw that it was Jiraiya, and that's when he noticed how big the man had gotten. In the 3 years he was away, his first and best friend had grown considerably. Being about 2 inches taller than himself, standing 63. However, his build is much larger with bulging muscles and broad shoulders. From sight, he'd say the white-haired man weighed a good 190 plus lbs. As soon as Jiraiya caught sight of who he bumped into, he smiled widely and scooped the redhead up into a crushing hug, welcoming him home in his own silly way. Naruto for his part took it in stride and told him it was good to see him. Of course he did ask if the man had been peeking in any hot springs recently, to which he laughed and said every chance he gets. After talking for a couple of minutes, Naruto told Jiraiya he had to get going and they could catch up more that night at their usual barbecue place. The white-haired toad summoner said he'd see him there and the redhead head out of the tower and into town. While walking through town he ran into the last two members of their 6-person group, Orochimaru and Tsukumo, who surprisingly were together and looked like they'd just finished training. The two greeted him warmly and he greeted them the same in return. Telling them that they look well, he noticed that Orochimaru had also grown, now standing at 59. But still thin as heck, weighing barely 125 pounds, his hair now down to his butt. Tsukumo looked the same as he did 6 months ago, except his clothes were slightly scuffed up from their sparring. They caught up a little bit, Orochimaru telling him that he's going to be starting his sage training with the snakes soon, to which he congratulated him and wished him luck. After about 20 minutes they decided to part ways and meet up later that night at the barbecue place and went their separate ways. Later that night everyone met up at the Akamichi barbecue. Naruto arriving with his girlfriend on his arm, and the group proceeded to catch up. During the conversation, Jiraiya asked him how hard it was to become a sage and he told him it really depended on the person and on the summons who were teaching it. For him, learning from the dire wolves it was pretty easy, but for the white-haired teen, learning from the toads will probably be a lot harder, considering that if you don't keep your sage chakra levels equal to your reserves, then there is the possibility of developing traits of the animal who you're learning it from, or being turned to stone forever. After hearing that, Jiraiya got freaked out, rambling about how he didn't want to look like a toad and get a ton of warts because it would ruin his chances with the ladies. At that point Tsunade pointed out that his perversion already ruins any chance he has with a woman, causing everyone except him to laugh. After dinner was over they all went their separate ways again, with the redhead and his blonde love heading back to the Senju compound. On the way there he told her what he planned to do today: adopt a kid and raise it like his own so it wouldn't grow up alone. This got him a tender kiss and compliment on his kind, caring, and giving nature and why she loves him so much. So that's where we find our hero today, standing in front of the Tree Bud Orphanage, which he knows for a fact is the one in which Minato grew up. He walks through the gates and looks around at all the smiling face of the children, boys and girls ages 2 to 10, and he smiles at them as they turn to look his direction. As he walks to the door he takes notice of a familiar head of spiky blonde hair and looks over to find a chibi version of his father, 3 years old and all of about 31. However, what sets Lil Minato apart from his peers is the intelligence he sees behind his eyes as the little boy reads a book meant for a child twice his age with ease. With a smile on his face he proceeds to walk over to the little blonde and takes a seat next to him on the bench he's sitting on. "Whatcha reading, little one?" The boy looks up from his book to see the red-haired man and, not sensing any kind of danger from him, answers innocently, "I am reading about the first Hokage." Naruto looks at the book and confirms that it's indeed a storybook about the adventures of Hashirama Senju and chuckles. "I see, I've read that book before. It's well written if a bit dry for my tastes. Then again, I've been told stories of the man by people who knew him personally." This gets the blonde's attention right away as he closes the book and asks, "Really? You know people who knew the first? Who? What was he like?" The redhead chuckles at the 3-year-old's enthusiasm. Whoa, one question at a time. First off, why don't we introduce ourselves? I'll go first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin rank shinobi of the village. The boy's eyes widen at this. "You're a shinobi? Sugoi. My name is Minato Namikaze. I am an orphan. I want to be a shinobi someday." Naruto smiles at him. "Nice to meet you, Minato-chan. Yeah, I am a shinobi and a pretty strong one as well. As for knowing people who knew the first Hokage, I happen to live with his wife and granddaughter. Also, the third Hokage, who was his student, happens to be like an older brother to me." The little boy's eyes sparkle at this as he looks at him with wide, excited eyes. "Wow. What's that like? I would love to live with people who knew the first 2 Hokage." Naruto pats his head at this and sighs as he sees the matron coming their way. "Well, kiddo, it was nice talking to you for the time being, but I really should go and have a chat with the matron." The little blonde frowns at this but nods his head as he goes back to reading his book, while the redhead gets up and walks over to the matron of the orphanage, who is a woman in her 30s with brown hair and kind brown eyes. When he reaches the woman she asks, "Why were you speaking to Minato-kun, sir? Why did you come here to the orphanage?" The 18-year-old Uzumaki smiles at her and responds, "About that. I came here because I wanted to adopt a child. My reason for talking to Minato is because he caught my eyes sitting there alone reading a book for a 6-year-old. Hearing that he wants to adopt a child causes her to look at him suspiciously as she can tell he's young, and from his attire can guess that he's a shinobi as only they constantly wear mesh armor under their clothes. She frowns at him. What is your name and how old are you, sir? The young man just smirks at her as he answers, I am 18 years old. As for my name, you may have heard of me, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing his name causes the woman's eyes to widen as all the adults in the leaf know the name of the young man who saved Hidden Eddy Village from the Hidden Cloud, Mist, and Rock villages. Also on a more gossipy note, all the women in the village always talk about the redhead's relationship with the heiress of the Senju clan, the beautiful Tsunade Senju, and how lucky the young woman is to have such a handsome and caring young man on her arm. She quickly regains her composure and bows to him. Please forgive my rudeness, Naruto-sama. However, why would you want to adopt an orphan? It is well known that yourself and Tsunade-sama are together, and it is believed that someday you will marry and have children. The S-rank shinobi frowns at this slightly as he crosses his arms and responds back, I know what it's like to lose your parents at a young age. I'd like to give one of these children someone they can look up to, someone to give them the love and attention that they're missing from their parents. I know I may be young, and yes, in the future Su-chan and I will likely have our own children, but that won't ever stop me from caring for the child I adopt here today. Hearing the conviction in the young man's voice causes the older woman's heart to light up with happiness as she smiles at him. I see. Well then, have you made a choice already on who you'd like to adopt, Naruto-sama? The redhead nods his head at this as she continues. Alright then, follow me inside to my office and we'll get started on the paperwork. Oh, who have you decided to adopt? Asking as if she didn't already know. Naruto smirks at her and motions over to the little blonde he was talking to. I am going to take Minato-chan. I can tell that he's smart for his age, probably even a genius, and being a genius myself I think I am uniquely qualified to give him the kind of attention he needs, plus he reminds me of myself a bit. He has an interest in the Hokage and wants to be a shinobi so he can protect the village and the people he cares about. She smiles at him and nods, as she proceeds to lead him into her office to fill out the paperwork. After half an hour and many signatures, the matron asks one of the caretakers to fetch Minato. A few minutes later, the little blonde comes into the office with a look of confusion on his little face as he asks, You called for me, matron-san? However, upon noticing the redhead in the office as well, he smiles at the 18-year-old. The woman smiles and nods. Yes, Minato-kun, I did. I have good news for you. You have been adopted by this young man here. The little blonde is shocked to hear this as he looks at the smiling redhead and shyly asks, Is that true? Did you adopt me, Naruto-san? The redhead stands up and places his hand on the child's head and nods. It's true, Minato-chan. I've signed all the paperwork and everything and I am now technically your father, but you don't have to call me To-san if you don't want to. Call me whatever makes you comfortable. Minato can only smile in happiness as he lunges at the older boy and hugs him around the waist. Thank you, To-san. Naruto smiles softly at the little blonde and hugs him lightly. You're welcome. Sochi, now go gather your things and I'll take you to your new home. Minato nods happily and skips out of the room to gather his belongings. The matron smiles and comments, You've made that little boy very happy. If I may ask, Naruto-sama, how will Tsunade-sama take you adopting him? Naruto turns to her and smirks as he responds, She's fine with it. I already told her the other night what I planned and she was cool with it. Even told me how kind I was. I think that she'll probably take on the role of mother for him. The woman nods in acceptance of this as the little blonde comes back in with a backpack full of his clothes and other belongings. Seeing how full it is, the redhead chuckles as he takes out a scroll and rolls it out, revealing a storage seal, then takes the bag from his new son and places it on the seal, applies some chakra and it puffs away. He rolls up the scroll and hands it to Minato. There you go, kiddo. Storage scrolls are much easier to carry than huge packs of stuff. The blonde looks at him in awe. Sugoi. What was that, To-san? How did you make the backpack go into the scroll? The redhead laughs at this and smiles. That my new son is a branch of the ninja arts called Fuinjutsu. It's something that my clan, the Uzumaki, excel at. It's one of the things I'll teach how to do over the next few years. The little boy smiles at this, excited to learn something so incredible as Naruto rubs his head and asks, Alright, you ready to go to our home and meet the rest of the family? Minato nods his head as the young man holds on to his shoulder tightly, then smiles at the matron. Thank you, miss. I'll be sure to take good care of Minato. See you around. With that, the two males disappear in a flash of red. shocking the matron, who just shakes her head and proceeds to stand from her desk to check on the other children under her care. Senju house. Seconds later, Naruto and his new son appear in the entrance hall of the Senju house in a flash of red. The 3-year-old, feeling dizzy from the teleportation, falls to his butt. Naruto turns to him and picks him up in his arms and pats his head. Sorry about that, kiddo. I forgot you've never experienced a chakra technique before. The little blonde slowly manages to regain his bearings and asks, what was that, Tsunade? The redhead chuckles before responding, that was a time-space ninjutsu that the second Hokage created and that I reworked and perfected. It's called the Hiraishin and allows me to teleport from one place to another in an instant so long as the place I am going has one of my seal markers. The little blonde's eyes light up at this, finding it to be pretty cool. Wow, how fast can you move with it? Naruto smirks as he removes his sandals with his feet, then uses his free hand to remove the boys and put them near the door next to 3 other pair. Then he walks deeper into the house while replying, fast enough to take out thousands of enemies within a few minutes. Minato is awed by this, however his new father's next words make him nervous. Now get ready because you're about to meet the rest of your new family. The little boy's eyes widen at the knowledge that he's going to have more family than just his new father, and suddenly he feels very nervous. What if the other members of the family don't like him? What if they're all mean to him unlike his new Tsunade? What if he's not good enough to be part of an awesome shinobi family? All these thoughts and more cycle through his head as Naruto walks with him towards the sitting room. When they enter the room, the little blonde comes out of his thoughts to look around the room and sees 3 other people sitting there, 2 women and 1 slightly older boy, around 13 or 14. Mito, Tsunade, and Nawaki look towards the entrance of the room to find their favorite redhead. However, they all look at the little blonde in his arms and each have different reactions. Mito is wondering who the child is and why he and Naruto bear similar facial features, and hopes that the child is not his by birth. Nawaki is confused as to why his honorary brother is holding a small blonde child in his arms. Tsunade, however, smiles brightly at her love for his big heart as he had told her he was going to go and adopt a child today. Then she looks at the little blonde and smiles warmly at him and can't help but to think that he's what her and Naruto's future son might look like. Mito is the first to get out of her shock though and asks, Naruto-kun, who is that child? Please don't tell me that he is your son, because if so then that means you have cheated on Su-chan and I will have to punish you. Naruto shivers slightly at her tone but shakes it off and smiles as he responds, actually as of 10 minutes ago he is my son. However, he's not biologically mine, so don't worry about that, Mito Obasan. I adopted him from one of the orphanages. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Minato Namikaze Uzumaki. Minato-kun, meet everyone. Minato lifts his head from his new father's shoulder and smiles awkwardly at everyone and waves, hi, I am Minato. His cuteness is too much for the blonde Senju as she gets up and rushes over, quickly taking the boy from her love's arms and hugging him tight and rubbing her cheek against his, causing him to giggle childishly. Ah, you're so cute, Min-chan. I am Tsunade Senju, but you can call me Ka-chan if you want. After all, Naruto-kun and I have been together for years now. The boy for his part just nods his head slightly as he hears his Tsunade laughing at the woman's actions. Nawaki decides to take pity on the 3-year-old. Nei-chan, let the poor kid go already. I am sure he's traumatized having some strange woman he's just met grabbing him and hugging him, telling him to call her Ka-chan. Let the kid get to know you a little more before you start doing such strange things. The elder Senju puts the little boy down and turns to glare at her little brother for his words, to which the teen just chuckles and turns to the kid holding out his hand. My name is Nawaki Senju and I am the crazy girl's younger brother. Minato steps over to the brown-haired teen and shakes his hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. Then he turns to the eldest in the room and with a curious expression asks, are you my Tsunade's Ka-chan? At this the 3 younger shinobi burst out into laughter while Mito herself sighs in exasperation and answers, no, little on, I am not Naruto-kun's mother, though we are family. We both hail from the Uzumaki clan of Whirlpool. My name is Mito Uzumaki Senju and I am in fact the grandmother of Su-chan and Waki-kun. The boy's eyes widen at this as he knows who this woman is. You're the first's wife. He turns to Naruto and speaks to him. Tsunade, you didn't tell me you were a relative of the first and second Hokage. The redhead chuckles at this. Well, I did tell you that the jutsu I used to get us here was one created by the second and which I perfected. How else do you think I got my hands on a jutsu from one of the Hokage? The boy nods his head at this as his smart little mind quickly realizes the young man's point. Then he's snapped out of it by Naruto clapping his hands. Alright, now that the introductions are over, let's take you upstairs and pick you out a bedroom, and then you can unpack your stuff and put it away, and then we can all have lunch together as a family and you can get to know us all much better. Minato nods his head and is quickly led upstairs by both Naruto and Tsunade. He picks an empty room 3 doors down from Naruto and proceeds to unpack his meager belongings, putting away his 2 extra outfits in the dresser drawers and his books on the bookshelf. After that, the 2 shinobi led him back downstairs and into the dining room for a nice lunch. The little family got to know the little boy pretty well, finding out that he wants to be a ninja when he's older, as well as that he looks up to all the Hokage, but especially the second, as he was considered to be a genius and he heard the matrons talk about how he himself was one. He found out that his new father is pretty famous around the world for taking on an army of hundreds of thousands of shinobi from 3 of the other 4 great villages. He also found out about Nawaka's leg injury, which ended his ninja career, and expressed how he was sorry to hear that. He also found out that Tsunade happens to be one of the 3 students of the current Hokage and started to ask all about Sarutobi and what he taught her, which she happily told him with a smile on her face. He also asked why, if Mito is Tsunade and Nawaka's grandmother, why she looks nearly young enough to be their mother, to which she told him that the Uzumaki clan has a sword bloodline limit in that they have great longevity, which keeps them in top physical form for a long time and has the side effect of slowing their aging slightly. So even though to most she is considered senior citizen and an elder, to the Uzumaki clan she is considered to be middle-aged, because it's not uncommon for an Uzumaki to live to be 200 unless they die in battle first. The blonde found this pretty cool and wished he was really Naruto's son so that he could live for longer and be a great ninja for even longer. He even revealed that it's already his dream to one day become the Hokage one day. After lunch, Minato felt kind of tired, so Naruto took him back up to his room for a nap and told him dinner would be in a couple of hours before tucking him in and telling him to sleep tight. 2 weeks later, Training Ground 7. It's been 2 weeks now since Naruto adopted Minato, and those 2 weeks have been a learning experience for the 18-year-old redhead. Today, however, we find him in Training Ground 7 sparring with Tsunade, who has begun to become frustrated with him as of late, which can be seen by the fact that she keeps uprooting trees and cratering the ground as she attempts to hit him. The reason for her frustrations is because she has been dropping subtle hints that she's ready to take their relationship to the next level and have sex with him, but the redhead is so thick-headed that it's gone completely over his head. Hence why right now she's trying to get out some of her sexual frustrations by pounding the man she loves into paste. She attempts a left hook, but he dodges around it and hits her in the ribs with the tips of his fingers, hitting a pressure point there, causing her to grunt in pain and feel numb in her ribs. She then dodges his follow-up roundhouse and goes for elbow to his thigh. However, he vanishes in a body flicker and appears 100 feet away. Looking over the damage to the training ground, he whistles, "Wow, Suheim, that super strength of your never fails to impress." The blonde smiles smugly at this as he continues, "However, I can't help but to feel like you're trying to tell me something with all this destruction. Did I do something to piss you off? If I did, then I am sorry. You know I never try to make you mad intentionally. I am not Jiraiya after all." She can't help but to giggle at his last comment, as it's true. Jiraiya tends to piss her off all the time and always gets sent flying away into the distance by a super strength punch to the jaw. But she gets over it quickly, and glares at him before rushing him faster than before with her fist raised up, coated in chakra. "You baka. Of course I am mad. I've been trying to tell you something all week and you're too stupid to notice." At the end, she brings her fist towards his face. However, she hits nothing but air as he appears behind her and manages to bring her arm down to her side as he wraps his own arms around her body. Holding her there tightly, she growls at him as she thrashes about in his arms trying to escape. However, she begins to lose her will to as he lays kisses along her neck from behind. Naruto smiles internally as he feels her begin to calm and even hears a slight moan escape her lips as he kisses the pulse point on her neck. "I am sorry, Suheim. Please forgive me for not getting whatever message you were trying to send me the last week. I know it's no excuse, but I've had other things on my mind, like being a new father to Minato. Also, I've been thinking all week of the perfect way to ask you something but couldn't come up with anything that hasn't been done a million times before or wasn't too flashy. So I am going to ask you right now. Tsunade Senju, with you marry me?" The blonde, however, is only half listening as she's enjoying his ministrations. Naru-kun, I'll do whatever you want." However, after a moment her clouded mind clears as she registers the words "marry me," and she turns around in his arms with a look of shock on her face. "Did you just say what I think you just said?" He smiles slightly and asks, "Depends, what do you think I just said?" She slaps him on the chest and responds, "Don't play dumb with me, did you just ask me to marry you?" The redhead nods his head, "Yes I did. I love you Tsunade, more than anything in this world. We've been dating since we were 13 and for the years I was in Whirlpool I missed you more than I've ever missed anyone, even my parents. I couldn't imagine ever living my life without you and so I want to make us permanent by making you my wife. So what do you saw, MMPH?" He's suddenly cut off by Tsunade passionately kissing him. After a full 5 minutes of kissing they break apart and he smiles widely, "Should I take that as a yes?" Tsunade kisses him again quickly and responds, "Yes, I'll marry you Naru-kun. You're the only man I have ever loved and ever will love. I've been waiting for you to ask me to marry you since before you left for Whirlpool." Naruto chuckles at this as he separates from her and goes into his coat pocket and take out a small storage scroll. He then opens it up and proceeds to bite his thumb, smears his blood on the seal while also applying some chakra. In a poof of smoke a diamond ring appears, with a 3-carat princess cut diamond set into the golden band which has the Senju and Uzumaki clan symbols carved onto each side of the band. He places it on her left ring finger and she lifts her hand up to the sun to look at it. As the light makes the diamond shine, she puts her hand down and smiles widely before squealing and jumping into his arms and kissing him a third time, neither able to keep the smiles off their faces as they lock lips and tongues. However, after a little while they both need to breath and break apart. Tsunade begins to rub her thighs together. No longer being able to stand it, she looks at him, her eyes full of both love and lust, and whispers in his ear, "Flashes to my bedroom. I want you now." To make her point, she rubs the slight bulge in his pants. The redhead nods his head as he grabs hold of her and they vanish in a flash of red just as their teammates all show up to see the training ground pretty much wrecked. Naruto and his blonde love appear in her bedroom and proceed to spend the next 4 hours in the throes of passion and love. Luckily no one in the house can hear Tsunade's moans and screams of orgasmic bliss because the redhead applied some privacy seals to the room via shadow clone. 4 hours later, Senju main house, Tsunade's bedroom. After 4 hours of love making, the two newly engaged shinobi are laying together in the blonde's bed. Still naked, covered in even more sweat, and glowing in post-coital bliss. Tsunade has her head resting on Naruto's chest, while his arms are wrapped around her. All she can think about is how happy she is, not only because she and her love took their relationship to the final level, but because of his proposal and the fact that she's going to be the future Mrs. Tsunade Senju Uzumaki. She giggles at this thought, causing the redhead to look down at her. "Wanna share what's funny with the class, Su?" The blonde snorts at the new name and looks up at him from her spot on his chest. "Oh, nothing Naru-koi. I was just thinking about the future and how someday I am going to be Mrs. Tsunade Senju Uzumaki." Naruto chuckles at this, the action causing his chest to rumble and fill her with warmth. "Why Senju Uzumaki? Why not Uzumaki Senju? Or you could continue to be Tsunade Senju and I could be like Mito Obasan and start calling myself Naruto Senju Uzumaki. We could do the name thing however you want." She smiles at this and kisses his pectoral muscle. "You're sweet Naruto. I know you said I could just keep the Senju name and not take yours at all because I am actually the legal head of the Senju clan now, but I want to incorporate the Uzumaki surname into my name to show that I am married to the most wonderful man in the world." At this the redhead feels a bit guilty as he's kept a few secrets from her just as he has most others. Sighing to himself, he decides it's time to reveal one of his biggest secrets to her. "Now that you've said that, I feel like I have to be completely truthful with you so that our marriage doesn't start on a bad note. All the abilities and the bloodlines I have that you know about are not actually all the bloodlines I have." The blonde hearing this sits up and looks at him confused. "What do you mean they aren't all the bloodlines you have? What other bloodline could you have besides the elemental ones and your Uzumaki longevity?" At this he lets out another sigh and thinks to himself, "Here goes nothing." With that thought in mind, he activates his last hidden bloodline, as his eyes turn from their usual deep blue to a crimson red with 3 black tomes in each eye and a black pupil. The Senju lets out a gasp at this, as she recognizes those eyes, as they are the eyes of her clan's rival, the Uchiha clan. They're the Sharingan. She stares in shock. How do you have the Sharingan? Naruto, tell me this is genjutsu and you're just pulling my leg." He however shakes his head at this. "It's no illusion Tsunade. These eyes are the 100% real deal Sharingan in its fully evolved form." She shakes her head at this. "But how? I thought you were a pure-blooded Uzumaki. To have the Sharingan you'd have to be at least part Uchiha. The redhead frowns at this a little. I know, I thought I was pure Uzumaki too. Both my parents had the red hair of the Uzumaki clan. But I developed these eyes after graduation while training alone one day. At first I was freaked out because I knew it meant that one of my parents had to have had Uchiha blood in them. But then I decided to keep it a secret lest it lead to too many questions which I can't answer, and so I've trained with them secretly for years and mastered them, but I never use them as my own skills, and regular eyesight has always been enough. At this point they're my biggest trump card against enemies should I ever encounter someone who is stronger than me that I can't defeat with my usual skills. Tsunade, seeing the look on his face, softens her own look and kisses his cheek. The blonde snuggles back up into him. It's okay Naru-kun, I am glad you told me about this, because it means our kids could potentially inherit not only your elemental bloodlines but also the Sharingan. However, it doesn't change the fact that I love you and that you are still the best man I know. He smiles widely at this and kisses her forehead. Thanks Suheim, but could you keep it secret from everyone else? I am afraid others might not be as understanding as you about me being part Uchiha. Especially the Uchiha clan. I mean, they already hate Izumi's friendship with me because of my being an Uzumaki, and in their eyes Uzumaki equals Senju. She giggles at this but agrees, to which he thanks her and then proceeds to displace her by getting out of bed and heading to the attached bathroom. Seeing this, Tsunade decides to join him in a shower, and they end up spending another hour having fun in the bathroom before finally making their way downstairs for dinner. As Nawaki and Mito give them looks of knowing, while Minato asks his father where he was for lunch, this causes both young adults to spit out their food, blush, and the redhead to stutter as he tells the boy that he'll tell him when he's older. This causes the little blonde to cock his head to the side in a cute, confused manner. 2 months later, border between Land of Fire and Land of Wind. Tsunade and a whole squad of Leaf Shinobi can be seen breathing heavily after the battle they just went through. A few days ago, Tsunade was placed in charge of a company of 100 ninja with a mission to investigate reports that a platoon of Sand Shinobi were getting too close to the Fire Country side of their border. When they got to their current location, it turned out to be worse than they thought, as they found not just a platoon of Sand Shinobi but an entire battalion gathered on the border preparing to cross over into their lands. Thinking quickly, Tsunade summoned a slug and had it take a message back to Sarutobi for reinforcements to come quickly. Then she ordered her platoon to just observe and not to make a move unless the enemy did. That idea was quickly shut down when some sand ninja sensors ferreted them out and their commander ordered an attack on her platoon. The battle that followed was fast and brutal, and for each one of her own men who was killed by the sand nin, she killed 10 of theirs, proving why an angry Senju was dangerous to engage in battle. Eventually, however, the numbers on both sides had dwindled down. Her side now had only around 20 including herself, while the enemy battalion had gone from 400 to 150. Looking around, she can tell that her little remaining squad will not survive the next onslaught from the enemy company, and according to one of her summons, their backup is still at least a day away. Coming to a decision, she signals to her group to fall back as she cuts the palm of her right hand, goes through the 5 hand seals quickly, and then slams her hand on the ground, calling out summoning jutsu. There is a large puff of smoke, and when it clears, it shows Tsunade standing on the head of the boss of the slugs, the slug queen Katsuyu. Katsuyu is enormous, being easily as big as the bosses of the snakes and toads. She is primarily white in color with 3 blue streaks that run vertically down the middle and sides of her body from her head and tapering at her tail. Katsuyu, seeing that she's been summoned to a battlefield, turns one of her optical tentacle to her summoner. What can I do for you, Tsunade-sama? The blonde Senju smiles at her longtime partner and personal summons. Katsuyu, I need you to cover those sand nin as your acid. I am sorry to bother you with this, but my group is down to 20 including myself, and the enemy number's 150 still, and most of my people are out of chakra. In fact, I just used most of what's left of my own chakra to summon you, so you're our last hope. The slug queen nods, dips her optical tentacle in as if nodding to her summoner's word. She turns her eyes back to the enemy ninja. Very well, Tsunade-sama. I know that I am not very useful, but I will try my best to defeat the enemy for you. With that, she sucks in a breath before, to the astonishment of the sand ninja, spitting out a huge wave of acid at the left flank, who are not fast enough to put up a defense and are quickly covered in the sticky yellow substance, which quickly begins to eat at them. Within a few minutes, 45 sand shinobi and kunoichi are dead, nothing more than piles of bones from the acid, and as the slug turns to spray another round of the acid, the remaining sand nin all prepare whatever earth jutsu they have to put up a defense. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as the second shot of acid leaves the summon's mouth and heads for them, it is met by an enormous wall of black sand which completely blocks it. All the sand nin who recognize that black sand begin to cheer. As the leaf nin all begin to shiver in fear, for they've heard the stories about that sand and its user. Tsunade, for her part, just stares straight ahead at the approaching figure riding a cloud of the black sand. The figure is a tall man of fair complexion. He has short, messy, dark blue hair and narrow yellow eyes. He wears the standard attire of a cage, minus the hat and with the addition of a flowing white cape. This man is the current and third cage of the Sand Village. The man stops in front of his ninja and steps down to the ground, recalling all his black sand, which is called iron sand, as he looks up at the blonde on the summoned animal. He closes his eyes as he senses out the other 19 leaf nin before opening his yellow eyes and staring up at Tsunade. From the fact that you're on a slug, I am going to assume you are Tsunade's Senju, as she is known to summon slugs. I am also going to assume that you are the leader of your group, so I will say this only once. It is unfortunate that you stumbled upon this little battalion when you did. Had you not, then you may have survived to return to the leaf and those you love. Be that as it may, I am afraid I must end all of your lives here so as to send a message to the leaf that the sand will not be stopped in its expansion into Fire Country. With that said, he motioned for his people to get back on the other side of the border as he gathers together all his iron sand as he flips through hand seals and intones. Magnet release. Iron sand gathering assault. Giant spear. Jishin. Satetsu Keshu. Kyodaiso. As his sand forms into a large spear, with a wave of his hand the spear of iron sand heads directly for Katsuyu, and more specifically for Tsunade herself. The blonde, knowing she has little time, grabs the engagement ring hanging around her neck and pours the last of her chakra into it, activating a specific seal within the ring. A moment later there is a flash of red and a cry of magnet release. Cobalt barrier. Jishin. Kobaruto Kekai. In that moment a large solid wall of silver-colored metal appears in the path of the iron spear, blocking it completely and even reflecting it, while on top of the slug a certain reed head appears in front of Tsunade, with his new fur-lined coat flapping in the wind and one hand up controlling the cobalt sand. Naruto turns his head slightly to his fiancée. Are you all right, Suheim? The blonde Senju lets out a sigh of relief at her red-haired lover's appearance and replies, I am fine now that you're here, Naru-kun. We encountered a battalion of sand shinobi and engaged in battle, and now we're down to 20 and they were down to 150. Now 105 after Katsuyu here took out some with her acid. He nods his head at this as he senses the iron sand being recalled to its user, and so he motions for his own sand to break up and sit around him and Tsunade. As he looks down, he notices the third cage and smirks slightly. I see the cage decided to show up and end the party. I am glad you called me when you did, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see your pretty face ever again and would have destroyed all of the sand in revenge. She shakes her head at his foolishness as he gets serious. Haim, I want you and your men to fall back to the village. Don't try to argue with me. The battle to come is not something you or your squad may survive. Looking around her at the way that his silver sand is moving, she can tell he's looking forward to fighting the cage, and so she nods. Alright, Naru-kun. Just promise me that you'll return to me. He turns fully to look her in the eyes before planting a brief kiss on her lips and replying. Of course, Haim. Don't worry, I'll be back in time for a family dinner. Now you get out of here. With that said, he creates a cloud of cobalt sand and floats down to the ground as Tsunade hops down to the treetops and tells Katsuyu she can go home. The Slug Queen disappears in a huge puff of smoke, which the blonde and her remaining team members use as a distraction to body flicker away. Naruto lands on the ground and faces the third cage with no fear as the older man recognizes the redhead. The cage turns to his people. All of you return to the village. None of you are strong enough to face this man. He is an S-rank shinobi responsible for the massacre at the Whirling Tides, the Leaf's bloody crimson flash Naruto Uzumaki. At this, every single shinobi and kunoichi there nods and turns to head back as ordered by their cage. Naruto for his part smiles at his soon-to-be opponent. I see my reputation precedes me, as does yours, Cage-sama, the master of the iron sand. The slightly older man nods his head at the 18-year-old redhead as he replies, that it does, as does the rumor that you ransomed all the Jinchuriki you captured back to their villages for a hefty profit. Naruto chuckles at this without responding to it directly, as it's true. A few months after the routed invasion of Whirlpool, he did indeed ransom off the 6 Jinchuriki back to their countries, charging the cages specific amounts for each, all in the tens of millions of Ryo range. such as with the 3 and 6 tails and mist he charged them 30 and 60 million respectively, for the 4 and 5 tails and rock it was 40 and 50 million respectively, and lastly with cloud it was 20 and 80 million respectively. It equaled a grand total of 280 million ryo, which he divided in half and gave 140 million to the leaf and kept the other half for himself. He gets out of his memories and gathers his silver cobalt sand behind him as he prepares to face off with his fellow magnet release user. The case cage does the same with his black iron sand as Naruto asks, "Before we begin, tell me your name. I can't just refer to you as case cage the whole time we fight. Thanks for watching. See you soon next video."